Hello, welcome to the Sunday day 2 of the Borgata Fall Poker Open's main event championship, a $2,700 $1 million guaranteed tournament. We have 162 players returning for day 2. We're going to play for 10 levels today. I am Matt McNeil, the blacksmith on BetMGM Poker, joined by Jeremy Geist. Am I getting this correct?
You got that right, my man.
Very well known, very recognizable. Everyone's seen him around. Reporter for any number of the different poker sites. Currently, poker.org, and we're gonna be here through the dinner break. So I believe 6 levels today for commentary, and we have what looks to be a fun feature table to start. We're expecting some early fireworks today, but Jeremy, welcome in. Let's have a blast.
Thank you, Matt. Yeah, I'm excited. There's some players on this table that I'm familiar with. A few guys that I think the audience will be familiar with also. But yeah, we just got prize pool information. Just started scrolling on the feed. A cool $202,000 for first place. Not a bad payday for a few days worth of poker, and I know these guys are going to be battling for it, but we got a lot of time till we crown that champion. We got day 2 feature coverage here. I'm excited, man. I'm excited.
Yeah, we are obviously cards in the air. We've got a couple short stacks here. We'll run to the table really quickly. I unfortunately did not get a chance to get all of the proper pronunciations, so I apologize in advance for butchering probably every one of these names. But we have, let's see, I don't have a specific order, so we'll just go through. We have Deval Joshi,
I believe it is.
Yep. John Ducci. Cash Corpening.
Yes.
Thank you.
Shout out, Cash.
Yep.
That's my man on the screen right there.
There's Cash. Drew O'Connell, who is also in the current hand, as we see right here. Drew is a recognizable local name as well.
Very good online player.
Very good online player, Maniacal Monk. We have Boris Voinberg, Luis Torres, Don Wilno, and Paul Volpe, another name that a lot of people will be familiar with. So we'll just lean right into it. We've got Cash, a recognizable name, and Drew, also a very known player, in a hand right here. How many of the others here do you recognize? Have you come across in your travels? I'm assuming you probably know more people than I do just from your live travels.
Yeah, so having spent a decent amount of time on the East Coast, I know a few of these guys. Yeah, like I was saying, Drew, very good online player. You probably have more experience actually playing with Drew than me, but Paul Volpe, one that everybody knows pretty well. I believe 3-time bracelet winner, if I'm remembering that off the top of my head. Excellent player from the East Coast. Believe he comes from Philadelphia originally, if I remember correctly, and always makes it down here to the big Borgata events. Very nice to see him. Boris Vainberg there, we see him very often in a bunch of these events. I believe he ran pretty deep in the opener of this series. Don't quote me on that. And then Cash, I see him playing quite often down at the Maryland Live and the MGM National Harbor events. So a local East Coast guy. Other than that, we're going to find out through the stream, I think, about a few of these other folks, but excited to see how they're getting in there and mixing it up. If you guys caught it on that first hand there, Drew turned a set of 6s and won a small pot off Cash, but we're going to move back in. Boris opening the action from the hijack with the Jack 10-0.
We were on the stream yesterday. I was on the stream yesterday for the hybrid final table when the ICM implications were much more severe than they are now.
Sure.
But one of the things that was a constant topic was the chip distribution and where people were kind of sitting in relation to the table. And obviously at that point the pay jumps, we were in the money. We're not in the money here yet. The pay jumps were pretty drastic at that point.
Sure.
To kind of set the table for today, we have a pretty significant gap, but also a really interesting and fun chip distribution here, where we've got 3 really big stacks, and then we've got 5, 6, 5. Yep, I can't count. 5 at a different, range of short to very short, where they're, people looking for quick double ups here.
So it's worth mentioning that these players are coming in and playing from hand number 1 on day 2. So they finished day 1, they got through their day 1 flight, and they're starting this feature table coverage from hand number 1 of day 2. So expect that there's going to be at least a decent amount of short stacks that are going to begin to be rotated into this table and other tables, because as you know, when you come back for that day 2, there's sort of that mass exodus of short stacks that begin to come out and flow through. You know, stacks start to condense a little bit, and we're going to start to see that, just like all the other tables happening on the outer rail with this feature table here. So, yeah, I'm excited to see some of the dynamics. This is really awesome from Borgata and BetMGM that they're giving you guys this coverage, because this is the kind of stuff that you don't get to see when you're normally just tuning into a final table. You don't get to see how they got there on day 2 or day 3. So I'm very interested to see guys like Paul Volpe and how he navigates with a really decent-sized stack. Cash, we just saw him last hand 3-betting the king-queen offsuit over an open. So we're going to see clearly him getting in the mix a little bit, you know, widening up that that range on a big stack. And I'm just excited, man. It's going to be really, really cool to see this. So.
Yeah, and with the short stacks, you know, I'm not rooting against anyone, but I kind of expect we'll have some early clashes and potentially some turnover at the table. We are also not at a full table, so there's a very good chance that we'll get a new player at some point as some of the other knockouts at other tables occur and they start to consolidate down.
Absolutely.
So it'll be really interesting to see, again, the new characters, the new faces kind of coming and going, and then kind of that change in chip dynamics as we go.
Absolutely.
You know, we have, I imagine, especially with the deeper chip stacks, I imagine a little bit of a feeling out period early on.
For sure.
I think there's going to be, there's a little bit of, I don't want to say, hesitancy, but you want to be a little bit careful when you've got the stacks that Boris, Paul, and Cash have. When you've got, you know, 5 different people at your table at any given time, on any given hand, are going to be very likely just to be pushing over any open that you have, because a lot of them are going to be looking to get those doubles early, get themselves to a much healthier place. You know, we're at 1,500 and 2,500 big blind, or small blind, big blind with a 2,500 big blind ante. So we're not at a critical mass yet. And look at this, just as we were talking about not being at a full table, we do have a new, it looks like a vampire joining the table. No, we have a new player joining the table. We'll get a little bit more detail on him in just a minute, but from the glimpse that I saw, I'm pretty sure I know the player. Looks to be a gentleman named Sebastian Harrison, who is an online pro from Pennsylvania, a very pale human being, long hair, and one of the most aggressive golf swings I've ever seen in my life. I don't think it's an effective golf swing, but an aggressive golf swing.
He tries real hard, though.
We've had a lot of fun at driving range before.
Nice.
But he looks to be sitting down here in seat 6, with also it looks to be a fairly healthy chip stack. We'll get an update on the numbers there shortly.
Can confirm that Sebastian, despite the jokes, all jokes aside, Sebastian is both a very nice guy and a very good poker player. And he was mixing it up at a very tough table yesterday.
Yeah.
He had, it was him, Michael Gagliano, Kane Callis was at that table, Sebastian was at that table, and a few other names circulating through. But he was putting in the work. I'm excited to see him on this table because he's, like I said, good guy, good poker player.
I'll give him grief because he's been a friend of mine.
I know.
We chirp each other all the time.
He's the man.
Yeah. It adds another dynamic here as we seat 6, 67,000. So he's also kind of in that similar. He's not at a critical mass yet, but he's in that same range where he's under 30 bigs. Depending on the position in the opens, you can just see the chips getting in on any given hand.
Absolutely.
And sits down into an ace-queen here.
Yeah, welcome sight. First hand at the table. Just gets it through. Just a couple quick chips.
Yeah.
Early. We like it.
Easy way to kind of settle in and relax yourself at a new table. If there's any of the being on a stream, anything like that, nerves, I don't Well, I don't know if I just don't know if he's been on too many streams before. I know he's got a lot of experience both live and online.
Yeah.
Mostly online because the sunlight doesn't get kind to him. But
Miami? Orlando.
Plus, it's never fun to just sit down with the parking lot, and then when you open it, you think things are going fine, you're setting up your chips, and then Paul Volpe just, 3-bets you from the button. It's just not a fun time. So nice to get that first one through here.
absolutely.
All right.
Looks like we're going to have some action on this
Yeah,
hand.
John's going to open the deuces under the gun.
The king-jack suited from the smaller stack gets out of the way, but cash with the jack-9 suited and a much deeper stack can come along and kind of see where things take us.
Paul's got a hand that he could go on some adventures with if he wanted to. Probably all options are on the table here. But he just goes with call. He wants to see a flop, not lose his equity.
Oh, another hand here. We'll see what. Okay, I was gonna say contemplating. He's at a small stack. Is he thinking squeeze there? Dawn with another solid hand here with the ace-jack. That's 3 of the jacks out of play, and then Boris in the big blind with the wheel ace here.
I'm looking at that.
Which also now we have 3 aces that are in play, and what are we gonna get? We get a 5-way pot. Now this is a $2,700 main event, and we have a 5-way. We have a 5-way pot. Realistically, we could have had more. Now Sebastian had the king-jack of diamonds here.
Oh no!
This would, I mean, if Sebastian was in this hand, then him and Paul are 100% battling here.
This is a really sick flop, actually. Cash is going to be open-ended. Paul flops 2-pair in position. Cash thinks he's just, going to clear some equity out here, and I think Paul's going to give him some bad news when it gets to him.
Is it going to be bad news, or is it going to be something that'll pay him off in the long run? We'll see.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of equity. He's got the backdoor heart draw, and he's got the open end to go with it.
Do you agree with me that if Paul's out of position here, probably putting in a check raise with the flush draw on the board may be the better option, but in position, it's a little bit better to just flop? I'm asking. I'm not sure.
I think it's one the multi-way aspect. Now,
Yeah, well.
okay, I think this is, I mean, that should slow Cash way down.
I was going to say, Cash is going to know that Paul has a lot of top pair in his range when he just flats behind.
I mean, the flat behind is going to be a strong top pair plus,
Right.
or a huge huge equity draw. Again, the multi-way, 5 people to that changes the dynamics of the hand a little bit. So it's tough. Even with 2-pair there, as strong as that is, it's tough to really, really want to put in a huge amount of chips on that flop with just the 2-pair, because you can find yourself, again, if Sebastian had still been in the hand, and that's a terrible card for Cash. If Sebastian had still been in the hand, he would have had a similar open end, and he would have also had the second nut flush draw, and would have had all the equity he could have asked for on the flop. And you're not trying to, as deep as Paul is, that's a very, very dangerous spot to try and play for a huge amount of his stack this early in day 2.
I found this very interesting, too, because Paul went for a bet in position when he's just sitting with the stones. I think a lot of people think that might be a trap spot, but if you didn't have it and you did have a high equity hand, or you did just have a top pair that turned into trips, you probably do want to be denying equity. So when you have the nuts, I think it's probably good to be putting in a bet there too to follow suit. But yeah, Cash came along for the ride and unfortunately got the river that he did not need or want. Regardless,
he wanted,
but he doesn't know it.
Yes.
And so yeah, when that bet comes in,
doesn't take a whole lot of time to think about it. Calls and sees the bad news.
That's a tough start to the day for Cash.
That's a big pot for Paul too.
Very
That's going to get him
big
up
pot.
to 450,000 almost.
So it's actually funny. The chip leader to start the day was 223. So pending nothing else has happened, and we don't know what else has happened on the other side of the room.
323.
No, 423.
Oh, 423. I'm sorry, I heard 223. I'm like, I know
I
it's higher.
apologize. I may have said 223, but what I meant to say was the chip leader to start the day was 423. And so
we might have a new chip leader.
Yeah, if nothing happened on the outer tables, there's a very real chance that Paul is just starting the day as chip leader with just a casual 179 bigs.
It's not a bad place to be.
No, it's certainly not.
I think what you talked about there about the Queen 10, and he was sitting on the stone nuts.
Right.
With the multi-way aspect to that hand, kind of what we were saying, that with the two pair not feeling so great that you want to put in so many chips on the flop.
Right.
If someone's leading into that, you have to expect that they have a pretty strong piece of the pie.
Yep.
That they've got something that's got either a strong made hand, like you're hoping that he had a set and filled up,
Yep.
or he's got huge equity draws. So you're still going to bet. You should be betting because they're going to have had enough to lead with that many people behind them.
Yep.
That you're still probably going to have a lot of action coming back at you. And you need to give them the chance to hang themselves.
100%. Got another interesting one here.
This is going to be. This is not going to be very interesting.
No,
this is going to be
exactly.
very simple. Duvall's going to put chips in. Paul's going to put more chips in. Sebastian and Luis are going to get out of the way, and it's going to be an all-in with 2 ace kings. Unfortunately, being able to see this in advance, there's really no other way that this can possibly go.
Exactly.
If Sebastian's already put in chips and now Paul's sitting on the big stack picking up an ace-king after a 3-bet, there's a 0% chance it's going any other way.
Paul just puts in the standard about 2.6x size there for his 4-bet in position, and Sebastian's going to get out of the way. Mr. Joshi is going to have to just stick this in.
Every time, don't you?
No way.
No.
No.
Wow.
No.
There's got to be there.
No, Duvall.
That's wild. That's a rip. That's an all-in. With ace king.
Jacks? Ace king?
I can't believe that.
No.
There's no way that.
He didn't even think about it.
No.
He just said you always have it, and then it's the Volpe effect. It's the high level pro effect of just like they have to have it. They always win. They have to.
There's the other. Now I don't know Duvall's history, right? So I don't know if he has a whole lot of experience on a stream table. Does being on a feature table, something like this, impact that of like, oh, this guy's, I'm making an easy full watch this. It'll show up and he'll have kings and I'm folding down an ace king and I look genius.
Yep.
I mean, it's not crippling for Duvall by any means. Duvall still is over 20 bigs.
Yep.
Still in a position where one double has him incredibly healthy looking forward.
Yeah.
But that hurts because that's a pretty good chunk. It was, what, 18.5 or so?
It was roughly a third of his stack, if I read that correctly. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I mean,
maybe
whatever, a quarter of his stack, maybe.
Quarter of his stack, but still a significant chunk of a significant chunk of your stack, and it gets him closer. Pretty much one more level, and that squeeze that comes in on these 20 big blind stacks now drops it down, and every orbit with the big blind ante makes it that much closer to a push-only strategy.
So Cash is going to open the Jack-9 suited here from under the gun. Dawn off a pretty short stack is going to put in
a small 3-bet.
A small 3-bet from the cutoff. This is maybe a spot where we can just be all in. And a lot of the times the reason is because, Cash is going to call here, getting a decent price with a pretty hand.
I'll just take a Fiji.
And yeah, when you're in Dawn's perspective, I think a lot of the times you just want to push your equity and see a full board here if you are going to get it in, but she goes with the small 3-bet size.
I don't hate it because if you're only doing a small 3-bet with a premium pair, your aces, your kings. If you're only doing it with your aces or your kings, then it becomes predictable.
Sure.
And it's in position on the original razor. So she has the ability, if someone else wakes up with it behind, she has the ability to get away from it if things go crazy. But being in position on Cash, she now gets to choose. Like, she didn't hit the flop, but she picked up a lot of equity with the queen of clubs here. She doesn't have to, if she's out of position, she has to c-bet.
And so this is really interesting. So flop pairs the king, and Cash decides to lead for about half pot. and just immediately gets the fold from Dawn. And Dawn opted to check back and not c-bet on the monotone board, and it
with the second nut flush draw.
With the second nut flush draw, and yeah, I'm pretty, I don't know for sure, obviously, but pretty sure she would have been able to clear out cash had she just put in the c-bet there, but she opted to check back, and then Cash took one down. So kudos to Cash, man.
Yeah,
kudos to finding a spot there where, hey, he thought maybe, he could rep that king, and sure enough, he gets the fold to one bet, man. Nice job.
I don't like the fold personally. I don't. That's one where we were talking about this a little bit before, where again she's in a position where the blinds are going to start to crunch. That's a very important pot for her. And she had all the equity you could have asked for. It's not the perfect flop, but it's a very strong flop for her hand. I would have loved to have seen the c-bet. I don't think she needed. She had the small, she had the image of strength. All she had to do was put out a small c-bet, follow through with that, and she still has the ability to get away from it if something crazy happens and she doesn't like it. But when you do the small 3-bet pre-flop and then you lay it down, or check fold, that shows a lot of weakness for that 3-bet range as well.
Yeah, nothing happened.
Do you play Ultimate X here?
It'd be very interesting to see if that comes back to haunt her. She's in a hand now with the pocket eights, and we have 4 players going to the flop with what looks to be Dawn in the lead with a pair of eights and an open-end straight draw. John on the button came along with a 5-4 suited of spades, has an open-end straight draw as well, with one of the cards being blocked by Dawn's pair. And here's Dawn going all in on this flop, which I believe was a close to 2x pot flop. Going to take that down and pick up a lot of the chips that she just had, so she's now getting some of that back and quite healthy again. And again, kind of a weird multi-way dynamic where she has enough equity right there that she's going to be ahead a lot of the time. And even if she's not ahead, she should be having plenty of opportunities to catch back up if anyone were to have woken up with anything there. So Dawn brings in some chips and pretty much picks back up what she had lost the previous hand.
I mean, deuces, you just never hear about those big payouts. I have the big one. I believe you. It's a cool picture. I mean, that one's a good for sure. I don't think they do. It's only in the tribal casinos. No, they have cool too, because the machine just locks up. You don't even get to hit anything. The money just starts going up. Oh yeah. Oh wow.
Here comes Paul with a suited ace from an early position.
What was that? I missed it. I was in the hand.
Ultimate Gold, it's called. It's a video game.
We have an all-in from John Ducci off of, what is that, about 13 and change big blinds with the pocket nines?
Something like that. I think Paul did the math here. Maybe willing to gamble. He doesn't like it.
Yeah, it's not a fun spot because a lot of the time you're going to see people ripping bigger aces. And it's going to be a question if he has enough history with John to know if he thinks he's going to rip a wheel ace, if he thinks he's going to, if he's going to have like an ace-5 suited here, if he's going to rip a lower pocket pair, which is certainly possible where he's flipping, or if he thinks he might get like the king-queens in there. But yeah, it makes the wise decision, lays it down.
Easy.
Yeah. It was just enough where he's. It's not hard to get away from that, from the weaker suited ace there.
That's definitely an open from +1 off the big stack, but it is probably towards the bottom of his range when he gets jammed on. So even for a small amount, easy to get out of the way. Don't waste the chips early in the day after you just got them.
Just enough to be not a slam dunk call.
No matter what comes out, I always hit.
You definitely hit on that hand. You 3-bet 1/3 of your stack and folded ace king. That was a big hit.
They're giving Duvall a little bit of flack about folding the ace king there. Oh boy,
Louis, I'm sorry. This is not looking like it's going to go well for you here.
Phone down before I get in trouble.
Blitz.
Sorry, Louis, you're going to get some bad news when this comes back around, but the run out is yet to come, so we shall see.
We saw a king get out of the way, but we have not seen any queens from any of the other cards. So Good luck to Luis with the ace-queen of diamonds against Paul's ace-king. He had certainly obviously put in the call.
As many times.
3 times? No.
You're joking about running it multiple times?
Yeah. Lewis still had a smile on his face when
Yes.
the cards got turned over.
Right there?
Yeah, and cards play themselves in that spot.
Yeah.
Not like there's anything different
Oh,
he's going to
yeah,
ever
yeah.
do there. You can see he still has about
Good
40%
luck on the slot machines.
Uh-oh.
on our equity here.
He's too confident. He's too confident.
Wow.
No, it's not like a dig. I'm saying, go have fun.
we're good.
You don't give a shit.
No, I'm going to hit one.
The board pairing gives some chop outs here.
Opportunities indeed.
Queen. I'm greedy.
Jack.
No change with the jack, just a couple more chop outs, and the king will send Luis to the rail.
Thank you.
GG Lewis, but
How do I take these off?
Paul is on the
upswing,
and we are probably going to be getting another player here, as I had mentioned earlier.
Thank you, buddy.
A lot of short stacks going to be rotating through here. Some guys looking to move up or move out, and
Paul moving up and has cleared $500,000 in chips.
Indeed, man. Yeah.
Up over $500,000 in chips.
I think I'm pretty safe to bet that he is still most likely the chip leader now. And how lucky are we to have him at the featured table here? That's nice. Get to see a very accomplished pro with a big stack early on in day 2. That'll be nice to watch, hopefully, see how he navigates.
Yeah, but so far, I mean, not to knock anything that he's done, because he's played things well, right? Like getting the value out of the queen 10. It helps when you're being dealt top 2, turning into a boat, and someone rivers a straight, and you're getting your ace king.
He's had pretty easy decisions up until this point. Yeah.
You know, he got the value on the queen 10 hand, so it's not a knock by any stretch.
No.
He's getting the cards going his way a little bit early, and absolutely getting the value from them.
100%.
And that, you know, going back to your comment about the betting with the stone cold nuts there, the reason he gets the amount that he got out of that hand was because he bet it and he didn't check it back.
100%.
If he checks it back, he's going to get the same lead, he's going to get the same raise, and he's going to miss the entire bet there, the entire bet of chips that he got on the turn.
No
And the river bets are going to be smaller.
Yep.
So very well done from Paul early on today.
Cash going to open the cutoff here with the ace-queen off.
That is a large raise of 4x raise pre-flop with the ace-queen.
So a couple things. We didn't mention it, but earlier there was just a random open that he made that got everybody folded, and he went 7,500 at the 2,500 big blind level, so he's going on the bigger side as far as his opens go. But at the time that happened, he was still sitting on big stack. So yeah, I'm interested to see if he continues with those sizings.
Well, he's still on 70 big, so it's still very solid.
No,
but
he's not short by any means.
That's a larger than normal open.
Yeah, we will say that.
Now, I did not see, that may have also been impacted by the size of the stacks behind him, because I don't know if Paul will have been in. It looks like Paul might have been the big blind for that one. So if he was dealing with that without any of the big stacks behind him, it makes a lot more sense.
Yeah. I think Boris will come in for an open here. Yeah.
Interesting spot for John Ducci here.
It really is.
Just over 15 bigs with a suited ace under the gun 1. I like that.
Feels a little thin as early in position as he is.
Yep. If we were a little bit later position, we're going to see a little bit of a different decision from him, I think. And obviously you can see here there's so much action left behind him.
Yep.
Very good decision from him to have let that one go. And now Drew O'Connell picks up the ace-queen suited on the button with, what is that, about almost 30 bigs, about 27 bigs or so.
Yeah, this is something that I'm seeing more often here once I actually get to see the cards on their back, as I've been reporting. Players just flat calling in position, especially on the button, with what a lot would refer to as a more premium hand. So I see a lot more often nowadays guys just flatting jacks on the button, flatting queens on the button. But Drew, an extremely experienced online player who I have to assume has been in the solver streets quite a bit, and it looks like against that under the gun open, he's just taking this slightly more cautious route. Is that kind of the read you get too?
There's another reason for that too. You've got both Paul in the small blind with a huge chip stack, where Paul has a lot of squeeze opportunities, has a lot of 3-bets and raises there.
You bring up a great point.
And you've got Dawn in the big blind, who's got a small enough stack. And we've already seen her two times pot bet the flop, where she could go and end up ripping something, and he's sitting there with a premium hand in a spot where he can be looking to get his entire stack in and be ahead of the range of both of them. So
it's funny you mention that, because the times that I do see it, it tends to be someone flats an open on the button, there's a jam or a squeeze behind them, and then just suddenly they're snap calling after the first opener folds with queens or with jacks or something like that. And yeah, it's really, really interesting.
So we see Boris go with a C-bet of, it looks to have been about a third of the pot.
After drilling top pair.
And hit the top pair, then Drew makes the call, picks up a wheel draw as well. Boris still top pair, solid kicker under the gun. Expect very good chance he'll check back to see if Drew will bet into him. But with the wheel draw coming in, I don't think he can give Drew a free card. I think with a higher card that you'll see a lot of checkbacks here with the king.
I was thinking the same thing. If that deuce was slightly more disconnected, call it a 7 or a 9 or something like that, I think he can. I think he can check and maybe try and make it a 2-street hand, but. Yeah, I think he wants to try and deny equity as much as possible with a good top pair here.
And puts in a very solid bet here, about 2/3 of the pot here on the turn. And this is should be enough to get Drew away. He picked up that little bit more equity, but I don't think he's gonna have enough to continue here. But we'll see. We've seen crazier things.
Over the off season, they got Matt Ray, Mitch Goff.
But you're a hockey.
Yeah, I'm
a buff.
I'm a diehard, long-suffering Flyers fan.
We hear Dawn in the background discussing hockey fandom. And in our little cheat sheet, that was one of the most specific things that we saw. And love hearing hockey getting some love. I've grown up loving the Flyers, and we hear him talking about some of my childhood on the stream right now.
He still comes around a lot. Like, he's at the arena a lot.
I wonder if she likes pocket sevens. Does she like hockey sticks at all?
And Drew does let it go, as we kind of expected here. You know, it's a tough spot because he was so strong early, and he is still ahead of a good amount of things that Boris can continue with. Right? Boris can c-bet, you know, any suited ace from the under the gun there, and then picking up could have picked up the same wheel equity. It's very reasonable for Boris to have continued. And it's something where he can do that and bet out a lot of the pairs between the board and the king. You know, a lot of times you'll see those button flats be some of those mid pairs as well. And there's certainly pause for contemplation for Drew, but he does end up making the wise decision there and letting the chips go.
And not to be results oriented, and I'm pretty sure that Boris would have found a jam facing, or excuse me, would have found a fold facing the jam of Drew on the button pre-flop. However, had he not found a jam, he would have smashed a king, and Drew would be out right now. So, you know, again, not to be results oriented, but that flat on the button may have saved him a chip or two. Who knows? Or saved his life in this tournament.
I think you're right that he would have had enough behind pre-flop if he would have gone for a jam right there for Boris to step away. Right. I think Drew in the cutoff with another hand that's gonna
and cash potentially with some sizing tells here. He's going to go ahead and open 6 with a much weaker hand than he's had the past few times that he's opened. And let's see what Drew wants to do with pretty strong hand here.
23 bigs in position on cash.
If this is you, are you ripping?
23 might be a little much. I kind of like a 3-bet fold.
Okay.
I kind of like a 3-bet if cash went to a little bit over 2, right? He went to 2.3, 2.4. I kind of like him putting in a 3-bet to around maybe 15, 17.
And there are a bunch of NHL guys there, and I said it
but
to him.
I don't hate the all-in. I would. I guess with cash, right? So cash, we saw again what you said with the sizing. Cash has gone on the higher side with some stronger hands and chips down here, and Cash has also been peeling behind. So I'll take back. I don't hate the all in, but I think with a lot of players you can do a smaller 3-bet fold strat here with the ace-9. But we've seen Cash peel back with the Jack-9 suited.
Yeah.
We've seen Cash willing to take things to the flop.
Yep.
And I don't think that Drew's strong enough to want to put in that chunk there against someone who is going to call a lot of his 3-bets.
Yep. Push the fold equity as much as we can.
Yeah.
He was telling me about guys.
Yeah, I think, again, against some different villains at the table, I think you're going to see a 3-bet fold there. Like, if it's someone who's not opening, who hasn't been mixing it up as much, then I think that putting in, going like 15,000 and folding to a jam is going to be a more common play there.
And we've talked about it a little already, but Drew, a very experienced online player. But having said that, he plays a ton live too.
Yeah.
When I'm here, I almost always see him in the bigger events. He plays during the regular Winter Open and stuff like that. They run the 10K. He's almost always in the 10K that they run here. So my point in saying this is I have to assume that he has already picked up on some tendencies of players at the table, and I think against Cash, he just wanted to get as many chips in the middle as he can, and like I said, just push that fold equity. So, yeah, I'm sure he's picking up on player tendencies quite quick here as an experienced
Here's
player.
an interesting sizing tell for you. Cash, again, with an early position, Jack-9 off with a smaller raise pre-flop.
Yeah.
And this is where I think a more experienced player in Dawn's spot would have ripped the ace-7 there.
Yep.
And not to knock Dawn. Dawn definitely has had some ladies event success. That was part of what the package that we got from her. She's won several ladies events.
Nice.
But I think that,
Now it's like, are you fast? All right.
coming into a featured table here in a $2,700 main event, I think we're looking at a slightly different player pool. Just,
They just don't let him.
look at the number of the people that have flown in for this event.
Which stinks.
This is a very strong field in general.
I know.
So if there's any random, it's not going to be many, but if there's any random people out there that have heard me commentate before, I often, Cash going to put in a bet here on this turn, but sorry, I often kind of sing the praises of the difficulty of the East Coast poker scene, the northeastern poker scene. There's just so many good players that come from the New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Maryland area, and yeah, this is not an easy tournament. These Borgata main events are never easy tournaments, or Borgata championships are never easy tournaments. So, yeah, a lot of good players in these, a lot of minefields to, navigate, but
Wow. No way.
Cash
on the river, 3 or 6.
Cash backs off the gas, checks back the
go.
Jack-9. Very interesting, where Cash had a lot of equity
more
on the
confident.
flop.
Let's
But it was
go.
8-7 deuce with a big blind defend.
Yep.
Big blind has the range on that, but Cash had a lot of the equity, and a c-bet on the flop with the 2 overs and the gut shot would have worked very likely against John.
Yep, would have really liked to see him honestly just move all in, just exploitatively just move all in. I don't think John finds any really check calls or on that river. I don't think he finds a check. Basically, is what I'm saying. Is if he's got the goods, I think he's putting it in. And after Cash bets turn, I really think that exploitatively he should just be putting in those chips on the river and putting max pressure on. But that's okay. That's okay. We are on the feature table. We are under the lights, and it is not always easy to find the big jams on the river there. But as you alluded to earlier, ladies events, we got a good one going on upstairs right now. Big ladies event happening. We also have.
Is that the Bar Poker Open?
No, so it's actually
Part of the Borgata Fall Poker Open.
It is, yeah. So too much stuff going on, honestly, right now. Borgata Fall Poker Open in full swing. We've got the main happening, or excuse me, the championship happening right now. A really awesome ladies event happening upstairs. And if any of these players are unfortunate enough to bust today on day 2 of the championship, there is a 1656 max also happening.
It starts
today.
at 2:15.
At 2:15, yeah. So Guys, if you haven't been down to the Borgata, as you can hear, they are just running some really, really awesome events across the board. 2700 championship with a cool 200K, over 200K for first place. Awesome ladies event going on right now that has, I think, over 9 tables filled, which is really crazy for a ladies event.
They had like 7 or 8 when it started.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So awesome. And then, you know, for anybody that wasn't able to make it to this one, you got a 6 max, which you just don't see that format as often these days just because of all the dealers that are needed and stuff. So just shout out to the Borgata and to the Fall Poker Open for just running another awesome event here, doing some great stuff for the players and just continuing to improve that schedule.
And they still have cash running alongside all of this right next to us.
Oh my gosh, more cash tables than most of the East Coast, man. So yeah, really awesome.
We have Drew with an early position queen jack off. Going to bring in a raise.
Let's go.
On defense.
Yeah, the defense was crazy, everything.
My son-in-law has season tickets to the Eagles.
Yeah. Yeah, I go from time to time.
I don't mind being cold in the arena, but
No.
cold outside is a whole
Yeah,
different
so the
ballgame.
NFC Championship, they gave me tickets in their suite. And that was, those are the best seats in the house. I mean, they're on like the 20, 30 yard line, and it's like the same. That's a good stadium.
We have 3 players going to the flop here, and
Everyone's standing the whole game.
2 players pick up a second pair. Cash, defending the big blind, picks up a pair of 8s. And John on the button picked up a better pair of 8s with the king kicker. Drew no pair, but the backdoor diamond draw and the pre-flop raise. Could be in a position where he, if he so chose, could c-bet here. We have, as mentioned before, seen a lot of people flatting buttons, and some with premium, some not. Drew does come through with the c-bet.
Yeah, it's cool. It becomes tradition.
John counting out some chips.
And even after just a small c-bet from Drew, this is why we c-bet. He's already putting second pair and the best hand in a pretty tough spot. But John's going to find the call. Looks like cash.
With the size of the c-bet,
Yeah.
with the size of the c-bet and John flatting the button, there's a very good chance that Cash thinks any 7 or 8 that he's now going to be able to take a very big pot. And the queen for Drew is a great card because he's now in the lead, and it's a scare card for both Cash and John. John flatting the button is going to represent an ace a lot more of the time, but it also does give Drew a reason to continue in this hand. He doesn't necessarily need to c-bet here. As we see here, he checks, but he's got more than enough equity that he now has a very good reason to come along if John does not blast this.
Equity and showdown value, which is nice. We now don't have to be bluffing really anymore, and then we just drill value on the river. So I don't know that he's going to get a ton out of these guys, but after checking back turn, you can take a decent amount of aces out of his range. So he may get $1 or $2 out of these fellas if he just goes ahead and puts in one more bet. 35K in the pot. Drew's got 59 behind. I anticipate he goes with something around the 12 to 15 range, but we'll see.
I think he's gonna give someone an ace. I think he's gonna give John an ace and go maybe even a little bit higher.
A little bigger than that. Yeah, and you're right. If you do, yeah, put one of your opponents on top pair. You know, it does make quite a bit of sense. We just like to get called here. That's why I was thinking maybe smaller, but you are right. If he puts on one of his opponents on an ace, it's hard for players to ever get rid of an ace. So, and he does. He goes.
Did I hear 25,000?
I thought I heard him say 35. Yeah.
So that's a full
pot
bet.
Yeah. And don't listen to me. Listen to Drew. Like I said, unfortunately, I think he's just going to have a tough time getting that call, especially out of short stack John, who only has 10,000 more than the bet behind. So, yep. Cash thinking about it.
Cash got sticky on the flop with the 8 as well. And then the check, I can understand what he's thinking, but he loses to things that are still bluffing. Like, you can be bluffing 9s here, trying to push someone off of a weak ace. right? With the queen pairing the board, a weak ace is now losing to any ace-9, ace-10, etc.
Right.
Yep, and Cash does get away from it.
Nice.
But it is an interesting spot where if Drew had, let's say, like a jack-10 of diamonds, you know, he picks up extra equity on the turn, maybe doesn't want to put in the bet, but with nobody betting that can also then fire out the bluff on the river. But there's just too many things that beat Cash there, so wisely gets away from it. And a very nice pot for Drew. Drew up to almost 100,000, so almost 40 bigs. We should be getting relatively close to the end of our first level, if I'm not mistaken. We are on 1 hour levels, so my internal clock might be a little bit off today, though. You know what would help that is if I actually kept a timer and would keep an eye on that myself. We are. Should be about 10 minutes or so left in the level, I believe.
So hour-long levels throughout this
What was that?
this entire structure. If you guys, again, have never made it down to the Borgata to play one of these championship structures, in my opinion, just one of the very best structures that you can get in like a non-WSOP, WPT event. Hour-long levels throughout the entire time, good dinner breaks, breaks after every 2 levels, and you get 4 days worth of play. It's deep the entire time. Yeah, I just can't say enough about the actual structure for this tournament, and they've tweaked it a few times, and I think they've really dialed it into where it should be. It used to be 90-minute levels, then 75-minute levels, and I think the hour-long levels throughout have really just crushed. But so we had an open here from Dawn in early position and went ahead and got a call from Cash and Duval. And Cash on the 6-high board is just going to go ahead and put in the donk lead, which is not bad thinking necessarily. Unfortunately for him, Dawn is just sitting with the second nut flush draw on 2 overs, and so she is just not going to get out of the way. Cash is going to have to put in some more pressure here on the turn. See if he slows down and just keeps going for it. He does slow down immediately.
Together, but I don't think he's the type that can.
I really like Dawn putting in a bet here after flatting behind and Cash pretty much instantly checking here. She's got more than enough equity if he calls.
I love Devontae.
And she does check, elect to check behind, and the 9 of diamond comes out, does not improve her hand. Cash going to lead
He was incredible in college.
for a about little less than 1/3 size
That's
pot
hard to do.
As a
bet
tiny
here.
receiver,
I remember
Dawn's gonna let this one go, and I really like a lead from her, or excuse me, a bet from her on the turn after Cash pretty quickly checks back, because she's got all of the high cards. When she calls behind Cash early and Cash slows down like that, he doesn't have any extra equity. He's gonna get away from a lot of his lower pairs, and even if he does come along, she still has the hearts. But she hangs on to her chips, still has. Was that a little bit under 15, a little over 15 bigs as we continue here at the end of the first level, towards the end of the first level.
I don't know why he's
Cash back
doing
up
this.
over
But why would that be?
I feel like I
160,000
wouldn't care
chips.
that much.
Why
Like,
would that? No, he already got paid.
if
He's
you're
on the
getting
best team,
paid,
he won a
You're the
Super
best
Bowl,
team in
he
the
got
world.
paid,
I mean, he's a
yeah.
competitor, but some wide receivers are like that. They're like.
Yeah.
Big surprise, we got sports talk going on at the table.
Sounds like A.J. Brown.
A bit of a
Fewer
spoiler
catches you
alert
pass,
for anybody out there.
fewer
Poker players, also
you
big
catch.
sports guys.
you're not going to get hurt.
Always.
You can't drop a
And you're going to
a
last
pass.
longer. You're
Yeah.
going to get another contract. I mean, regardless.
So we got about
Yeah.
60 people
Whereas if you
listening
start
and
dropping balls,
watching
then your
in the
next
chat
contract
here.
might-
If you guys are out there in
So,
the
yeah.
YouTube streets, give us a shout. Again, my name is Jeremy
Always
Geist.
the wide receiver.
In the booth with Matt Whitesmith.
Whitesmith,
Oh,
I'm
gosh,
the blacksmith on MGM, but my name is
It's
Matt
definitely
McNeil.
starting to look like.
Yeah,
Donovan
most
Matt.
people in the poker community know me through by
They
my
don't
poker handles, and I've been some variation of Whitey or
That's why I
Whitesmith
became
for as long as I can remember,
Yeah.
since my days in college.
But if you're out there in the
I became
YouTube
an
world,
Eagles
give
fan
Matt
because
and
I was
I
like,
a shout. We would love
I love
to
Terrell.
interact with you guys.
I stuck
Who's
with him
everybody
since.
rooting for on this feature
All my
table
friends are
right
Jets
now?
Giants.
Oh my gosh. Cash.
Huge flop for Cash here. It's like John opened the pocket twos and is going to check to Cash, who's going to waste no time to fire out.
Yep, and he's Cash gets the nut flop and is unfortunately just against the lowest pair in the book. So,
and again, a little bit of a sizing tell with Cash here. He went over half pot there with top pair and the flush draw.
We don't get to watch the games. Can't see any of the games.
Paul Lilly says, "Yo, Blacksmith, what's up?"
Yeah. I'm planning on watching. Yeah.
I also just liked.
I have answered to as many different names, so I will certainly answer to Whitesmith, Whitey, Blacksmith, Whitesmith the Blacksmith, or simply just Matt. That is my given name for my parents.
Paul says he's rooting. Paul Lilly in the chat says he's rooting for Volpe and Escher. He's in a good spot now. Oh, we got payouts on the board, guys. As I mentioned, $204,000 for first place. Top two spots going to make six figures all the way up to ninth place on that final table, making just shy of 20K.
Some television.
63 spots paid, if I remember correctly. Let me double check.
I believe
on
I
that.
see 58
I
paid.
do see 58.
58 paid with a minimum payout of $6,700. So 4,000 profit on that.
Yep.
Which, and I'll also point out, all the way up through 40th is under the threshold that is relatively common to see of payout, just keeping it under the W2G for tax purposes, which is a very interesting component when it comes to some of the tournament poker, where anything over 5,000 in profit generates tax forms. And it's something that you'll see different operators be very cognizant of. If you play the World Series of Poker main event, the min cash is right at that threshold, so you don't get a tax form for the min cash. And you'll see that in a lot of places where those ladders are kind of not always 100% structured right around it, but you'll definitely see that taken into consideration when they're looking at it. If there is a normal pay jump that would be just over or just under, you'll sometimes see some tweaks for that to slide around that. And it's not a manipulation for tax purposes, because they're not, they're selecting a number. You're not lying around anything with taxes. You still are supposed to report all of the earnings. It just cleans up some of the paperwork.
So I am by no means trying to act like I have had some massive amount of tournament scores in my day, but in a few small limit mixed game tournaments that I have played, gotten deep in, you'll see something along the lines of like first place will be $6,200 and second place will be $4,800, right? And it actually makes more sense for those players to chop and get below that 5K, because that person in first place will actually make more money by chopping and moving below that $6,000 mark, because they would pay taxes on the higher amount.
You don't pay it right off. Well,
you
depending
don't pay
on
it
the
right away, but I'm just saying,
and you're still supposed to pay it,
exactly,
of course, but you don't get the, and I'm certainly not going to advocate for lying on your taxes by any stretch, but it's very easy to misfile sometimes. And when people have the W2Gs, and if it happens early in the year, if you're not on top of it, you forget about it. They get copies of those.
Sure.
And it becomes a lot easier with filing to not have to plug in the information for a number of different W2Gs.
I just mean that if you fall under that, you don't have to fill out the paperwork and do all the stuff.
And
I shouldn't say it saves you money. It just you don't have to. It's a lot less of a hassle if you fall under that 5K mark. So I've seen, even guys that would normally, they're a no chop kind of person, they'll still realize that it makes things much easier just to chop and get under there. But
it's gonna be like casino.
We have a fun little hand here from Cash. The big lick, the suited big lick opening, but again, a sizing tell, a smaller open with not quite as strong a hand. Paul gonna flat the ducks. We've seen deuces 3 or 4 times already today, and not a whole lot of other pocket pairs, but we've seen deuces a lot already, and not a whole lot of sets.
Speaking of cash, we got a good window card too. The 7 of spades in the window is a great window card when you open 9-6 suited.
That is a very strong flop for him. And again, he checks back his strength, picks up top pair with his open end. Let's see.
And speaking of cash, we got more than one person in the chat giving Cash a shout out.
I can't say that I know Cash personally.
Yeah.
But I've heard a lot of people say nice things about him.
Oh, he's the nicest guy.
When we kind of started to see the table draw, I had a few people kind of just chiming in, reaching out. Do you need anything? And I heard a number of people say really nice things about him.
Yeah, in my time reporting on the East Coast, I've become quite cordial with Cash, and he is just, about as nice of a guy as you could possibly meet. And loves poker, too.
He's mixing it up, I'll tell you that. It's fun to watch him mix it up. It is interesting to see from this side of it, being able to see the cards sometimes, and we've brought it up a few times with the timing tells, and hopefully he does mix things up as we go throughout the day. So so as some of the information comes along, that it's not that it's not necessarily going to be used against him at his detriment.
Yeah.
But it's been a lot of action. He's been driving a lot of the action.
He's been in quite a few pots and just willing to mix it up, which I appreciate very, very much. And he did take that pot down there. The nines held, or the pair of nines that he turned held, even though he flopped so much equity. So good on you, my friend.
We have the payouts popping back up, and again, quite a bit of money to play for here.
Yeah, I feel like the anchors are not.
Again, this is day 2 action. We are only in the 11th level of this tournament, so we are still very far off the money. We probably will not see these guys hitting that kind of soft bubble sort of danger zone, honestly, for probably another 6 hours minimum. Maybe not 6 hours, maybe closer to 5 hours. But regardless, until about that level 16 mark, you're really not going to see too much of the pressure being able to be applied by the big stacks. There's still going to be quite a bit of maneuvering that needs to happen. So although Volpe's got all the chips right now, he is not in a position to be getting too out of line yet. But I anticipate that if we continue to see, whether it be Paul or any other big stacks, as we get closer to that kind of level 15, 16, 17 mark, we'll see a lot more players getting out of line. But I believe we saw Duval open there and Dawn just go ahead and jam over the top, and she got it through.
Little arms.
But she scoops it in.
With a little bit of help, as we heard her mention the trouble sometimes of being in some of those corner spots and not being able to reach all the way across the table.
Yes.
Sebastian looking thrilled to be there as always.
Yeah, he got that ace-queen very first hand that he sat down, and now I don't know if I've seen him get really anything since then. He's, again, as we were mentioning, not on a ton of chips, but not super short or anything either. So
believe it or not, that is actually his happy face. That is him showing about as much joy and emotion as you'll get out of him.
I can confirm this, actually. That's not, I love Sebastian, actually. I think he's such a nice guy, but yeah, he is stoic, to say the least.
Duval with the ace-jack, putting in his last, looks to be almost, what is that, 12 bigs?
Believe so.
30?
Paul with enough that we might see him come along. It's just enough that he might let this one go.
He's in the cutoff, so he's...
It's a little bit early for me with the ace-10.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, and if he does do it,
But we are, again, as we were saying before, we're at the point of the tournament where people are going to be looking to kind of move up or move out, and he might think, he does get away from it. He might think that he's ahead of ahead of a good bit of the range.
And that was exactly what I was alluding to earlier. Paul's got a lot of chips, and he doesn't want to really get rid of them before that point where he can begin applying a bunch of pressure. So even just, when you're sitting on 400K, even calling for 30 grand is not a fun thing to do, just because we want to hold on to those chips into that danger zone as long as we possibly can. And
we see him and Duval right here discussing exactly that.
Yep.
He's saying that he had the ace-10. Duval should flash the ace-jack there for the table to see. And
It's not even to call it. You have to. Rounders.
it's nice to see that with yesterday. I was saying this yesterday with the hybrid final table here. It's nice to see people having fun and interacting with each other positively on the feature tables here. They seem to be having fun. They were, chirping back and forth a little bit, but very good-natured and, joking. I think I just heard a Rounders reference, and it's nice to see people relaxing, having fun. Like as we can see all of the joy on Sebastian's face there as well.
And guys, if you didn't catch that, the blinds have gone up. We're now at 1,500, 3K, 3K. So expect to see just ever so slightly larger opens from a few of these players.
And we have, again, that crunch starting to come in with a few of them. We see that Duvall is now on 12 big blinds, even after having taken in the last hand. John Ducci's on 13 big blinds, Dawn on 16. So 3 of our players here in a relatively short stack. Sebastian also on about 18 and a half. So 4 under 20 bigs. There's a very good chance we'll see some action in this level between the 4 of them. John Ducci defends his Jack-6 in the big blind. Drew raises the 5s from a mid position. John flops the second pair, checks his option over to Drew.
Drew's got quite the range advantage here. He's going to have most of the aces in his range. So probably a spot that he may like to continue. It looks like he does. But I don't know that he's going to get a fold out of second pair quite yet.
I think he also went with a very low bet. I think, yep, 4,000 into 16, so a quarter pot bet. I don't think that John's going to give up his pair here. And there's the call.
This is a pretty nice setup.
A 10, no help for Drew, but maybe a little bit of a concern for John, because a similar hand that could be making a raise like this is going to be that king-queen. It's going to bring in things that bring in options and bring in other hands that maybe weren't ahead of him now, but Drew could be raising a king-9 suited, picks up some equity, could be raising a 9-8 suited, the types of hands that picked up more equity and continue to fire. And I think if Drew does pick up a larger bet here, that we'll see John get away from his hand. But it's not easy. Drew does not have a huge amount of chips behind him. And John has only about a pot left. He's got half a big more than the pot behind.
That's what I was going to mention. Regardless of what Drew has, the stacks become a little bit wonky when what sizing do you go to here? If you go third pot, John still has only 13K back and do what, a 40K pot or something like that. And then if you go full pot, well then he's going to be pot stuck. He goes 9. Yeah.
I like this because
I don't hate it.
It puts the pressure on John, and we'll see John lay down here kind of as we were discussing, and it didn't really put Drew in a huge world of hurt even if John comes along. John's going to rip over with a lot of his aces, and Drew can obviously just get away from it, but it kind of keeps the consistency. What I know the word, and it's just escaping me right now. But he basically lined it up for a quarter, a third, flop, turn, river. And it's just stringing along a lot of those hands that are okay and maybe want to be in there. It's a really good bluff size because it doesn't put him under duress for his own stack depth. But it also really makes it difficult for John with his chip stack to continue if he's not very strong. And it's something that you can also do with a lot of strength. It's a really good way to, again, be able to get some people to pay you off if he has that king-queen, if he has the ace, or the two pair with the ace-jack, the ace-10, something along those lines. It's the same kind of sizing that you want to see because John's not going to be following along with too many draws. He doesn't have a whole lot of drawing hands on that board. So you can just kind of string them along. And when you can do that with the value hands, you can do that with your bluffs like he did there. And it's very, very effective. It's targeting that exact hand. It's targeting the Jack X. It's obviously not Jack 10, but it's targeting Jack X. It's targeting, Queen 10 that might come along, King 10 that might come along and see it with the gut shot and picks up a little bit of equity and is certainly ahead of him.
Sure.
And again, as we've discussed many times, as you've said, very experienced play out of Drew, and again, helped him chip back up over 100,000. He picks up Ace Queen the next hand and is gonna 3-bet over the under the gun raise from cash on the smaller side with the ace-5.
Oh, sorry.
If you guys remember, we saw a hand not too long ago where Drew just flatted with ace-queen in position over and open. Now, that was ace-queen suited. It was on the button, but nonetheless, just, you know, seeing how things, dynamics can switch just depending. And there he finds a 3-bet with the ace-queen-o against an under-the-gun open from +2, and he gets that through pretty quickly. Cash just didn't have the goods to be able to continue there.
I think you picked up on one of the key parts of that too. Is he was not on being on the button gives you a lot more flexibility with what you want to do with those flats.
Positions everything.
The ace-queen off there in a mid position with a couple people who have position on him afterwards is not something that you want to flat.
Right.
And you're also inviting the blinds to join you as well, and you've got a hand that's not playing as strong multi-way.
Yep.
And rakes it in, as we said, and is up over almost 120,000. So he's had a pretty solid start to the day here.
Yep, I don't know, other than one hand that he jammed, I don't know that Drew's been all in other than that one hand, which was just a jam pre-flop that got a fold.
Yep.
Other than that, he has figured out a way to navigate from, I believe he came into the final table with like less than 60K in
Feature
chips.
table.
Or excuse me, feature table, excuse me.
We're a few
my
days
bad.
away from the final.
Came
table.
into the feature table with less than 60K, I think, starting, and he's found a way to just very incrementally chip up. And honestly, it's, you know, I don't want to bucket him into it, but again, just a really solid online
we're gonna
player, and
see
it's
some
something you see
action
online.
here. I think we're going to see a rip from Sebastian here in the small blind. I know him well, and there's a very good chance. I was going to say you could see him sometimes go for a smaller bet here and raise to maybe like 3 bigs. Cash has an ace in the big blind, but this is a relatively large rip, right? So we're talking about 16 and a half, 17 bigs. So it's not a slam dunk with an ace in the blind versus blind to call this off here. And we see Sebastian with a very strong hand, but he would be behind should Cash make the call, potentially able to push out a stronger hand by being aggressive with the king-queen. And he does lay down the ace-6. Sebastian picks up a few chips. And again, a very tough spot for Cash to make that call. It's enough chips that you don't want to make that call too light. And even though he's ahead, it's not one that you really want to make. You don't want to be making that call with the weak ace too often, because he was in as not quite the best case scenario he could have been in, but pretty close to the best case scenario where he's only like a 55 to 60% advantage over Sebastian. You know, Sebastian might have a weaker ace as well, and they're going to chop those a lot of the time. And then Sebastian would have a wheel ace with other straight opportunities. It's a tough spot for Cash to make that call, and a really good spot for Sebastian to be able to make that bet. And by going all in, if he raises, if he limps, and if Cash makes the rip, it's kind of the similar situation on the other foot. I do think Sebastian would have made the call, though. I also don't think he would have found himself in that spot. Now we have Dawn with the Jack-10, about 16 bigs. Looks like she's coming in for a raise to 7,000. Sebastian with the 9s on his button. I think we're going to see this one also get ripped.
I believe this is the exact pocket pair that you just want to force as many chips into the middle off of with +3 open.
Sounds like a vlog.
Yeah,
Oh, we have announcers?
No, they're commentating.
Commentating on us sometimes.
I thought. No.
Yes, John, we're commentating on you.
Commentating on every game.
I heard
And
them
your
talking
poor
about the
taste in
ace king
baseball
that you
teams.
folded. He said, I don't know if I would have folded it. I didn't know if they were talking about us, but they said.
Sebastian
Because
with
he-
the small
I
raise.
figured out best
Very
of
interesting here.
Like, he either has ace king or a bigger pair. Because he raised open, I 3-bet, he 4-bet.
Oh, they're still talking about
Just in
the
that
ace-king hand
situation,
from
I really
earlier.
think he was suited, though.
Very interesting here. Dawn Very small 3-bet from Sebastian, and Dawn comes along with a Jack-10 suited. Kind of a weird little flip as we go in. Sebastian ahead no longer. Dawn hits the 10 on the flop. Kind of not a bad flop for Sebastian, but the problem is this exact type of hand is going to be interesting. She leads with the all-in, and he makes the snap call. We haven't seen Dawn do this weekly. I mean, we haven't seen a whole lot from it, but every time she's been doing this with strength. If she's doing this maybe with hearts, I guess, but...
Yeah, this hand's a little rough across the board. He goes with a small 3-bet sizing. She drills top pair and then just puts it in, and Sebastian's at a point where he's put enough chips in that he probably wants to call off, and he finds a call, but unfortunately, Dawn's just going to take that down with top pair.
It doesn't improve. He's down to about 2 big blinds.
Looks like 30.
I understand the thinking from him.
Yeah.
Again, I've played with him a lot. He's a very, very solid, accomplished player. I think with what we've seen out of Dawn, I don't think she was going to be folding that pre-flop.
Nice.
Thank you.
And he's, you know, we talked before about denying equity, and I think that in that spot I would have liked the rip.
Shout out Harrison in the box, one of the nice young dealers here at the Borgata.
Yeah.
Really solid kid, and
We also have
Good efficient
a new, within the last few hands, or last orbit or so, I believe, we have a new addition to the table in Ben Ramon. We'll see there on 158,000 chips, about 53 big blinds.
let's go, Ben.
Why me? Why you?
No, because she needs talking chips.
Chips? Come on now. That's
Paul,
What do you
That's
have?
definitely
man?
talking.
Yelling chips.
I have.
Paul smashes every flop, so.
And turn.
And turn, and river.
No, he just has it on the turn. It's
Just
fine.
has it.
Just has it. He
He's
just has it
made.
dead on the turn.
DOTT.
I think we may see the first hand that Ben opens here.
Again, another person at this table with poor taste in baseball teams.
And I think that Ben is just going to get his first open through. Good way to start the table, Ben.
Fun one here. Cash picks up the ace-jack in the cutoff. I think we're going to see Duvall with the ace-5 suited go all in. There it goes. Duvall all in for just under 10 bigs.
Cash definitely going to give him some action here when this folds back around.
Paul with a hand he would have loved to have just been able to see the flop and defend his big blind, but steps aside, and Cash is going to quickly put in the call. Duvall will see some bad news, but still plenty live with the ace-5 of suit, the ace-5 of spades against Cash's ace-jack offsuit. Flop brings out the chop options again. King gives him a chop.
Yeah.
Queen gives him a chop.
Duvall's got
Pick a 9.
13 outs.
The jack is not one of them.
No, sir. GG Duvall.
Cash picks up some more chips, back up over 200,000, closer to where he started the day.
We have just one less player on the clock there. As you see at the top right corner of the screen, 464 unique entries for the Borgata Fall Poker Open Championship here. 126 players are left. That may be 125 after we lost Mr. Joshi there. But yeah, so we're moving right along. As I mentioned before, just the top 58 spots getting paid here. So we need to fade just about half the field to be in the money. We are still pretty far off from that. But how lucky are we to have some feature table coverage on day 2, man? I'm telling you what.
I was talking to people throughout the day yesterday. We wrapped the hybrid final table around 5 to 5:30, I want to say it was.
Sure.
And so I was just kind of hanging out in the Borgata here and talking to a number of different players that had either already bagged for today or were kind of bouncing in and around and a little bit over dinner break. And a lot of people were surprised to hear that there was the stream coverage for the feature for the feature table today, and we're very excited to see that. So shout out to the Borgata for making it happen. Shout out to Jeremy, and of course shout out to myself for being here to help hopefully entertain the masses.
No, it's often one of the things I say that I feel luckiest about having the job that I do covering poker, because I get to see a lot of the day 2, day 1, you know, players getting exploitative and finding out those ways that players get to those final tables. Because typically the only stream thing that you get to see most of the time is just, hey, here's 6 crushers that made the final table. They're playing for 6 figures, and check it out. But you don't get to see too often how they navigated a large field and got to where they're at. So I'm really excited to see some pre-bubble day 2 feature table coverage here and get to see these guys mixing it up. I know I've mentioned it already, but I really hope that you know, a couple of those big stacks stay on our final table as we get closer to that bubble, because
Feature table. We are not on a final table yet. I'm going to keep correcting you every single time.
Please do.
Because and I'm not going to spoil it, but I'm told that there's a fun final table stream commentator that will surprise a lot of people.
I may or may not also know who that is, and yes, it is quite the surprise, but excited to see him get in the mix. So make sure you guys stick around.
So you've narrowed it down now.
Narrowed it down
to him.
Oh, I know who it is.
No, but you narrowed it down to him versus her. You narrowed it down to gender.
Oh, my bad. I apologize. Yes, it is a him.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, yeah, very excited to both see and hear him getting on the comms.
Cash just recently took down yet another pot, opened an ace, and flopped 2 more. John with the small stack, pocket 9s, no options here. This is going to go in. Sebastian with a big and a half, lays down the ace.
Wow.
2.5 bigs, excuse me. And runs into the 10s of Drew. I would expect to see Drew ISO this.
And he would be smart for doing so. Not that I think Paul's going to call on the button with Queen Jack O, but just call.
Going to call.
Hit me up.
Oof.
Queen Jack suited in the small blind for Ben.
Feels like a
Not enough.
decent amount of hand here. He gets rid of it.
Not quite enough for him to go for that.
Come on.
I think the reason why I like the ISO with that is I think if Ben's in the big blind, it's very, very close to that Queen Jack suited, King Jack suited, King Queen suited for sure will also come along.
Yeah.
And it's just adding in that little bit of extra risk. And all clubs does not give John any new outs, but we get some backdoor chop options, which have since gone away. Just 2 outs for John. Does not get that.
GG, John. Good run, my friend. You were not given the best card distribution in the world.
no real options, no real other, no other choices on the last hand for you there either.
And we see Drew just go ahead, continue to chip up. He has really navigated well on this final table so far, or its feature table so far. I'm probably going to mess it up so many times, you guys. I apologize. Pretty much every time.
Can we get a counter for the number of times we collectively call this final table? Because I think I've done it at least once as well. Or in the caught myself in the middle. But yeah, Drew back up over 140,000 on this non-final table.
I got to mention, too, how good does this set look? So they are in a new spot. We've been down in the basement before. We have been up in the main Borgata Event Center before for, excuse me, the feature table and final table set of where they're actually filming this stuff. And they now are in the back of the poker room in the small high stakes area with the glass windows. And yeah, the set looks so good. The red looks good. Yeah, shout out to Guerrilla Gaming and those guys for just always setting up an absolutely awesome production for this group. Yeah.
Sebastian all in with his 2.5 bigs with his sevens.
I actually had no idea. Even when I signed up for the cash game, I didn't even know the main was. Because the main's normally like Monday, Tuesday and stuff. It's normally. It's got to be better.
How much is it?
8,000. It's got to be better Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Drew in the hijack with the. Oh no, excuse me, that's Ben. I'm sorry.
13.
Ben going to ISO off his button or just call. I thought I heard him announce 13.
Oh, that's a real one.
Yeah, that's surprising to get that.
But we have the sevens against the ace-3, so not a bad spot at all for Sebastian. Looking to try and more than double up here and get himself some chips. That's a fade, a couple aces.
Ooh.
Picks up some extra outs
Never
with the
easy.
fives.
I like the split screen.
Not always the way.
Good turn for Sebastian. Still's got to fade an ace or a 5 on the river here. And the 3 pairs, Ben, but not enough. Sebastian does get the more than double. It looks, I believe that was more than a triple.
He smiled. Did you see that? He smiled.
What?
He smiled right there.
Can we? What?
I swear. I'm telling you. I know. It's rare.
That must. I mean, I'm speechless.
I know. So as we take a look at the chip counts here, Volpe still sitting with more than double what Cash has there in second place. Boris and Ben sitting in the middle there with Drew and Dawn and Sebastian sitting down there in kind of the danger zone. Sebastian gonna need some more help if he wants to continue chopping it up here on this feature table action, but if there's anybody that can spin up a short stack, I think my guy Seabass can get it done.
Yeah, and we are only on 7 now, so I expect we'll have some new players coming in shortly as well. You know, which will be interesting to see what kind of chip stacks, what kind of personalities we get in the mix coming in. In the meantime, we'll get back to the action with the 7 we have.
Yeah, as you see up in the top corner there, and as I mentioned before, 125 players still remaining. And yeah, that means random players getting moved in. Yep. Yeah, random players getting moved in here. We could see anything from another big stack getting moved into another short stack. The dynamics could change depending on who or when or who or what player gets put in here.
You've said it. You've talked about the number of players remaining, the number of players overall. I've been looking at that top corner number, and I've had no clue what the heck I'm looking at.
Yeah.
It just goes to show you that sometimes some of us are not the smartest here. Sebastian all in with the King Jack. He's going to find himself in a flip here with Paul.
Yes.
The King Jack versus the pocket 8s for a chance to hopefully find another double up for him. Not rooting against Paul, just no Sebastian.
Just a few minutes ago, the other players at the table were bemoaning how good Paul runs. Let's see how good he does run.
Well, there's the King. So Sebastian gets the card that he needs to get out in front and to dodge one of the final 2 8s. 7's close enough. Throw a 9 out there just for the sweat, just so that it looks similar.
Just put another 3-sider out there.
The deuce, and he does get another double.
Let's go.
A triple followed by a double for Sebastian. Do we get another smile out of him? I'm going to watch this time.
I don't know.
That's close. That's close. That looks like pure joy in his eyes.
I was going to say, that head shake was as much emotion as I've ever seen out of Sebastian.
I hate the flop stutter.
Wait. The lips quivered there.
Oh,
I don't know.
man.
That wasn't there. Yeah.
I'm telling you, he
Smile.
grinned.
That
He
was a
grinned.
smile.
He grinned.
That was a smile.
Flop stutter?
He's happy to still be here. Look at him, back
He
up to
certainly
15
is.
bigs. He was sitting at 2.5 bigs just a few minutes ago. Let's go.
He didn't know if he should.
The beauty of the big blind ante here
Is it?
is he ended up on 2.5 bigs on his button, which means he had a bunch of hands to choose from before he had to put in anything else. He was able to try and find the spot. We saw him fold an ace off of 2.5 bigs,
That did happen.
where he would have been out.
Yep.
And we've seen him. We saw him lay down. I think it was a suited king.
I believe so.
To an early position raise where he would have been out. And he found the spot. He found the triple with the sevens, finds a double right after that, and he's now back over a starting stack, back up to 15 bigs. And again, not healthy by any means, but in a position where, he's kind of where we were talking about a lot of people earlier. One double, and he's in a very, very good spot.
And Sebastian, along with Drew, who we've mentioned, is definitely more of an online guy. Not that I don't see him very often in the live streets, but definitely more of an online guy, mixing it up, on BetMGM and some of the other regulated sites in the States here. And yeah, man, it's just getting those reps in over and over and over again. You just learn to navigate that short stack so well, and it's definitely coming in handy here on this feature table coverage.
There we go. Cash in the big blind with an ace-queen suited against the early under-the-gun raise from Drew. Cash with a relatively juicy 3-bet here to just about 8 bigs.
Ooh.
I think it looks like Drew's just counting some chips. He pulled out some chips.
It looked like he was cutting out that 4-bet bluff, but
yeah, that would have been a very, very large 4-bet right there.
the positions are a little bit interesting too, because Drew's opening under the gun, and Cash, who can complete the action and see a flop, still opts to 3-bet. So this is typically indicative of a very strong hand, and Drew just not looking to get too out of line with the ace 3 suited. And Cash going to take it down. Easy game. Let's go, Cash. I wish I was playing for $204,000 right now.
Really?
You can hear them.
That would be nice. I did not get a chance.
God, he played that hand so bad.
I thought I just heard Paul say that he could hear us, but I'm not sure.
I know there's 2 hands that they're working.
If I really want to get it right, it's going to be like an extra
I'm
50
like,
seconds.
you
every
better
game.
go.
We are right outside the streaming area right now, and I'm not going to lie, I may have a slightly loud voice. So
I am not quiet.
yeah, no, I'm not quiet either. So they may be able to hear us just a little bit.
I'm hoping that Sebastian can hear me.
I'm sorry if we say anything bad.
Well, all I want to do is just like have needle after needle for him, so that I'm just waiting for the messages, coming back to the messages later.
So that afterwards you can put a Sebastian Needle supercut together and send it off to him.
I was going to say, I'm sure that there'll be something dumb that I'll say that'll be waiting for me as well. We see Ben here with the early position, king-queen suited, puts in the raise.
I can't.
Cash
watch a poker
defends
shot.
the ace-8 out of the small blind.
It's either too slow or I bust.
We're gonna get 2 to the flop here.
For everybody.
Oh yeah, I already texted her, or she texted me.
Yeah, it's not fun.
I'm sure she heard us.
Or there's like the big live cash, which is
The
just
ace of
stupid.
diamonds for Cash.
Fish.
The Broadway draw for Ben here.
It's entertaining, but at a
I
certain
don't
point
even think it's
like,
entertaining. Like, how's-
With
like,
backdoor
watching
diamonds.
not
Backdoor
really.
diamonds.
Because don't let anybody tell you differently. A backdoor flush
can
draw
see why
is a
it's
flush
entertaining.
draw.
It's a lot
Don't
of-
talk
I
badly
guess.
about
I
it.
don't know.
Cash, it looks like Snap click raised this.
Is that what happened?
Yep. Ben
Interesting.
put out 7,500 and Cash snap raised to 16,000.
It's really interesting, actually. Just clicks it back pretty much. And then, yeah, Ben just getting too good of a price not to try and drill some equity on the turn, unfortunately.
Turn does not improve, does not add any additional draws or outs. Cash going to lead out for 21 into 50, so about 40% of the pot there.
And honestly, good on Cash for finding a spot where he's got top pair, he's got the best hand, and he still figures out a way to get a little bit, eke out a little extra value out of a king high. So I don't know that he's going to get called here on the turn, and he does not, unfortunately, but kudos to him because it may very well have been a check back on the turn from Ben, so he got a little bit of extra value out of there, most likely, and avoided that nasty 10 coming on the river or anything like that.
And no free cards. They
Yeah.
could have put him in a bad spot.
Nice pot cash.
Very, very interesting to see a check raise with a weak ace to an early position raise.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, it's a decent find there.
It's interesting to see what Ben and other people in an early position would do with better aces, because Cash basically put in more than what the turn bet likely would have been as well.
Sure.
But it worked out very well for him there, and he was able to deny the equity of the Broadway draw and some of pick up a little bit himself and also take the lead in the hand.
Absolutely.
Sebastian with the Jack-10 and the cutoff here. Going to raise the Jack-10. Paul in the big blind with an interesting spot, a kind of a weird weak ace. I expect we'll see probably just a defend. If he has history with Sebastian, I could see him making a rip here, because Sebastian certainly does have open fold ranges off of this stack depth, and a lot of people don't necessarily look to try to find these types of open folds. A lot of people are looking at this depth as a rip range only.
Yep.
We'll see what Paul decides to do.
Interesting. So Paul went tiny 3-bet.
And Sebastian snapped.
Instead of ripping, and he gets a snap fold.
Really? I like it.
Sorry.
You can see the experience from Paul with that too. Again,
it's a really fascinating hand. Actually, I realized it didn't even see a flop, but just to see Sebastian having 2.5 bigs a few hands ago, he gets up to 15, opens what I think a lot of people might think is just a fold maybe off of 15 bigs, but I don't hate it. Again, I think Sebastian most likely has more experience. Ooh, Boris with number 1. Anyways,
we get distracted in the middle of it as we see the card. Yeah.
Sebastian just very used to working off of short stacks. He's somebody that can open and navigate off of that, but just big kudos to Paul for finding a really interesting non-all-in 3-bet and just instantly getting the fold. It just awesome.
And he's gonna do the same thing with your aces, your kings, right?
Yep.
Sebastian will. So it's it's part of the game that a lot of times does come with the experience and come with the comfort of playing in that depth range and being comfortable spinning. We've already seen him spin once. He's nowhere near as low as he was earlier. This is a really interesting spot here where Boris raised with the aces, Cash calling with the king-queen, prices in Drew to call in with his 2s on the button, which now prices in Ben to call with the 6-5, so we get a nice little 4-way pot.
Yeah, quite a variety of hands here, which is interesting. There's not going to be a ton of flops that hit everybody or anything like that, but we'll see if we can get some players having a piece, and sure enough.
Well, we have a flop that hit almost everybody.
Never mind.
Drew is the only person who has nothing to do with this
How
flop.
do you just hand pick a flop and just make me look silly?
That's basically what was happening all day yesterday. As soon as we would say whatever a prediction would be, nope, something different. Nope, something different.
There's just
There's no way this flop is going to hit. Well, it didn't hit everybody, so you were right. It didn't hit Drew.
I can't believe it hit 3 of them. Cash hits top pair. Boris still with the Rockets, and Ben just goes ahead, defends big blind, and just hits trips.
Smashes trips.
So this board's rainbow, and there's going to be a ton of top pair in both Boris and Cash's range.
Yeah.
I like the flat call rather than putting in the raise right away.
I don't think you can play on your
Boris now is most likely going to have to come in behind.
I was going to say, I don't think he should be raising here because you've got the big blind defend call in here. And Cash could easily have an ace-5.
The one thing I will say is one of the worst feelings in the world is feeling under-repped on turns and rivers. And he's going to be pretty under-repped here. But he can just have a lot of
being
aces.
under-repped is a great feeling to me.
Really?
Because
Teach me the ways, man, because I hate that feeling.
Oh
my goodness.
Wow.
What a stupid
I
card.
love being under-repped in these kinds of spots because when you get the card that works for you, you're always going to get paid.
Sure.
Not always, but you're going to get paid so much more.
Sure.
So like right now, this is a much worse feeling. Like he's not under-repped. He's just he played this. I don't see anything wrong with the way that Boris played this at all. Coming along on the flop. But now, obviously, I hate sitting there with the aces. And he's not under-repped here. He's just...
I was talking about him checking the flop and then calling.
Checking the flop four-way with a paired board with however many things that will hit that, right? So, like, big blind defend, you can see the big blind range there, right? You saw the big blind defend with the 5-6. We've seen cash flatting behind with all different kinds of aces. So is cash going to flat a suited ace to an under-the-gun open, an ace-5?
Fair.
Is a button going to play an ace-5?
Also need to mention here, which is really, really important, it checked a cash who essentially snap bet again with, top boat. And big kudos to Ben for barely even really thinking about it and just getting out of the way with the flop trip 5s. He doesn't even really think about it that much, gets out of the way, and Boris, who had the worst hand... See, that's the look of a guy who's under-repped and now annoyed with himself that he called 2 streets and has to put in the last bet. Yep, so, and king. Sorry, Boris.
So
brutal one.
The piece of that, too, though, is... I mean, obviously, if the king doesn't come, we don't think Ben's going anywhere.
Right.
Right.
But he's so under-repped that if Ben's not in that hand and the king doesn't come, if that turns a queen instead of a king, Cash is still going to do the same thing, and Boris just gets to sit there and just collect his chips, collect his chips, collect his chips.
Yep.
And Cash is going to be snap betting and being under-repped in that spot. Like he still has all the decisions that he can choose to make.
Sure.
I think when the board double pairs on the turn, I think it's a lot easier to get away from it. And to me, again, no one's looking at him having the aces there. It's what do I want to say? It's a spot that he's not going to get cash off the king. So if things go his way, he can sit there and let other people put in the chips for him.
Sure.
And if not, he can also sit back and kind of let the action come to him and make the decisions. And it's tough because we've seen Cash betting a lot. We've seen Cash driving a lot of the action.
Yeah, he's been mixing it up.
So certainly never picturing him getting away from it on the flop.
That makes him good.
The turn with the double board pair, I think, was a time where it's more likely to try and get away from it because we haven't seen Cash getting too far out of line. And we don't think we've seen Cash showing anything out of line. Is where he can get away from it a little bit. But if that doesn't happen, there's nothing to say that Ben with a weak 5 and pressure applied from Cash, I don't think he's getting away from it.
Right.
But depending on sizing, could he? Maybe. Unlikely. And if that does get down to just Boris and Cash and the second king hasn't hit, Cash is just going to blast into Boris, and Boris is just going to sit there and collect his chips and collect his chips.
Sure. Couple of aces, offsuit aces going to a flop here, and Ben 2 hands in a row just flopping trips.
Smashing the flops. Dawn does have a backdoor straight flush draw here. And Ben is going to lead this trip 6s. Yeah, I would much rather people thinking I have weaker hands than I have when I have strength than thinking I have strength. Like I want them thinking that I don't have anywhere near as strong a hand as I have.
Sure.
Know about that one.
Ben does take down the small pot there, moves himself back up over 100. I believe he was over 100 before, dipped below, and has since climbed back above. And we continue 7-handed. Expect again.
Anyone else, we gotta be serious. But I looked at you. I couldn't help.
Sure, we'll be getting another player here soon enough.
You see some more laughter on the table from our players. Which again, love to see.
Thanks.
Love to see people having fun with it. I'm sure he's laughing on the inside somewhere. We've gotten 2 smiles, which is about as much as we can hope for publicly. Ben with the suited wheel ace. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, Paul. I'm sorry. I got my names backwards. Ben with the suited wheel ace on his button. Paul has since folded. Actions to him.
A lot of love for Cash in the chat. Phil G, Leon Gibbs, Robert Wilson, all giving a big shout out to the one Cash Corpening. He's playing well here. Had a tough go at it in that first hand with Paul, but he is right back up to 350K.
Put him there.
Getting after it.
No, it's okay. Thank you.
So Ben gonna flop the wheel draw here, or the straight
double
draw.
gut.
Yeah, double gutter.
See some earlier comments about the Esh-Up Spinner game. We have also in the chat from our final table yesterday, Eric Koch, free 2-pawn from the final table, also coming in here and a little bit earlier chirping that what looked to have been the second double up for Sebastian.
So in doing a slight amount of research yesterday, God, what a sick graph that guy has.
He does pretty well for himself, yeah. He's,
on his Just Bet MGM graph
his
is
Just Bet MGM
sick.
graph it goes in one direction, and it's the direction that you want it to go.
Yep, and the money goes in the right direction.
Yep.
No, yeah, it's sick. Shout out for a big heads up there he had yesterday. One Dylan Cohen came out as the winner, but yeah, Eric had a lot of fans in the chat and stuff. So
they came in as 2 of the smaller stacks as well, and you know, we kind of touched base on it a lot throughout the day. There was a lot of very disciplined ICM play, a lot of very disciplined play at our short table, final table.
Which is not surprising out of, 6 online grinders. But
we actually had a double knockout, so we only had 5 that made it. There was a double knockout to end the online section.
Oh, I noticed
that
it was only 5 guys that were on there actually when I got the paper. Yeah.
Yep, there was a double KO for the last hand of the day
for the final table bubble
and,
or whatever. Yeah.
And Eric and Dylan came in 3rd and 4th, I believe, in chips, or 4th and 5th in chips.
Yeah.
And played very, very well in the short stack. Dylan was basically as low as Sebastian. Dylan was down to 4 bigs on the final table.
Crazy.
Got a triple up, more than a triple up, and then a double up right after. He won an ace-8 against an ace-king. And someone else had come along with an ace-9, and then the ace-king raised to ISO. And the 8 came in on the flop, and Dylan got a triple up from that, and then won a flip and was in the chip lead just with basically 2 all-ins like that, and managed to run that through to the trophy. I believe 63,000 for him, and the hardware and the Borgata Fall Poker Open title.
And I want to come back to that. I do, but we got a good one going on here. Again, it's going to get boring once the cards actually hit their backs. But last time we thought the Ace King and the Ace King were going to clash, they did not. So
that is also true.
So I believe we had an open from Drew, a call in the cutoff from Ben with the Jack 10-0. Boris going to wake up in the small blind with the AK. He's going to 3-bet. And I don't think the graphics have caught up yet, but I believe Drew put in a 4-bet there, and Ben is now in the tank on said 4-bet. Oh, he just Drew just moved all in. Yeah.
Ben folded, and I don't expect to I mean, I guess live poker is weird. I've seen a lot more Ace-King folds live than you ever see online. But yeah, there we go. We get the call. Not quite a free roll for Drew, but a little bit more equity with the suited Ace-King.
That's not true at all. Boris has 2 flush draws. Drew only has 1, so I don't know what you're talking about. But
we'll see what we get. If we get any kind of sweat here.
Boris a huge favorite.
Well, there's he got a piece of each of them,
Dang
but
it.
no bueno.
Can we just get a sweat, please?
We get a smile. We got a smile out of both. We were looking to see if we even got a tiny smile out of Drew, and we finally did.
If the dealer can hear me, just can you put out a sweatier flop next time, please? A little bit of drama would be nice. But no. Back to that hybrid final table. Yeah, no, it was just cool. Dylan Cohen, really nice guy. Had his mom there on the rail, who got to see his first live win. That was his first live win, even though he's a pretty big online reg. So yeah, cool that he got to have his mom there and won his biggest live score and stuff. Just can't say enough good things about that hybrid table format. It's a 1K that starts online and then finishes up the final table on stream in person. Just a really cool format. BetMGM continuing to do really cool stuff for the players. Shout out BetMGM.
We
and
have
the Borgata.
a new member at our table. We have, it looks like, a gentleman in a very ugly hat and hoodie combo with a terrible beard.
Oh my God.
Looks like his name is spelled Andrew, but I pretty much know him as like Philly tax guy. Is how I've
Is
kind of
that
gotten
is
to
that
know
Philly
him.
tax guy?
That is in fact Philly tax
I've
guy.
played with him on. I'm not going to name the site because it's not BetMGM, but I've played with him on a few of one of the Pennsylvania online regulated sites.
He mixes it up both online and live. He's had,
Nice.
had a lot of live success over the year, and certainly a lot of online success as well. And he is a friend of mine. I do know him. I talk to him most days.
I figured.
So joins us at the table here. I may have known that was coming. I did see the notice that he was joining before we get caught up, before we get any of the detail. We have a three-way pot here. We have Ben, Boris, and Cash going to a flop with two suited aces and the pocket fives. The ace-jack for Ben picks up the second pair. And there is our new gentleman looking quite gray right there. A little grout fit for him, I believe is the term.
The grout fit. You didn't have to do him like that. Come on.
He did it to himself. He woke up and said, I'm wearing only gray today.
So after the Queen Jack 4 2 spades flop, it's going to check through to Boris on the button, and he's going to decide to take the betting lead here with just the pocket fives. But Ben, undeterred with second pair there, top kicker, is just going to go ahead, put in that call. Let's see a turn.
Boris with the backdoor spade, which he now has a low spade draw.
Solid.
Very, very common to see when it gets checked to you in a multi-way pot on the button or in position to fire out that
Sure.
feeler bet. A lot of hands will not want to let things get to the button, and if you have a hand, or if you want to represent a hand, you have to bet it on the flop. It's very difficult to check the flop and then try to represent a hand later. So not a surprise at all to see Boris throw out a third of a pot there. Certainly no surprise to see Ben come along with the check. Very interesting to see how much pressure Boris chooses to try to apply here as the additional heart comes in, because that's one of those, again, in a multi-way pot, I understand why just about any draw or pair would be wanting to bet it, so there's no reason to think that he might not be betting this on a spade draw, on a combo draw. Ooh. And he does get the ace-jack to fold by applying that pressure.
Nice,
he put in a large bet on the turn. Yep. You'll see there about a little over 2/3 pot, 75 3/4 pot, something in that range. And again, it's set up. If he checks the flop and tries that on the turn, I don't think he's getting that through. Because you've got to be able to tell the story.
Yep. No, really nice find there from Boris with the worst hand. Yeah, no, nice.
And picking back some of the chips he had lost in the aces hands just a bit earlier, and back up to 181,000.
It's nice commentating with you because you know a bunch of these online screen names and stuff. I am much more of a live player, but do get in the online streets a decent amount. And yeah, it's fun. You knowing a lot of these screen names, I might be able to put a few together.
Yeah,
Give me a.
what do I want to say? I am very fortunate to have gotten a chance to meet and interact with a lot of the players in a number of different ways online, and then having met a bunch of them throughout the local live stops, whether it's in Philly, here, also out in Vegas, and Yeah, it's fun to kind of have some of those branches and those tentacles out into the community, and
Yeah, man.
it was really cool, like kind of seeing like the 1 degree of separation for a lot of them, of people just saying, "Hey, like that's my buddy," or seeing people on the rail, like Sebastian was
yeah.
on the rail for Eric
Yeah.
yesterday.
Yes. Yeah.
And some of the different connections throughout the community, and
For
just
sure.
kind of like the way that makes commentating or playing or watching, it makes it a lot more fun, because shockingly we're commentating, we're both talkative people.
Sure.
If I'm at a table, I like talking, and when you have all those different connections, all those different relationships with people, it makes it a lot more fun, and you see a lot more, really a lot of what we saw yesterday. We've seen a good bit of it throughout the day today, of people having fun at the table and chatting with each other. And I think just, again, for me, that's a big part of what I love about poker, is the communal aspect. And it's fun to see some of that, show here on the stream.
Sure.
And the more you know people, the more you interact, the more opportunities there are to find those small world moments. We found out one of the gentlemen, not to keep going back to the hybrid final table last night, but one of the gentlemen there lives 10 minutes from me.
No kidding.
Yeah.
There you go. That actually
And
happened to me too.
Cash, real quick, Cash on his button with a suited ace.
They're changing the table.
Andrew, I don't think I've ever seen him put chips into a pot with anything below pocket queens, maybe? Wakes up the pocket kings in his second or third hand with us, and is certainly going to put in his 3-bet here.
Players aren't going to have a ton of table reads on him either, with him just having sat down. Cash, a decently strong hand, and the button,
For the cash game?
and some newly found chips. Let's see if he decides to defend this 3-bet.
was coming down here.
I think Andrew is a very well-known player locally. He's been
I would've been
seen a lot in on the local scene in a lot of the live tournaments. He's had a lot of success here
I don't know if I would have played
and
it. I
elsewhere.
actually had no idea
Cash,
it was-
very
even when
disciplined
I signed
fold.
up for the cash game,
Yeah,
I didn't even
good
know
fold,
main
Cash.
In position, there's a lot of times you want to see that, and
Yeah, this is the first time
you know
I
that,
feel
that
like
was
It's gotta be better.
not a
I just
terrible
didn't
spot
know.
for him to have seen a
It's gotta be
flop, but
better
it would have been an
Friday,
expensive flop
usually run
against
this thing during the week.
a very strong player who, as we saw, had a very strong hand. So Cash choosing to pick his battles in a different hand.
They do it on the weekend.
So as we see
Share
the
that
payouts
overlay.
here again, guys, 204,000 for first place. But again, this is featured
What is your
table
family
coverage,
doing
not
out here?
final table
Is there a show or
coverage. So
something, or?
these gentlemen right here are not playing for that
someone got fired
204K
there.
quite yet. Still got to get through the bubble. We are just in level 12 here, so still quite a bit of time. Probably about half the field needs to be faded yet before we even get to that bubble. But
How old is
it's
she,
going to
Paul?
come up quicker than we realize, man. These guys are getting after it here in the early goings. Already seen quite a few players rotate through here with some eliminations and stuff. But
So my daughter
Boris going to open up
do with my first
the King 10 suited from middle position here, and Andrew, 2 hands in a row, picking up pocket pairs. This one he decides to just flat on the button.
Yeah.
And they've got deep enough
I feel like
stacks
I
that
probably skipped it. I don't
makes a
know.
lot of sense for him to flat in position.
Sure.
And there's a number of different ways that you'll see people play this. You'll certainly see people play with a raise there as
You
well.
think Mother's Day would have
I think for the most part at this point in the tournament, we only will be bloating pots too much pre-flop with 9, especially when we have
would be
position.
your one day?
Yeah,
you don't
exactly.
play?
And you're going to see the
What would be like the one
sizing
day-
from
What would
Andrew.
be your one
You're going to
day
see a
you
lot of
don't
very, very solid, studied play from him.
Like,
And I think you're
I will
going to
not play
see
poker on this
pretty
day.
much
Maybe
just
Thanksgiving.
consistency
All right, Chris.
for
Christmas,
whether
big
he's
for you.
live or online. You're going to see consistency for just not making big mistakes. He puts himself in a good spot over and over. And there's Boris picking up a surefire
Look at
winner
this.
right there.
Nothing
Look at
new
this.
football.
So
It's like
Paul
That's
turns.
my favorite holiday.
Paul
Yeah,
turns a straight.
far.
Boris had checked when he
Thanksgiving's
hit
my
the nut
favorite
flush draw on the turn, and they both make it on the 4 of diamonds. Really sick turn card. It just depends whether Paul wants to put some money into this
She said
pot,
she
which
won't
he
play on
decides he
Christmas.
does.
Of course he's going to put
Yeah,
money
of
into
course.
this spot. And it's going to be how much is he going to get? Is he going to give to Boris here?
Let's gamble.
18,000 that's a hefty bet right there. Right, that's a hefty bet. That's near pot.
Chinese or Indian and
Yeah, that's-
play online or something.
I can do the math there. That's like 85% pot right there.
And again, Boris checked the nut flush draw on the flop. Andrew checked back on the button. So Boris probably gets to raise here in some situations, but he just goes ahead and calls. Let's hope that diamond doesn't come off on the river, because I think Paul is going to feel very comfortable putting his foot on the gas. If no diamond come, no diamond, no board pair.
Well, I think the call on the turn with the size that Paul chose makes a ton of sense, and the board pair is going to slow things down a good bit. And there's exactly what you were saying with the board pair. I think that's going to slow things down a good bit. I would not be surprised if we see a bet call and that's it. I would be a little surprised to see anyone raise. I think we might see Paul lead again, and Boris could raise, but Paul defending the big blind has anything you can imagine right now. He could have ace-5, ace-6, ace-4, and those are going to blast that turn. 7-3, 7-8, both of those are certainly in the wheelhouse. Same with the smaller diamonds. So,
but looks like Paul deciding that he still just has too much hand to not bet at this point. So, like about 42K.
And I don't think Boris gets anything out of a raise here, right? There's nothing that he raises that he should get called by that's worse than his hand.
I was thinking the same thing. Other than maybe slightly worse flushes.
Queen diamond.
Right. When I say slightly worse flushes, like I don't even think if he raises a decent size here, he gets a call from like a 9 high flush.
I think a queen of diamonds, queen high flush here, needs to get out of the way to a raise.
Yeah.
Right? Like it should not be calling him. I mean, unless you've got people with history and you've got sickos going back and forth and playing aggressively all the way through hands, which we really haven't had a whole lot of here. I don't think that there's anything that is going to call him that's worse. I don't think a queen high flush calls him. So I think we should just see Boris put in his 42,000, just call it. And not put himself in any more trouble.
Exactly. I think
Paul, who hasn't covered.
I think that's the conclusion he's going to come to. Yeah, I just don't feel like getting. I don't feel like getting check raised all in here on this. Let's just go ahead and take these chips if we can get them. Yup, I won. He even gave the kind of like crap. I maybe could have got a couple more bucks out here, but dude, I think that plays perfectly fine.
I mean that's the correct play. Yeah. Paul should not be putting in any more chips.
Yep.
And if he does, the only thing that happens, like if he doesn't go all in, which it would be kind of like a click for over half his stack kind of raise.
Good turn.
Then Paul's
just call.
If Paul rips, you're either cry folding or you're cry calling, feeling like you're beat.
Right.
Which is not a spot you want to put yourself in. So again, very well played by Boris. Kind of a weird one. If he bets the flop with that flush draw, I think he just takes it down on the flop by checking that nut flush draw and getting the perfect turn. Ended up picking up quite a nice pot there, and that brings him back up to 265,000. So he's back up 80 and change bigs.
Yeah, Boris has done a really good job of navigating here too.
The recovery since the aces hand.
Yeah, exactly. Kept himself out of trouble for the most part, too.
And Paul, just an unfortunate run out there for him, and you can understand why he's betting. And
what are they doing about our chips? Kev, we just go, or?
Yeah, maybe calling up the purpose, and then we're going to be actually moving this live stream table back.
So it sounds like our players are nearing the end of the level, end of a break. It's going to be a color-up break, and if I heard correctly, it sounds like that they're going to be moving this table off of the feature table.
Yep.
And we're going to be getting a new feature table coming off the break.
Not that I haven't really enjoyed this first set of feature table players. However, I may or may not have gotten a couple hints about who the next group is. And there's a couple guys that I really like that'll be coming in. I think that will mix it up and make for a fun stream. So I'm stoked.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this as well. I saw a piece of that, and do you want to spoil a little bit as we're heading to this?
Let's not. We got the players going on a 15-minute break here, and when we come back, we will. Excuse me, my apologies, guys. 20-minute break, and they're going to get this next feature table set up, and we'll keep it a surprise. But make sure you guys come back. I assure you, there's some familiar faces, maybe a big name or two, and yeah, we'll get back in the mix here in just a few minutes. Enjoy your break, guys.
Legendary. It's seeing your third Vegas sunrise in a row. Proving you're right, or giving it to your friend who's always wrong. Meeting your hero?
What's up, fellas?
Legendary. Or meeting someone else's hero. Hitting a jackpot from your subway seat. Or how about this? Front row seats. A story you'll tell for the rest of your lives. Or a secret spot that you'll tell everyone about tomorrow. Whatever makes it legendary for you, it can all happen here. BetMGM. Make it legendary. Legendary. It's seeing your third Vegas sunrise in a row. Proving you're right, or giving it to your friend who's always wrong. Meeting your hero?
What's up, fellas?
Legendary. Or meeting someone else's hero. Hitting a jackpot from your subway seat. Or how about this? Front row seats. A story you'll tell for the rest of your lives. Or a secret spot that you'll tell everyone about tomorrow. Whatever makes it legendary for you, it can all happen here. BetMGM. Make it legendary. Legendary. It's seeing your third Vegas sunrise in a row. Proving you're right, or giving it to your friend who's always wrong. Meeting your hero?
What's up, fellas?
Legendary. Or meeting someone else's hero. Hitting a jackpot from your subway seat. Or how about this? Front row seats. A story you'll tell for the rest of your lives. Or a secret spot that you'll tell everyone about tomorrow. Whatever makes it legendary for you, it can all happen here. BetMGM. Make it legendary. seeing your third Vegas sunrise in a row. Proving you're right, or giving it to your friend who's always wrong. Meeting your hero?
What's up, fellas?
Legendary. Or meeting someone else's hero. Hitting a jackpot from your subway seat. Or how about this? Front row seats. A story you'll tell for the rest of your lives. Or a secret spot that you'll tell everyone about tomorrow. Whatever makes it legendary for you, it can all happen here. BetMGM. Make it legendary. Legendary. It's seeing your third Vegas sunrise in a row. Proving you're right, or giving it to your friend who's always wrong. Meeting your hero?
What's up, fellas?
Legendary. Or meeting someone else's hero. Hitting a jackpot from your subway seat. Or how about this? Front row seats. A story you'll tell for the rest of your lives. Or a secret spot that you'll tell everyone about tomorrow. Whatever makes it legendary for you, it can all happen here. BetMGM. Make it legendary. Legendary. It's seeing your third Vegas sunrise in a row. Proving you're right, or giving it to your friend who's always wrong. Meeting your hero?
What's up, fellas?
Legendary. Or meeting someone else's hero. Hitting a jackpot from your subway seat. Or how about this? Front row seats. A story you'll tell for the rest of your lives. Or a secret spot that you'll tell everyone about tomorrow. Whatever makes it legendary for you, it can all happen here. BetMGM. Make it legendary. Legendary. It's seeing your third Vegas sunrise in a row. Proving you're right, or giving it to your friend who's always wrong. Meeting your hero?
What's up, fellas?
Legendary. Or meeting someone else's hero. Hitting a jackpot from your subway seat. Or how about this? Front row seats. A story you'll tell for the rest of your lives. Or a secret spot that you'll tell everyone about tomorrow. Whatever makes it legendary for you, it can all happen here. BetMGM. Make it legendary. Legendary. It's seeing your third Vegas sunrise in a row. Proving you're right, or giving it to your friend who's always wrong. Meeting your hero?
What's up, fellas?
Legendary. Or meeting someone else's hero. Hitting a jackpot from your subway seat. Or how about this? Front row seats. A story you'll tell for the rest of your lives. Or a secret spot that you'll tell everyone about tomorrow. Whatever makes it legendary for you, it can all happen here. BetMGM. Make it legendary. Legendary. It's seeing your third Vegas sunrise in a row. Proving you're right, or giving it to your friend who's always wrong. Meeting your hero?
What's up, fellas?
Legendary. Or meeting someone else's hero. Hitting a jackpot from your subway seat. Or how about this? Front row seats. A story you'll tell for the rest of your lives. Or a secret spot that you'll tell everyone about tomorrow. Whatever makes it legendary for you, it can all happen here. BetMGM. Make it legendary. seeing your third Vegas sunrise in a row, proving you're right, or giving it to your friend who's always wrong. Meeting your hero?
What's up, fellas?
Legendary. Or meeting someone else's hero. Hitting a jackpot from your subway seat. Or how about this? Front row seats. A story you'll tell for the rest of your lives. Or a secret spot that you'll tell everyone about tomorrow. Whatever makes it legendary for you, it can all happen here. BetMGM. Make it legendary.
Welcome back to the Borgata Fall Poker Open Championship Day 2 coverage. You are joined here in the booth by Matt McNeil and myself, Jeremy Geist. We are just getting back to a brand new feature table, a whole new group of guys and gals, hopefully, getting mixed in to the mix here on the live stream. We will go down through these players. A few you may know, a few you may not. Starting at the top of the list there, Percy Abraham came into the day as one of the bigger stacks. He was obviously playing outside the feature table there. Looks like he may have he's staying in the realm there, but in the second seat there, Andrew Porter, somebody who, Matt, you probably have played with
I
many
commentated
times
with him
online.
yesterday.
Oh, yeah,
he was
nice.
On the
I forgot he was in the booth yesterday. That's right.
Percy was on the final table, and Andrew started the day as our first guest yesterday and was commentating on the final table that Percy was at.
Nice.
Yeah.
Andrew, a guy, East Coast regular here that plays online quite a bit. I believe a bracelet winner in the online streets there, and just a dude who always shows up for a lot of these bigger Borgata buy-in series. Just really, really rock solid player. Excited to see him get in the mix here. Dan McCarthy, do we know much about Dan?
We don't have a whole lot of info on him. He's from Connecticut.
Player from Connecticut, nice. Hayun.
I'm not going to try to pronounce that name. I will butcher it.
I'm going to go with Hayun. I apologize if I'm mispronouncing that.
I'm going to guess Hyun, but the last name not a single guess. And is a graphic designer.
All right, right on. And then in the 5 seat there, long-time East Coast regular, high-stakes regular, guy who is an absolute beast and talented in many ways, Kane Callis in the building. He's sitting with a middling stack there, 179,000 chips, though. Really, really decent. Abraham, there in the 6th seat. Not going for the last name, guys. I'm sorry. I just don't want to be rude.
Karaki is my guess, but
Karaki sounds right. But again, Abraham, good luck there, my man. We didn't get through everybody, but Michael, George, and Fady.
Michael Connor and George Rakitsis and Fady Kabaz.
Guys, I apologize if we're messing up any last names here. We are getting bio sheets during the short break there, but nonetheless, we are back in the action and a whole new group of guys. But one of the biggest things that I can see about this final table already, feature table, they got me again. Feature table is that we have much more even chip stacks, even chip distribution than we did on the last one with Volpe having just a pile of chips compared to the rest of the table and a few short stacks on that last table. We really only have...
Andrew Porter's the only one under 20 bigs,
yeah,
and he's right at that stake. He's at 19 and a half.
So there is going to be a ton of maneuvering that's going to happen at this table. Again, if you're just joining us, up in that top right corner, 108 players are remaining out of the 464 that started in one of the day two, or in one of the 2 day 1 flights. And out of that 108, only 58 will be making the money. So we are still very far, and a bunch of stacks sitting between 20 and 65 bigs, as you can see on the screen right here, which means they cannot just sit on their hands. They are going to have to maneuver if they want to make through and make you know, that payday out of 50 people still being left to be eliminated. So we're going to get to see some good poker here, but yeah, anywhere from 20 bigs all the way up to our chip leader at the table, Percy Abraham, who's sitting on 65.
So I want to loop back with a little bit, like you said, we were fed a little bit of the information the players filled out for us over that short break. And I want to highlight, and I'm going to butcher the name, Hyun. Yeah. We do ask a couple small questions here, and one of them, please list your greatest poker accomplishment. And it was getting permission to play this tournament for my wife.
Sick, dude. Yo, nice. He won that flip. He won that flip. Let's go.
Happy wife, happy life. And greatest accomplishment outside of poker, convincing my wife to have 3 kids.
Nice.
So very much seems like a family man.
My man.
And I love giving your wife a little bit of love on the stream. Excuse me, you giving your wife a little bit of love, but be careful with the phrasing here.
This is a kid's show. Come on.
Yes. Does also shout out to his kids further down in his intro. So again, very cool.
Does he have their names on there?
Autumn, Sky, and Ocean, I believe, is what the names look to be.
Shout out Autumn, Sky, and Ocean. Your dad hopefully plays well. I don't know. We haven't seen him play yet, but hopefully he plays good.
Also mentioned being a Mets and Jets fan, so I apologize for the misery that has ensued in recent history.
Yeah, that's brutal, dude. He's running bad in that category. Running great in family, but running bad in football.
in sports allegiances.
Brutal.
Also have a couple other people. Andrew Porter, as mentioned before, he also shouted out his wife and kids.
Nice.
I have a fun story with Andrew on, I believe it was around the birth of his first child. I believe might have been the second one. But he was playing an online tournament.
And he had just had a kid, so he had the baby run good, so he was crushing, right?
He was in the delivery room and chopped the 1K 9-handed. I would never picture Andrew chopping 9 ways, but he was in the delivery room with his wife. Now, she was, I don't think she was in labor yet, but like, you know, they were pretty far along in the process there in the hospital. And it was one of those, I'm assuming he'd satellited in, or might have just bought in or whatever, but it was one of those, like, you didn't think that it was going to interfere with childbirth, and it ended up, you know, kind of getting a little dicey there. So he was part of a 9-way chop while he was awaiting the birth of one of his children.
What year was it when you saw Sinatra?
And it was, I like, again, shout out for the family folks.
So we saw a quick one there, ace queen taking down 3s, but yeah, it's always really annoying when the dudes who are already, you know, really, really good players, really rock solid players, already have a bracelet, and then just super nice guy, and they have a baby, and then they get the baby run good too.
So
it's almost unfair.
Mid-80s. It was.
It's it's easy to root for him then.
No, Andrew's the man. Andrew's the man.
Just don't try and fly with him.
What does that mean?
Every flight that we've been on has been delayed.
When he was
and
young,
I blame him.
I
blame him.
Okay.
It could be my fault, you know. He flies. He goes every time we've gone to Vegas.
It sort of continues my point. There has to be balance. You know, he runs so good in poker and in life. He's got to run bad somewhere. So it's apparently it's flight delays.
Flight delays.
Brutal. Yeah.
And it's probably me because he goes more than I do. He travels for poker certainly a lot more than I do. But we've been on the same flight to Vegas 2 or 3 times, going out, and every time it's been delayed.
And
it's advertising on the stream.
Yeah, a couple of PA crushers here in both Andrew and Kane Callis in the middle there, guy who also hails from the great state of Pennsylvania.
Originally from the media area, Delco, if I'm not mistaken. Son of the the legendary Harry the K, Harry Callis.
Yeah.
One of the
Possible.
voices of my
He also did the
childhood.
voice of NFL
So
film
coming
for
from
many
a lifelong Phillies fan who has been to more games than I can count in my
You're
life,
officially the most interesting person on the
Harry
show.
Callis was the man, still is.
Chase Utley was the man.
Well,
depending on
let's
who
not
you
start
ask.
Phillies talk here. But
Depending on who
regardless,
if you ask Harry,
as far as announcers go in
Oh.
my world, it's
the voice
I
of,
could
the
only
voice of a
I could only
generation.
aspire to be a fraction of the shot caller that man was. So yeah, no, the man, and yeah, so leaving an awesome legacy behind.
Wow,
and-
look at this.
Yeah, this is sick.
So we've got an open-end straight flush draw from Michael Connor in here. Percy flops trips. Fady, I believe it's Fady, has one of the blockers for that straight flush, but everybody has a piece. Now I'm confused here because we have a Percy and an Abraham on our list on the left there. I think that, can I see?
Take a look.
I'm now getting myself confused because there's Percy
Did you get
Abraham.
a chance to hear
And we
the
have-
live,
Nonetheless,
or,
I know this one's this is about as action of a
A-
flop as we could possibly ask
Abraham Korotki. That's the that's where I was getting
Ah, I
myself
see, I
confused.
see.
Is the Percy and the Abraham that we
Yeah.
saw. So we're going first names here.
So,
But everyone had a piece. Even
Yeah.
even the two had gut shots there.
oh my gosh!
Wow.
Oh, I thought
which
it came.
president was that?
It
did.
come in. Oh, okay, it did
It
come
did.
in.
That
My
is
God.
that is
Yeah.
the straight
The
flush
current
for Michael right there.
Good Lord.
And you can see the pure joy on his face.
Oh, really? Incredible. Good taste.
Percy doesn't love to see
No,
the
that's-
heart come in, but at the same time, we still have trips. We still flop trips. This is we're not hitting the panic button yet. It's a bad card, don't get me wrong, but like we have trips. We're feeling decent. We can get a board pair. Oh my God!
That's
if we
the
see an
absolute-
an 8 or a 7 on this river, like
or the queen.
or the queen, obviously. But oh my gosh.
That's the absolute worst card in the deck for him, though, because every single draw, big draw comes in. But he does come along for the river, and the river is a deuce of clubs, which is not great for Percy. Certainly, obviously, we're going to see Michael put out some chips here. It's just going to be a matter of how much. How much does he think he's going to get paid? Percy betting the flop. You have to think he's got a jack. You don't think he's ever doing anything less. A little bit of the gamesmanship with the double check.
Michael checks his cards one more time. Yes, we still have a straight flush. He goes big.
That's going to be near pot, it looks like.
Which casino was that?
106,000 into 130.
I don't know what hands check call off 106K. He may have
Because
found
Trump
one of the
Tower
rare
Vegas
ones.
doesn't have
Feels like a
any game.
slight
Yeah.
bit of a greedy
hotel.
bet. I think we really want to get
You can buy
any
places.
chips we can
Yeah.
get here at the
You know you
end
can
with
buy
the
places
absolute
and
super
come
nuts on this
Yeah.
river.
Really? That cheap?
The
Wow.
problem with Percy's hand
Wow.
here
I think
is
it's clean when
him
you
having
look
the
at it.
queen there
Yeah.
blocks
Yeah, I
some
stayed
of
there a
the
few times.
other
Nice.
potential random
problem
straight
is you can't
hands,
Airbnb
straight
it,
draws
you
that
rent
I don't
Okay.
I don't necessarily know if multi-way that he's going to be defending with like a queen 10 or a queen 9. We already saw a queen 9 fold.
It's also a perfect instance of, I'm not saying that blockers always mean
You're an
anything,
orange,
but not having a heart
You
in
went
your
to Syracuse?
hand is not
Die
fantastic
hard
either,
fan,
because
die
that
hard
means all of the hearts are
Nice.
still out there.
Yeah,
And
my
if
brother
you
went
look,
there.
Michael
Nice.
has said hearts. So, it's an instance
Your
where
brother went to
that
Alaska?
could be a
Yeah.
determining
Yeah, my
factor
brother
of,
Todd, he broadcast for the Astros.
what we're looking at here. But
Oh,
yeah, it may have been just
Yeah.
slightly greedy, but
What we've seen from Percy
Family of
yesterday,
sportscasters.
and we could see a lot of the pain in his face yesterday
Yeah.
with hands
Well,
that he
those
really
two.
wanted to
Then I
play.
do a little-
And you can
I
kind
do
of
a
see a
little
little bit of
live
that
stream
here.
for poker
You can
from
see
time
the,
to time.
just with the little,
My brother went
the
to
little
Syracuse.
ticks with his mouth there. You can
Yeah.
see a little bit of the pain
Yeah.
as he's
Where's your dad
contemplating
go?
here. And from what we saw yesterday, he did the very good thing and got away from the hands. And look at this.
Percy finds the fold, man.
He's paying to find the fold, but he's very, very obviously very happy that he did. He gets Michael to show him the straight flush. It's tough not to show a straight flush in that spot.
Sick hand.
But Percy is not a incredibly well-known online player. He's not an incredibly well-known live player. Going into this weekend, he's certainly picked up a little bit of airtime this weekend. Sure. But we've seen a number of times him being put in a spot that is very, very easy to.
You got good stories of that.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's not always a mistake, but it's very easy
in the Cooperstown
to
Baseball
get
Hall of Fame.
greedy or to take a spot where you're not likely to win as often as you would want to in that spot. And this is a great example.
Big
of
shoes to fill, right?
He wants to. He's going to win that hand a certain percentage of the time with that kind of bet, with that kind of action, that kind of betting. It's not enough to be betting an almost pot size, you know, in what is it, 85, 80-ish percent pot, 75, 80% pot there on the river. He's not winning it enough to make that call.
Yeah, I think the.
What do you do?
I think he actually lucked out a little bit that Michael decided to go with that massive sizing, and yeah, he. I think puts more chips in the pot with a smaller size, but you know, Michael went for the big bet, and he was able to get away, and it was a good fold. So,
yeah, and again, just a theme from yesterday, and it's really nice to see from him is disciplined play. It's fun to see. It's painful to see people make. It's painful to make those folds, but it's fun for me to see people able to take that step back and diagnose the situation properly and know that queen jack is not going to be good enough of the time to make that call.
Yeah, very good fold.
And to your point about getting what you can, I understand why when you've got strength, especially when you think that Percy's going to have had the jack, that you want to go for the big number.
Sure.
I think the way that the run out came, there's very, very there was a very low likelihood that Percy improved to a boat with either the 7 or the deuce. And it's very unlikely that he was betting a boat earlier or hit it with the 7 with 7's full. So getting a little, kind of what you said, a little bit too greedy for my liking with the sizing. I almost like a smaller one to induce someone to maybe think that they can go for the raise themselves.
Yeah.
Put out a 10%, put out a 15%, put out one of those little baby guys of like, please fold, please fold. I'm putting this out there to make you think I've got nothing and trying to get you to fold and feel like I need to do this little stab at the pot. And you'll get some people that will blast over the top, and you're sitting there loving that.
Sure.
And I think even at that level, at that sizing, I don't think Percy can get away from trips there, and you're going to get those extra chips, giving people the chance to kind of hang themselves and giving the hands that can't fold for that amount the need to call.
Yeah, so
You ever been to Cooperstown?
in general,
Oh yeah,
I just think there's not a ton of hands that check, turn, and river that have a ton of strength on that board. I think all the boats want to probably be leading out. All of
the boats. I really like the boat check turn.
Yep.
If you were to have had
Ozzie Smith,
I don't think you're going to be betting the
super
flop.
strong.
I don't think you're betting the flop with pocket 9s, right?
Yeah.
Queen 9, there's no reason for you to be betting the flop.
Yeah.
So you're not going to really have too many boats there. Like, you're not really looking at that.
Yeah.
Was it Queen 9? It was. I'm sorry, Jack 8 or pocket 8s. I don't. When the 7 falls, that's not really making many boats. So you're pretty much looking at. You've got the straight flush blocker, so you're not looking at like the Queen 10 of hearts making the original.
Who's your
bet.
favorite Yankee?
You're pretty much isolated on a Jack.
Yeah.
And what you're going to run into with that is, again, the same thing. Like, the Jack's not going to improve, and every single scare card comes out on that turn.
Right.
That's every single draw you could possibly feel like you should ever see there hits on that turn.
So jump back in the action here.
I
I defected
Pair
to
of
the
queens
Mets.
for Hyun.
Yeah.
Why would you do that?
Percy
It
going to
wasn't
defend the
greatest life
small
decision,
blind.
but,
Jack 10 suited.
I didn't like the way they treated Bernie at the end. I didn't like the way they treated A-Rod at the end.
Pretty innocuous flop, but one that's going to favor Percy most of the time.
that's what I'm
He's
saying.
going
It
to
wasn't the
check,
greatest
but
life
I think
decision.
we're going to want to try and go for some value with
Percy
our
with the
queens
small
here.
blind defend, I think this is going to favor Hyun a lot. If this was a big blind defend, then this is
True.
This is
True.
a big blind. A big blind.
Bring up a
mixer.
good point.
Why?
I changed my football team when I was very young.
Now, certainly Percy has those pocket pairs.
Eagles.
No, you're right. You're right.
But at the same time,
Until this day, I
Percy
know before
floating the
years,
Jack
he's
10.
like, yeah, but you're not a
Very
rookie.
interesting.
That's a
Backdoor
little bit
diamond
different.
draw.
Like, that's, if you're a
The
Giant fan,
open
like,
end
same
hits.
division, like, that's
Percy
like,
now
okay.
with
Buffalo?
significant
I don't
amount
wanna
of
tell you
equity.
'cause
I
it's
would
the
have
same
loved to have seen a lead from Percy there.
Okay.
That's the perfect card for him to lead. I would love to have seen it, like call it 40,000 chip lead.
That's
Or
fair.
2/3 pot.
Would have been very nice.
That would have put
That's
Hyun in a
reasonable.
terrible
You
spot.
went from, I guess they're different divisions.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
And the
look at that.
diamond, the
Diamonds
diamond
come
comes
in.
through.
So it's like,
He still wouldn't. He
Now
still
Percy's
frowned
sitting
down
there
on you.
loving
is he a
it.
Yankee fan?
No, he's a Cubs fan.
Oh.
But he's our checks and balance for sports.
But I think
You guys don't have one
he
of those
picked
guys
up
in
the
your
equity on the turn. Obviously, we don't know the diamond's coming,
Probably
but
do.
that turn is the perfect card. If you're going to float that flop, that turn is the perfect
serious
card to
fan?
lead
I
on
can't get that.
because you pick up
My
equity
crew is
even
either
if he
all
comes
Yankees
with
fans
you.
or people who
If he
absolutely hate
rips
Yankees.
over the top, which
Like
is
they're the
highly
evil
unlikely
empire,
when the four line to the straight comes in, then you can just get away from it. But even if he calls, you've got all the equity in the world. And you get to choose what you want to do on the river.
I had a chance to win.
Now, this has worked out for Percy where the diamond came. But if you're going to float that flop and you pick up the equity, like I really would have loved to have seen him start to pile
We had a
some
great
chips in on
World
the
Series
turn.
this year. That was
I think Hyun, this
so
is
much
a
fun to
terrible
watch.
run out for
Best,
him.
I think he's the
It'll
best player I've ever
be
seen in
interesting
my life.
to see if he gets away from this.
Yeah,
Because that's
yeah.
almost
I mean,
the
I
exact
had
kind of
Tiger
run out
up
you can
there
get away
and
from this on,
MJ,
right?
Brady, but like,
He's
what
trying to
he
figure
did
out
was
what
like,
makes
it's
sense,
wasn't
and
normal.
the
I've had
kinds
that
of hands that make
conversation.
sense are like an
He's the best
ace-6
athlete
suited,
of
Maybe
all
ever.
time, and he
potentially,
needs to be in
an
the
ace-5,
conversation.
ace-4 suited, something
Soon.
like
I mean, he
that.
needs a couple more things to
Pocket
happen, but
sixes
soon,
are
I
a
think.
set,
That was
Yeah.
just ridiculous.
or
I didn't
floating
mind
with
the
air.
pitcher winning it either.
And he
puts
is
it
going to
in.
make the call. He's going
Yeah.
to see the
Yeah.
bad news.
I
But
think that was
Queens
kinda
hit the
nice
muck,
to do that.
unfortunately.
he was
So then is
he was
Sabave up there
running
for you as
through
well,
his
then?
brain there of what
I
makes
don't really
sense.
know.
And when
Yeah.
Percy
I guess
checked
so.
back
His
the
stats
turn,
were good.
certainly
I don't know
him
anything
getting,
about
he's
I think
getting
he
paid
had
off
very
Did you
there.
ever go back and watch
But he's
it?
not.
No, but
how do we
just
know?
I think he's doing a little disservice to himself by not leading that turn.
Sure.
How do we know if they weren't all fat and lazy?
You saw Hyun a little confused about the flop call, I think, is what they're laughing about
there are a
now.
lot of people trying.
His
They're,
stats
you
were
know,
ridiculous, though.
Everybody.
His stats are. You're right.
But I really like, so
As a
going
long
back to
as
Percy's
I
play, I really like the
Yes, in the history
instincts for the float,
of Major
right?
League
It's a
Baseball.
that's a good hand to float a flop. You were saying about the range
Only
advantage,
second to
and I don't
the
think the small blind has a huge range advantage on that.
Well, here's the other
But
thing. When I was
the type of range that a
thinking
small
about
blind
this, I
can
think
have
Gretzky has
with that type of
7
flat
or 9,
doesn't
something
do
like that.
terribly there.
MVPs.
And
Wayne
if you're
Gretzky.
going to
used to have
float,
Wayne Gretzky
when
rookie
you
card.
get the
Someone
perfect
stole it.
card, you
It's
should
some
be taking
ridiculous
advantage.
amount.
And obviously, he
He
ended
came
up
up
getting
as
2
one of the
perfect
best
cards
athletes
and
of all
getting
time.
paid
The
off.
most dominant
But without the diamond on the
athlete
river,
I
he's
ever
going to make
saw
that bet, and he's not going to have the
is Michael Phelps.
history in the hand to get Hyun to fold if he's going to bluff at the river.
It's a weird argument.
What do you mean?
I guess
Where I
you're
think
right,
if you led that turn again
He was
for
just so-
35,
he was just
40,000,
so high above
he's
the
got a
second
chance to
best.
get Hyun to either fold the turn or fold to another
Yeah, he
barrel
will.
on the river,
And I
even
guess you're
whether
right,
the
'cause
diamond
competing
comes or
against
not.
one sport.
So Fady going to open up the cutoff here
Tiger had a sick run too,
with the
right?
queen 9 suited, perfectly reasonable.
He did, but
Unfortunately
but
for him,
statistically,
after the button
Nicklaus
folds,
is better than
Andrew
Tiger, right? That's the-
All in, just going.
is obviously sending that
look
into
at
the
other
middle.
majors, you look at, you know, I think
We're not
based
on
most
camera, so you
statistics,
couldn't see me. I'm waving my hand at that as it's going to definitely go
you know, it's obviously more
without ever
competitive.
any second
Tiger's
thought. That's
playing,
always
but-
going for him.
Yeah, I just thought about like that jump from him to the second best person during his stretch was like
Right.
really,
Oh.
really long time.
That was huge, yeah.
Like I don't know
But
the
Phelps,
exact
it's
stats,
like
but
any
it's like
era, any time.
yeah.
It's like
52?
Phelps and then a huge drop between the second.
Fady's still with 21 bigs behind. I mean, this would be an aggressive call, we'll say. But I can't see him. Yep, can't see him
Nice
committing
hand.
the chips, and he does get away
Nice
from it.
putt.
Mr. Porter brings in some chips. He was on the bad side of someone flopping quads on him, and he ran out of ran out of flush early after he left us commentating yesterday.
I wrote that hand.
You did write that hand.
I wrote that hand.
And,
That hand was actually really, really sick. He just airball bluffed flop. That's the funny part of that hand.
And
Picked up equity on the turn and then just drills flush on the river. And unfortunately, he was just blasting into a flopped quads that was just slow playing out of position the entire
all
time.
in on the river, and he got raised, and he's like, come on, man.
It was
I know
brutal.
I'm so far behind on this.
It
He's
was
like, I know I'm so
brutal.
far behind.
It was a jam for like 5,000 more chips,
Exactly.
and he just had to call it off.
He bet like 17-5, and the opponent had like 21 behind.
He immediately smiled. It was really funny.
Yeah, we were laughing about that last night.
But he didn't go broken. I don't think he ran back, or I don't think he bought back in after that. I'm pretty sure he still just spun that back up. Yeah.
He's like, let's keep it random.
Here he is.
Why do you
Here he is. I do love the dynamic, though, of Andrew and I commentated yesterday while Percy was playing, and now they're sitting next to each other.
Pretty cool.
I hope they've been chirping about that.
That's pretty cool.
kind of crazy?
Here comes a raise from Michael Connerin. Mid position, George going to flat behind in the hijack with the sixes.
I think 13th
Percy's going to
ERA.
flat behind in the cutoff with an ace-10.
Not really.
I don't think we're going to see Dan just call this here.
We did, yeah.
Quick
my
3
father passed
bet.
away when I was 20.
25,000 it looks like.
Yeah, a little bit on the small side for sure.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
3-bet to
he was
bigs.
to some degree.
How much is that?
That was kind of before like sabermetrics.
A little
You know, I
quite
was into
small.
that. I was
Very,
more into
very
sabermetrics,
interesting
and back then
sizing.
it was like,
But it might
you know,
actually
it was
work
more
for
like
him, though.
RBIs and
I don't think
batting
none of those
I was
hands
always on
want to
steroids.
call that extra
I'm
bit.
like, you know, you only get 27 outs in the game. I want the players who commit the fewest outs.
Very, very interesting sizing.
Gets it through.
It works. It's a dangerous sizing. He does have a good hand that can play out of position well with a suited ace-queen. But a very weird sizing that, again, worked out perfectly for him. And again, it was up against the kinds of hands that, the sixes, you can float to set mine. The ace-10, when you've got a couple in, you get the right board. You're sitting very well. You're not committing too much. So it worked out well for him, but it's a little scary to do that small 3-bet with the mid position open and a relatively early flat behind.
Yeah, in general, I just think in that configuration where you get open and 2 calls, I think it's better to just clear out as much equity as we can and not let any of those kind of raggedy middling hands see flops. But he goes with the small sizing and it works, so that's okay.
Yeah, certainly.
What do I know?
There is not. We've said this
funny to be both
over and over.
often
Yesterday, today, there is no one way to play this, and a lot of different people play it and are successful playing different ways, and that certainly worked for him there.
The choose-your-own-adventure version of poker is the most fun, so I get it.
Percy, it looks like raised to 10,000. Yep, from the hijack with a 6-5 of hearts.
Sure.
Andrew off of 20 bigs get the ace-queen suited in the cutoff next to act. So we're going to certainly see some chips going in. It's just going to be a decision of does he want to shove them all? Does he want to put a little bit less than that in?
Was his last ace-queen of clubs too, or am I?
That was the raised last time.
Didn't slide for whatever reason.
He is going to go all in.
It's not going to get any action behind him, but I don't.
Because you mentioned Brady too.
Yeah.
I like Don.
Just gets it through, picks up some more easy chips. He's up over 100K.
Yeah. Just gives a little shrug, like, yeah, of course.
Boom.
Yeah. I know people either hate him or love him.
So you can tell.
Looks
on the
like he's
stats
got
guy,
some
'cause
jewelry. I'm
Brady's
assuming made by one of
better
his
than
kids
Roger.
on that left wrist.
For some reason.
Yeah, I think
don't know
Mahomes
why.
might be the best to ever play the position. I don't know. Between Brady,
But between greatness
Rogers,
that I
Mahomes,
usually
I honestly
love,
can't tell
I don't know.
who the best quarterback is.
I don't know. Brady's definitely the bestest. Come on. As of right now.
Mahomes only has to do it a little bit longer to really like.
If you go back and you look at like the total points scored against the Patriots during those seasons, it was like
If you're saying the one-on-one,
their defense was so good.
if you put him with his teams, maybe you're right, but you gotta have.
I'm going to weigh in on this and say that Nick Foles is the greatest quarterback of all time.
I do think that Brady elevated his teammates. He
Sure.
elevated the players around him.
I tend to agree with the sentiment at the table there that
He was worse than Rodgers in every single
I
statistical
believe it was
category.
Fady was making the point
His entire career,
that it's
except for like wins.
It's Brady, but I'm not going to get into this. We got 3 suited aces.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun one here. I'm
After a
curious.
raise from Michael, George is going to call in middle position. Fady with a hand that, again, there could probably choose his own adventure. Yeah, he can.
With a squeeze rip right here.
The only problem is he's facing an under the gun.
Under the gun open, under the gun 1 flat. That's a. I mean, I don't expect to see a fold here, but especially if we were later in a tournament, I could very much understand folding the ace jack here.
Yeah.
But
I'm going to go small 3-bet, actually, because I don't think he's put. After he says raise, I don't think he's putting all those in the middle.
We'll see. He
oh,
is.
okay. Just
He's
leave the chip
leaving
behind,
himself
yeah.
a couple thousand chips behind.
And I think this might work. And if it does get called by George, he's in really good shape, but I don't think it will.
There's the other ace, another suited ace in the blinds that Andrew
Really?
had.
What,
so that would Porter had the ace 4 of hearts.
No kidding. Weird anomalies like that occasionally.
It's a good bet from Fady.
Nice.
Yeah,
good find, Fady. Really good find, dude.
It's a weird spot in that
Just do that every time.
there's times where you're the 3rd best hand in that spot, and there's times like this where you're the best hand in that spot. And,
Eventually,
some of that may be a little bit of having played at the table before we go on stream here, and maybe knowing if someone's going to flat, like kind of like that somewhat strong hand there. Some people are certainly going to flat. Incredible strength there, especially since we've been seeing a little bit of action. We've got a handful of hands in that kind of squeeze rip range. But again, really good find from Fady and a really good chip up to 111,000 for him.
But Phelps is a hard argue, but I just feel like it's different. But I guess you could say that about golf too.
We're bouncing all over
swimming's less
I
competitive.
think they might be talking about just best overall athlete.
Yeah, I think I heard Phelps' name in there.
A lot more money in golf than swimming.
But that's what we were saying. We're not comparing it to money or anything.
Well,
it's just
I'm saying-
dominance.
Oh, most
He did
dominant
dominate
player.
his sport more than anybody. I'll
Bo
give you
Jackson.
Phelps,
No,
yeah.
stop.
that. But no, you can't really butter. You're
There's
right.
at least 4 players. I mean, they've already mentioned Phelps. That's not even close. Definitely more dominant than Bo Jackson. Tiger Woods more dominant than Bo Jackson. I'm not going to get on this conversation. We're not doing this right now.
Most dominant
We're not
athlete
doing this
of
right
all
now.
time.
We're not doing this right now. Pocket 7s for Percy raises. Kane calls with pocket 7s in position.
Freakish dominant athlete of all time.
Am I allowed the fancy water?
His hip didn't seem to think so.
Didn't last very long.
Anyways, so
Didn't last
so
very long.
being dominant is part of lasting long. Anyways,
I don't-
Percy opened, and he's going to go ahead and flop top pair. Kane, and he finds the check. Nice on the rainbow board.
Yep.
I've been playing this 7-deuce game at a home game.
The
I
check
can't tell you how
to
much
the
it
ace,
changes the game.
or the check
Like
with the
7
ace.
deuce to us.
Backdoor
You're going to
hearts
see a
coming
lot
in.
of out of position checks. there. You're supposed to check a huge amount out of
But it
position
adds
there,
so much to the game.
even with strength. And that's
It's
perfectly
exciting.
normal, perfectly fine, exactly how you would expect to see that hand go a lot of the time.
I got rude.
You check the ace on the
One.
flop.
Who?
You let the person kind of
so you know
dictate
some
whether
stuff I
you're
don't
going
know.
to
You
just
went-
kind of
you
check
went deep
call
in his
and
statistics.
reassess,
When
or you're just going to
did
bet the
you
turn
dig
and you're going to take
When
it
did
down a
you dig
huge
into
amount of
it?
the time.
Oh,
But
I mean,
by
I've
checking
been a
the ace and the
baseball
flop
fan my whole
there,
life, but
you're
how
giving the
can
other
you both
person
be number
the
one
chance
OPS of all
to
time
bet
and number
a whole
13
lot.
ERA of all
You're
time?
also
Not be.
He was that good.
He was sick.
protecting
I mean,
some of
to
your
be the-
really
He's a pitcher,
strong
right?
hands
Right.
and getting
And that's of
value
all
from your
time.
I wish
really
I could've
strong
watched that.
hands when you
No,
check
I
that,
don't-
because
they
you're
don't
going to
have
see a
much
lot of
footage.
people
Right.
will lead into you
They're
after you
just
check
looking at
once.
stats, but
Um,
they
Also,
probably
and you're just going to see
Baseball
how
was
do
the
I want
most
to say this?
competitive sport in that
You're going to see a lot better
Babe's
return
definitely at the top.
long term
I got
by
ranked
checking
one.
that ace there.
I ended up on
And you're going to
Gretzky
see
too, just 'cause the
a lot
number of
better
MVPs.
return on non-ace
And
hands
hockey's
by checking that,
extremely
by
competitive.
showing that you're checking the ace. Because
and
it came
Phelps
ace
3. That
king
was my
low.
list.
If
But
you've got, let's
as
say you're opening the
Ohtani
jack
is
10,
doing
if you're
everything,
checking the ace and you're
I
checking the
have
jack
Phelps
10, you've got a lot more
They
chance to
won.
realize some of your
Gretzky
equity
too.
as well. When people are seeing
the
that if
number
you're
of
consistent
MVPs.
with that, if
Over
you're only
Brady and
consistent or
Jordan.
only checking when you
Yeah,
don't hit,
because I'm
you're not
not
gonna.
even
You're just gonna have
convinced
people
Brady's
bet you
the
off
best
your hand.
quarterback ever.
Real quick, I was
Yeah.
if anybody's watching on stream here, obviously,
Will.
that was so casual by Hayun. He just goes back, casually casually moves in with Jack 10, and then immediately turns around and starts grabbing the drink from the waitress on feature table, gets it through, gets his tea. I assume it's hot tea, honey, and lemon. That's my guess for his drink.
I'm going to go with coffee with a little bit of Bailey's and maybe some Irish whiskey in it.
Solid guess. Solid guess. Either one of us could be correct, honestly. Oh, I see the tea bag hanging.
Man.
Let's go. Let's go. But I think it's green tea. Let's go.
I did not have high hopes for my guess.
Not for Jordan, it's not.
I'm saying, like,
Till the tea bag, it could have been either of us. You know what I mean?
For Jordan.
Well, Jordan also did
6 for 6.
I still think you were probably in the head on
If
that
we're talking
one.
longevity, I'll give you LeBron's the most dominant longevity player of all times. We're just talking about...
We're changing the arguments around here. Dominant longevity, short-term dominance.
I don't know.
I don't want to commentate on them having the conversation. I just want to be down there in the conversation. I want to give my 2 cents on this, but I'm not going to do it here.
I don't think there's anyone who's ever met me would think that I would be anything but the loudest, most obnoxious person at that table during this conversation.
He's going to fold around to Dan here. He's going to open +2 with the King Queen O standard.
3 on the
Shimmy.
Very soon.
Nobody behind him with a ton to tango, but it's going to fold to Fady here in the big blind, who's got Jack 10 offsuit. He'll definitely get in the mix. Could see 1 or 2 fun flops. Let me see a Jack 10 flop.
Are you sure you want to do this?
It's raisable.
Or a King Queen flop.
I wouldn't have raised if it wasn't raisable.
Sometimes people do. They just love to raise.
I've been pretty loose over here.
I think you've been looking at my blinds the whole time thinking that you were going to do it.
They seem to be having fun on the table.
Yeah, man, this is the day 2 banter that you get that you don't get on final tables. You only get on feature tables.
Did he just not defend a Jack 10 from his big blind?
Yeah.
To a single raise.
That has bolstered.
That's
Fady, I'm trying to reserve the judgment, but I'm judging a tiny bit, buddy.
You know, field players, right? Field players. There's times you just don't feel it.
I'm more just mad that he robbed us of the opportunity of like a Jack 10 or a King Queen flop that would have had some action, you know? He robbed us of that.
Yeah, no, I think
I'll forgive him.
I think we'll agree that that's a pretty clear defend. But at the same time, he's there, we're here. He's got plenty of chips in front of him, and I'm not gonna.
Again, he's there, and I'm here, and you couldn't stop me from defending with Jack 10 in that spot. So maybe that's why I am in the booth. I don't know. Who knows?
We should see an open here.
Yeah, King's definitely going to come in for an open here.
It's a win. That's the difference. Whatever it took.
It's really interesting to hear his voice, and I hear his dad's voice in him a little bit.
Yeah.
It's obviously not the same, but you can hear, obviously genetics, and you can hear a little bit of it. And I know I said it before, just the voice of my childhood. I have nothing but respect for his father.
Yep.
So many great moments.
Can't say enough.
Just dominating it like it's never been done.
Percy Abraham going to defend his big here with the 8-7.
Kane, a fairly successwell recording artist, if I remember correctly. Also, I believe he's made some music. He's a singer, if I remember correctly.
Well, that is a field. Don't get me wrong. I'm a fan of music, but I am about as bad with anything musically. I'm as non-musically inclined of a human as you will ever meet.
Really? It sounds like you might have a beautiful voice. You don't ever want to sing? Why don't you sing for us, Matt?
No.
He's shy, guys.
They will shut us down as fast as can be. Do you want to see a stream get cut off in midstream?
Real quick, though, Kane was the opener, and Percy defended his big blind here. Goes ahead and flops top pair. Kane does c-bet this flop, and obviously Percy comes along with top pair, but board pairs, and it's now a double flush draw on the turn. Now, a lot of your hands, want to be checking back here. Yeah, kind of innocuous 3 comes on the river, but it is backdoor hearts. Obviously,
you can go check and Percy's.
Yep.
Percy's
Top
gonna take
pair. Nice.
Wins with a 7. I can't win with top 2.
Yeah, so going back to the cheat sheet we'd gotten a little bit earlier, got to see a little bit of what Kane wanted to present, and you are correct. And he sings the national anthem opening day every year for the Phillies.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
That's so cool, man.
Sang God Bless America during the World Series a couple years ago against the Astros.
Dude.
Did you fold jack that hand?
I mean, obviously, musically inclined, musically talented, if you're going to be in those spots.
And extremely poker talented, dude. Kane's an OG, man. Kane's been around for a while and has like some really, really solid results online. And for the longest time, up until very recently, when these massive cash games started, he had the largest cash game pot for in televised history of over $1 million.
How many finals did you get caught up on?
2.2.
It was $2.2 million. Right, they both put $1 million in the pot. Yeah.
How many times did Jordan go to the finals?
Sick, man.
Yeah.
6, and how many times
and
has
also,
LeBron gone to the finals?
Also a good bit of
1-6.
Right.
That's all the number you need to know.
A good bit of charity work as well. That was the other thing that I wanted to include. You know, we talked a little bit before about trying to include people that want to represent, or not represent, that want to, shout out to their family.
Sure.
Also want to shout out to charity work. A number of donations to a number of different charities in the area, including things for like tech safety, AI safety in the future.
Heck yeah.
A number of other local charities.
Like 6'7",
Nice.
6'5".
No.
Yeah.
Shout out Kane. Yeah.
I thought LeBron was like.
And as I've mentioned, he is a face that does make it down here. He lives right over the bridge in Pennsylvania, and a name that does make it down here to quite a few of these Borgata events. I don't know that he travels too much. I know he does make it out to the series during the summer. Pretty sure he's I'm pretty sure he's a mixed game player too. I think he gets in the some of the bigger mixed game events also. But yeah,
I mean, if you're
good
adjusting
dude.
for height, AI is the best.
Yeah, when we were, when I talked to the MGM team about the stream yesterday, we were kind of spitballing names and ideas for people to come on as guests, and in the very large list of names of people in the area who might be down for the weekend, he was one of the names that was floated to me by other people. I don't know him personally.
Yeah.
But we were kind of discussing before about the network of people, and I assume that I'm 1 degree away from being able to get in touch with a number of people, same as you, where you just had the number of people that we've met over these different live stops or online or wherever over the years. And it was one of those thoughts of like, who would people want to hear from, and who would people think would be a very entertaining person to hear on the telecast. And he was one of the people that was floated out.
Oh man!
And I was just thinking, I would just kind of hear into some of
I just want to hear his voice through the microphone. Honestly, that'd be sick.
But he also hear into some of like the fun little like the discussions and the way some of the sports chat has evolved at the table here. I think he'd be fantastic if he had a chance to do that. Here comes Fady with an ace-7 in the cutoff.
Let's see if I can give a pre-flop speech to you. Let's see.
Okay,
You made me pay for it, I'm making you pay for it.
I got
Graphics catching up here, but not a ton for anybody to defend with. Fady picks up some easy chips there.
We were saying going in a pretty good kind of mix of chip stacks. We are starting to get one or two on the shorter side. Fady, Abraham, and I have butchered the last name a bunch of times, is now down to just under 15 bigs. We've got a couple others. I guess Fady just jumped up a little bit, but a couple others in the 20s.
I want to be a liar.
And we are starting to get a little bit of separation where Michael Connor is up to about 325,000. We can see Percy Abraham nearing 300,000 himself. So we are starting to get a little bit of separation at the table. As we say that, our short stack off of 15 bigs picks up the ace.
I wonder if they're going to go back to the old days for the winner.
Always a welcome sight to pick up 2 black aces, early position. Hope we get some action behind us, but he's going to open up off a short stack here and see if he can get
open.
Yeah.
That's a big open right there. Over 3x. We're not going to see a whole lot of action here unless someone else comes up with something big, and a little too much for Hyun, even with you know, a somewhat separated but suited connector to defend. So Abraham will scoop the pot and get himself back up.
Sorry?
And I respect him because he didn't show the aces and say, look how unlucky I get. Nobody calls my bet. Good for you, man. You just fold them. I appreciate it.
Different rooms.
I thought they just watched.
They don't want us to know that they're talking about us, right?
Behind that curtain.
Curacao.
They're watching.
Dutch
wait.
Caribbean.
Yeah.
Behind that wall right there. Oh.
I think they can hear us. I think they just mentioned it again that they can like hear us commentating in some way, shape, or form. Which by the way makes sense. I mean, we have headphones on, but I can like hear them cheering occasionally. So.
I can hear the sports book a little bit more when a race is going on.
Oh, maybe that's what I'm hearing. I could be wrong. Yeah, I guess there's not going to be a ton of cheering on the day two feature table coverage, but
you know, I can tell you that if Andrew Porter's speaking at the table, it's not going to be loud enough for us to hear. He is very intelligent, but you know, not one of the louder volume voices.
Yeah, he's very thoughtful.
Very thoughtful, and you know, it seems to be speaking at a much more normal volume, and it's probably you and I getting a little bit excited, getting a little bit on the louder side. But if they can hear us, if you can hear us, hold up a couple fingers, start making signs, let us know that you can hear us, and if there's anything that you want us to say, let us know. If you want us to like poke, take shots at someone, needle somebody, specifically Porter is the goal. But
so real quick though, this is really interesting, actually. Michael opening up deuces from early position. Dan going to call on the button, and then Hoon just pretty snap rips it in the middle. Like, it was pretty much right when it got to him. He pretty much moved it in. So the King Jack O, yeah, it's going to work too, and it's against
20 big squeeze, very well done.
Yeah, he found that squeeze at a time where he just had two hands that, yeah, just couldn't agree with it. So excellent job there.
At best.
And one of those that is, when you're in that 20 big range rip, especially, he was small blind, so he's got a little ways for the big blind and the big blind ante. But when you have that big blind ante that can come around and make that chip stack drop quickly. And again, we should be getting relatively close to, towards the end of the level, I would imagine.
And as we look at the chip counts here, Michael Conran, still our table chip leader with right around 80 bigs. No excessively short stacks at the moment, but Conran, if you guys find it back on the feed, just went ahead and drilled a straight flush a little bit earlier and was able to get some value, moved into our chip leader position here at this feature table.
Hey, you got it right that time.
I did get it right this time. Guys, if you're joining us just now, Borgata Fall Poker Open feature table coverage of the championship here. If you guys have not had time to get down to the Borgata for this series yet, it is not too late. There is a 6 max going on right now. I already saw multiple tables filled up right outside the feature table coverage there, and we've got a ladies event going upstairs. We've got, I believe it's a purple chip bounty tomorrow. So, guys, if you haven't made it down to, or if you like what you're watching and you haven't made it down to the Borgata yet, please get down here. There is still time to get into the action, even though you will not, unfortunately, be able to jump into this championship action. These fellows here are on day 2, and they are competing for $204,000 up top. But real quick, let's jump back into here. Andrew went ahead and opened Ace-6 suited and went ahead and got 3-bet by Hayoon, who was just all in last hand, but he now finds a small 3-bet from the button. Porter makes a good fold. Nice job.
It was a really weird hand.
Even if I wanted to throw in, even if you don't like the stream, there's no reason you can't come down here and take part in this. There's plenty of action to be had.
With us two boneheads on the mics, I don't blame them for not liking the stream. But I mean, how good does it look though? Honestly, you guys see the 2 trophies. If you win this tournament, you get 2 trophies, both the baby Borgata in the back there and the BetMGM championship trophy there. So, we give out 2 trophies here. Just saying.
My understanding is they're doing work on the overall stream room, so it's come a long way already.
Yeah.
But the hope is to continue to make this this streaming area, this feature table area, one of the more standout, amazing spaces to put on these
Yep.
feature tables.
Yep.
And final tables when we get to them later. but
Absolutely.
Feature tables for now.
Yep.
Here's a big hand coming in.
Yes,
we have the raise
indeed.
from Fady with the pocket 10s. Andrew gets 20 bigs, pocket queens. Curious to see how he elects to play this.
Remember, I just said this earlier on the last feature table that was on about more and more often now I'm seeing players just flatting with some of these premium hands in position. And here we have a perfect example of that. And here is the exact reason.
He gets the squeeze he's looking for. He may get 2 people in on this.
Oh, I think
I don't think
Fady
Fady's going anywhere.
I don't think so. Not against 60,000. I think Fady has to call this off. He's going to see that he'll still have chips left, even if he loses. I think he even rejams, trying to get Andrew, the flat caller, in the middle out, and then Andrew,
I don't
believe, is just
picture
going to snap
Andrew
call.
and a picture Andrew getting away from
No,
that.
of course not. So this is an exact, yep.
Here's the all-in.
That's the all-in I was talking about, and
There's
Andrew
the
just
call.
goes ahead and snap calls. This is such a nice spot for Andrew. Exactly what I was talking about. Finding that cold call in position is just so nice, and he gets. I mean, I realize this is a dream spot where you just get Abraham putting all his chips in with ace-7. But man, if we can just avoid an ace or a 10 here, this is such a beautiful spot for Andrew.
But this is also where understanding that chip distribution comes into big play. He's got the squeeze stacks behind him that are going to be looking to make that move.
Clean flop here, 8-4-4, 2 hearts.
Couple backdoor options for Abraham without the ace. The king on the turn changes nothing except takes away those backdoors. He's got to fade 2 10s and 3 aces.
Oh,
and
no.
The ace comes through to give Abraham the triple up.
Oh,
Andrew
no.
still picks up chips for more through Fady on the rejam.
I don't think so. He's got like 82.
Brutal river comes in so close for a massive triple for Andrew, but unfortunately that triple up is going to go over to Abraham. He's going to bump his stack all the way up to 188,000. Porter unfortunately going to take a hit. He had worked his stack up to right around 80K, I believe he was at, and he's going to lose about half of it despite winning just a small now side pot from Fady there. And now Fady's crippled also. He's down to just 29K. So, wow, the worst hand gets it in, and that's poker, folks. My goodness. Barry Greenstein on the river.
Wow, you kept track.
Yeah, and just exactly the setup that Andrew Porter wanted there, and Fady looking at that at an opportunity to scoop up some chips with the squeeze if no one gets the call. And to be fair, if he's getting 2 callers, that's the exact spot that Abraham wants. Abraham, if he's going to get 2 callers, could not have been in a better spot than that. Being live to the ace is as good of a spot as Abraham could have hoped to have been there, getting 2 people overcalling. So Abraham with a very nice triple up for his tournament sake. Is now sitting on just under 200,000. As you mentioned, Fady down to just over 7 bigs, and Andrew down to 11 bigs himself. Under the gun, Fady's very next hand, going to use the ace-7 off. Percy Abraham with the king-queen, a little bit too early to try to come along with that one. And wisely lets that go.
A lot of hands that it's just a few too many chips, but jacks is not one of them, and Abraham just 2 hands in a row. Why does it always feel like this happens when somebody wins a big pot off you, that the very next hand they just seem to be the one that knocks you out then too?
So we do have 1 jack out, and we have 1 ace out for Fady.
Heads up all in, Gordon. Big ace.
And a 7. The ace-7 was also already folded here. Right, so he loses an ace and a 7.
Or is this guy just
I marked ace-7.
I feel like I'm due. I should be justice.
So you probably want to hit 2 7s.
Fady says he's due. And he is. And he is.
There's only 1 jack left. I know it's...
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
My.
so sick. The jack just comes in on the turn.
The purest
One of them,
one out.
an ace was dead pre-flop and a jack was dead pre-flop.
And a 7.
So sick.
Not that it mattered. Another 7 came into the river, and an ace 7 was folded. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Thank you.
I mean, I was already all in, but you get the ace on the flop, 2-out ace on the flop, and then the pure 1-outer coming back on the turn. That's pretty sick.
Sick run out, man. How lucky.
Now, Abraham Karatki, I'm going to go with them.
I believe so.
Close enough. Up to 227,000, almost 60 bigs.
Happens quick, guys.
Very, very quick spin up there with a very fortunate river, and then got in the head and ended up ahead at the end. We'll continue here. We have 8 left. We may get another one in rather soon. To fill out the table, just as some of the other tables also wind down. And short of Andrew Porter's 11 bigs, we have a lot of play to be had at the table.
$8,000.
Raise 8,000, 7 raises 8,000.
Ooh, 3 hands. I could understand how George might want to see a flop here. The queen, jack, and small blind.
Everything happening here is reasonable. I think we open pretty much always king 8 suited from the button. I think flatting queen, jack, and a small blind is fine. And obviously we're going to defend big blind with 2 Broadway cards. So yeah, I think it's all good. Let's get a fun flop one time. Come on.
That flop touches absolutely nobody.
How come you can predict a jack on the turn and I can't even predict a good flop for these gentlemen?
We have 3 checks on the very low flop. This is going to be whoever sniffs at this pot. If anyone sniffs at this pot, it's going to be theirs.
This is just 3 guys playing chicken. Yup. Come on, George. With the worst hand. Let's go, buddy.
Comes George with that 15, a little over half pot. I should do this. Should do the trick for him.
Easy game.
Quick double check. Make sure the 2 black cards are still black.
And that's how you play chicken, man. That's off.
And George scoops in a nice little pot. It'll bring George up closer to the 200,000 chip mark, up just about 190.
Nice job, George.
And we will continue on as we're going to, looks like I believe we're about to have our short stack, Andrew Porter, in the big blind here. So he'll be having 9 bigs behind after he posts the blind and the big blind ante. And again, we're at pretty much 1 chip stack here, no offense, sir, that's in that real danger zone, and we'll see how this goes.
Ah, yes. I forgot about this. Okay. I knew I recognized George. I feel terrible I didn't remember him earlier.
It's a big blind.
So George right here actually just recently finished 6th in the Borgata Big Buy-In Series Championship, which was a 5,300 that just had a cool mill for first place. Those guys did end up chopping first place. That was Chance Corniff and Art Kershumi, I believe it is. But anyways, Andrew Porter got 4th in that tournament for a cool $206,000, and George at this table got 6th.
George
but we
just opened a button. Andrew with
These
an
2.
ace-8 off of with 9 bigs behind. I think we're going to see this go.
Yep.
And it might be enough. It might be a small enough stack that George is going to call.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he did. Beat him in.
Yep, bad news. But this is going to be a chop some portion of the time, too, so we'll see what happens. But, yeah, funny that I just mentioned both of these guys. They were just on a final table together, a massive final table a couple months ago there at the Borgata Big Buy-In Series.
Andrew all in at risk with the ace-8. Clean flop for the most part.
Really clean flop for ace-8
George does
when you're
pick
trying
up
not to
backdoor
chop.
straight and flush draws, and that takes out both of those backdoors. So now he needs to dodge 3 6s for a scoop and a deuce or a 3, and he gets the 8 for the double.
So Andrew right back up to his stack that he had when he had jammed there with the pocket queens a few hands ago.
And we're now back into nobody under 20 bigs.
Yep. No harm, no foul. Like I said, compared to that last table, I thought we may see a little bit more maneuvering happen, more chips going in the middle. Obviously, the blind's going up here, but yeah, good to see.
Yeah, and we see that same distribution just now, and again a lot of play to be had. No one so far in advance, advance of the table that they're going to be pushing the play themselves if they so choose, and a lot of chips that can make their way in. There's a lot of maneuverability and ability to accumulate chips here that we have and put themselves into a good position. As we head towards the later parts of this day, we're still a ways away from the bubble. We still have about 41 people or so before we hit the cash. So a lot to play for, and Hyun right here picks up pocket kings under the gun. Certainly going to see the raise. A nice little pocket pair for Abraham in mid position. It's looking like he's just going to flat that.
No need to get out of line with the snowman.
George also going to come along with the Jack 10 off.
George not short stack.
Percy also going to come along with the Jack 9 off. And both Andrew and Dan gonna slide out of the way here, I would imagine.
Oh no.
Dan also with the 7-3
My
off.
man Dan.
Why not? We got
Let's
the
go,
low.
Dan.
He's looking for as low of a flop.
What do you
as he
know,
can
Matt?
get.
What do you know? We defend 7-3-0 in this house.
Hey, I mean 5,000 with 56 in there. I don't blame him.
Come on, Ace Jack Deuce flop.
That flop looks like crap to everyone.
Yeah, that's so brutal that. Yep, and it checks straight through.
the 6 does nothing to make anyone feel better about anything. Now, do we get Hyun to put out some chips here? After it checks that quickly through, Hyun probably feels pretty good about his kings.
But I still don't think we want to be shoveling money in the pot. I don't know. I'm not saying you go big here.
There's very little that scares him. With how quickly that checked through. George is going to stab here. And I don't understand George for the same thought process. With how quickly that checked, you got to think that Jack may be good.
Percy, nice job letting that go. You were third place.
Hyun, this is where I don't think Hyun's getting away from this hand. He was thinking about betting this. I don't think
he's got to call one.
Yeah, there it is. Hyun comes along.
And I don't.
And Abraham's going to step aside.
Yeah. I also don't see George, even if it checks to him in position. Let's see what the river is here, but on most rivers, I don't see him firing a second barrel, but we'll see. Yeah. Clean river. I could be wrong, but I believe it's going to check back. Yep. And
there it goes. And
Hyun
will pick up a nice little
Nice
pot.
job.
Thanks. What just happened?
Nice hand.
Thank you.
That was one of those where just about any flop is gonna hit multiple people, and it certainly hit multiple people, but it's just the kind of way that nobody felt good about it. But well done for Hyun to not back away from the kings to a little bit of aggression and scoops up some chips up to 186,000 and a very, very healthy chip stack here. What is that? Something like
you let out, right?
45 plus 46 bigs.
Yeah, that was you. Okay.
So guys, if you're just joining us again, up in the top right corner there, you're going to have a live ticker of how many players still left in the mix. 99 out of 464 total entries across 2 starting flights. And you could buy in today at the beginning of day 2 before cards went in the air. But yeah, 2 starting flights, a few extra entries there on day 2, 464 total entries, and we have just around 99 players left now. If you had not heard yet, just 58 players will be making the money. So we have, we're below having to fade half the field to be at that 58 spot. But I anticipate that's not going to be towards the end of till towards the end of the night that money bubble bursts. And a cool $204,000 for first place in this one.
This is a fun flop here.
This is a very fun
Dan
flop.
flops the open end, and Hyun flops the bottom set.
Blind versus blind. Do you put in a raise here? Just calls.
Just gonna call. That's a dangerous flop too, though.
That's why I was thinking I would want to put more chips in the pot. Just super draw heavy flop, and he can have a ton of queens and stuff that are probably going to continue.
This is where I think we'll see the raise. If you're not wanting to run your equity on the flop necessarily with 2 cards coming.
I hate to be too general, but I tend to find that the flop and turn same bet tends to be on the weaker side, and so. Yeah, I feel like Hunt's going to put in a raise here.
It's a lot easier to get people to fold significant equity with a pretty solid raise here, and I think we'll see that. Yeah. Actually, it looks like it's going to be a raise on the smaller side.
37,000.
Yeah.
Now Dan getting a price to draw to it. There's a lot of scary looking rivers, even if it doesn't actually come in for Dan.
He just snap calls that too. Like no thought, just snap. Rolls out the
he was grabbing for those chips before they even hit the felt.
And the 7 of diamonds is a little bit scary for Hyun, but I still think you're going to see. I still think you'll see him try and get a little bit of value here on the river. I don't blame him for checking back because of the way that some of the draws have come in. But I still think you're going to get him going for some value.
I think he just has way too much hand, to not try and get one more bet.
Looks
but
like
he's going to get. I don't think Dan's going to find any check rates.
50,000 in the snap fold.
Yep.
Hyun rakes in yet another pot, and it is going to chip up quite nicely, up over 250,000 chips.
Yeah, he's at some really good spots here on this table so far.
Dan we see is chipped down a little bit to 26.5 bigs, but still quite healthy, over 100,000. And you see the distribution here. Again, no one anymore in any kind of immediate, imminent danger of getting blinded down to nothing. And also nobody really stepping away where they've got a huge gap on the table.
Yeah, and there's basically 4 players here that could all get 1 double and then just be the chip leader at the table again. So yeah, there's a lot of maneuvers.
We actually just saw the update here as we're going up to 3,000 small blind, 5,000 big blind with a 5,000 big blind ante. Chips blinds just go up.
And again, this is level 14 we are in right now, guys. These are hour-long levels, and knowing this structure like I know it fairly well, most likely we're going to be moving into the money around that level 17 or 18. That is typically when this hits the money in this structure. So we probably still have a couple hours left, a few hours left till we are in the money there. Michael going to come in for a raise from early position here with the ace-queen off. Kane going to defend his big blind with the 10-8 offsuit here. Queen in the window and not a ton behind for Kane. I assume this will most likely go check, bet, fold, but we will see. We would be correct. Michael's scooping in that pot there. If you check out that limited edition Borgata Fall Poker Open hat, that means that my man there, unless he like bought it off somebody or something like that, but that means since he's wearing that hat, that he made a final table at this series already. I don't know which final table that was. I could try and find it, but regardless, that means he has already hit a final table at this series. They only hand out those hats very, very exclusively to final table players at the Fall Poker Open here. I did not get one, even though I did make a final table. I'm not going to talk about the mixed series and how I didn't get hats, but you know, next time. I know they'll get me next time.
3 folds, 1 folds.
But that's how exclusive they are. The mixed games didn't get hats. So he had to have made a no-limit final table.
3 raises, 10,000.
Dan in the cutoff going to come in for a raise here with the ace-5 offsuit. Abraham is going to see a flop with some suited cards, regardless of the raggedy nature of them.
Check, check.
Queen 3-10. Action goes check, check, even though Abraham actually has the best hand here, and he's going to find the bet. Oh, wow, and Dan just snap calls with ace high. No luck on the river. Abraham checks it, and it checks back, and yeah, the pair of threes Dan's going to be mad.
Queens and threes.
Tough one.
He's snap called that turn bet, which I mean,
Yeah,
in reality,
it
Abraham
makes a lot
was
of
weak,
sense.
but
Makes a lot of
yeah.
sense. I mean, he's ahead of a lot of things. Like there's
Ace highs can be good.
There's a lot of things that can bet that turn. You know, with the draws, with any kind of gut shot there. There's a lot of cards that we don't want to see. You know, if we're checking back that flop and seeing the board pair on the turn. Like there's a lot of things that we don't want to see. So I certainly get the bet, certainly get the float or the call behind. And yeah, not expecting a whole lot more to go in on that river either with either of those hands, and you know, kind of plays itself.
Percy going to wake up with a good one here in early position. He's going to come in for, it looks like 12,000 with the ace-queen suited. Whole lot of trash behind him until Abraham wakes up in the small blind with ace-10-0. He does not know he's got the dominated hand, but he is going to put in the chips, and that is going to invite our table chip leader into the mix with them here. Deuce, King, 7, continuing the theme of the worst hand pre-flop being the best hand on the flop. 8 of diamonds on the turn here. Not going to help anybody. Oh, no, it does bring in backdoor diamonds for Percy. I'm sorry. Little bit of help there, but Michael finds the bet with third pair.
He is in the lead right now.
He is in the lead. Finds the bet with third pair. And, of course, Percy with the nut flush draw.
Not going anywhere.
Not going anywhere yet. And an over. Easy fold for Abraham. Yep, gets out of the way. Boom. Drills the stone cold nuts there on the river. Now, unfortunately, Michael just
doesn't have a whole lot for
doesn't
him
have a lot
pay
to
him off
call.
with.
But let's see what kind of bet he can find.
This is looking juicy too.
Yeah, I don't know that we're going to find a
31.
Yeah, I don't know that we're going to find a call here out of Michael, but we will see. Yep, gets out of there pretty quick. Good fold, Mike. You made a bet when you were ahead, and you made the better fold when you were behind. Nice job, sir. Percy picks up some much-needed chips, though.
5,000.
Here we take a look at those 2 trophies that you will win if you are the championship of the Borgata Fall Poker Open Championship event there. That baby Borgata clear trophy, those things are so cool, and they're very heavy too. And the BetMGM Championship Trophy that they give out to the various BetMGM Championship events. Very, very cool. Hope to have one of those on my mantle one of these days.
Yeah, it's fun to see all the different trophies, all the different hardware, all the different things that are out there to be able to be won.
Yes.
I hope one day to be able to need a room for all of them, but here comes Hyun with the ace-8. Like Abraham with a decision to make how he wants to play this king-queen suited from his button. We haven't seen a whole lot of the position raises here. As you've mentioned before, we've seen a lot of people flatting with strong hands. This isn't a true top-of-the-range premium, but a very strong hand with the king-queen suited. George out of the big blind also with a very strong hand with the ace-jack of clubs here. He's also, it looks like, just going to come along for a call. So we'll have 3 going to the flop.
3 players to the flop.
Not a huge amount doing on the flop here. Hyun picks up a gut shot. George has the best hand with the ace-jack. Abraham picks up nothing and is very likely going to get out of the way here as Hyun continues with 16 into 44. About 35%-ish.
George finds the call. Nice job, George, with the best hand.
George
that happens to just be ace high at the moment.
That is very much a big blind heavy board. So interesting to see Hyun lead into that, and George certainly making a lot of sense for him to follow along. I almost would have liked to have seen a raise out of that. But wow, what a river. George picks up the nut flush. Hyun hits the gut shot for the straight. George is certainly going to get some money out of this.
Sick river.
We'll see how much we want to get from this.
23,000.
23 grand. Now is Hyun going to just call this, or is Hyun going to come in for the raise and put George to the test, which is not going to be a very difficult one for George?
I really don't hate. I understand we can see the cards, but like good players can find raises here for thin value. It's backdoor clubs. He just jammed. Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry that you're behind, but unfortunately, like,
nut flush.
It's really brutal, but Hyun, I don't think that's a bad jam.
No,
dude, it's backdoor clubs. You can't expect that a ton of the time. Yeah, man, you're allowed to jam there and go for value. And honestly, the absolute best players are the ones that find thin value in spots like that. So you can get called by 2 pairs, you can call by sets, you can get called by lots of
easily
stuff.
see George with a 6-5 right there, right? A 7-6, something along those lines.
So yeah, it sucks in that exact instance when he just happens to drill, you know, the nuts on the river. But no, man, I don't fault yourself at all for that hand.
If you cuss him out as you're calling.
Slow rolling.
No.
Slow rolling.
No.
Then I would have got
nice hand.
You don't have to knock the table over.
What a river, though. My goodness.
Yeah, that was about the perfect thing. That is exactly what George could have hoped for.
Doesn't get any better than that.
Exactly. Hyun just shaking his head. Sometimes the card, like the worst card comes, and there's not a whole lot you can do in that spot. I think he's a little surprised to have not seen a little bit more pre-flop, because we did see two very, very strong hands just flat there with the king-queen suited and the ace-jack suited. Kane, we're going to see from Kane for the first time in a little while. He's been a little quiet, just not really getting much to work with as the king-10 suited here.
Yeah, I got greedy with you, too. Didn't work out. You gotta get greedy, though. I mean, you're not gonna win if you don't get greedy at some point.
Did you hear that?
Gotta get greedy if you're gonna win.
You're not gonna win if you don't get greedy every once in a while. I agree with you, man. You gotta go for the best players. Go for thin value.
It's not greedy. It's not thin value in my mind. Going for with the straight there. You hit the straight. Like you got floated by a backdoor club draw.
Yep.
Now, to be fair, again, it was a big blind board. Like that's a good big blind float board.
Sure.
Kane flops the top pair here. Percy does pick up a gut shot with the backdoor hearts. So I don't hate the float at all. And it just, again, perfect cards fell for the double there. Just kind of you know, it's not greedy. You hit what you want. You hit your hand. You're going to get called by worse there.
So Kane going to bet his top pair here. Percy is going to call, and those spades come in on the turn. Regardless, it doesn't
improve Percy at all, but might slow Kane down a little bit there.
Very possible.
And the 7 is also not a good card for Kane. We'll see what Percy chooses to do. If Percy doesn't put a bet in here, Kane's going to check it down and win. If Percy puts in a bet, it'll be really interesting to see what Kane wants to do, because a lot of hands that beat him, yep, there's the check. Yeah. A lot of hands that beat him came in. If Percy led out with a big bet there, there's a good chance he gets Kane away from that.
You're absolutely right.
But it's very tough when you realize some of your equity there, like Percy did, to want to put out that bet and try and get a bigger hand off the pot. But as it is, Kane picks up a nice little pot up to 140,000, which I'm sure he's going to be very, very happy to have, because at no fault of his own, the chips have just kind of been slipping away from him a little bit here at the featured table, not final table.
Yes.
So it feels really good, I'm sure, for him to scoop that pot and and hopefully try to not say turn his day around, but start to accumulate chips.
C4 raises 10,000.
So as we continue to work towards that bubble, looks like up in that top right corner of the screen, we're down to 87 players now. That continues to move right along towards that 58 that will be making the min cash in this Borgata Fall Poker Open Championship.
So we have the early position open with the pocket fours from Hyun. Mid position flat, hijack flat from Abraham with a king 7 suited. We had an ace 10 off fold, and now Percy defends the small blind ace 9, and Andrew defending the big 9 with the 6-9 of clubs. And that's a big blind flop right there, and he's flopped the flush draw, and he should be the one with the most 8s in his hand going into this. Hyun, I don't hate that board for pocket 4s, but I would love to see Andrew jam here.
I was gonna say, we just put it in, right? There's not, I don't.
Percy with the backdoor club, the backdoor with the ace of clubs, gonna flat. I still would love to see Andrew jam this because he has all the 8s and he's got the equity with the clubs.
Stick it in, it'll work. Do it, put it in the middle, it'll work. I don't think either of them are calling. Just stick it in. Leave one chip back, and then put it in. For no good reason.
Just for a little bit of extra time
Yeah.
on TV.
Yeah.
He's taking his time, and he's just going to call. That call causes some concern for the other people at the table.
Ooh.
The 3, a very, very interesting card. Percy has the 2 pair with the ace kicker, but I don't think he's going to really like that ace. And the 10 comes. Now, this is going to be interesting to see if Andrew decides to try to find the bet here.
I was going to say, it feels like a spot that could be a good bluff candidate, and he's sick enough, but we'll see what happens.
We've seen Percy float a lot, so I think seeing the multiple checks that you're going to see a lot of. There it is.
Nice
You're going to
job,
see a lot
Andrew.
of. Yep.
It's just such good situational awareness. I don't think Percy ever checks twice with a 3 or an 8. Hyun is never, after the action, that he was betting on the flop. This is such a good jam and such good situational awareness by Andrew.
And Hyun lays down the best hand.
Boom.
Percy, I don't think is going to call for the chop here. Because he's calling hoping to chop at best, obviously. And that's, unless he thinks that Porter's doing exactly this and ripping the club draw.
Yep.
But that's a really good bet from Andrew. And we've seen Percy take his time and make the right decision a lot, though. And
This would be a really sick call. This would be a really sick
really
call.
thinking it over.
He looks like he's getting ready to fold, but this would be a really sick call if he found this. Great jam by Andrew regardless, but this would be a really sick call if he found this.
He has looked a little bit more defeated with some of his folds in the past. He hasn't shown quite the same, there it is. Okay, yep.
Seems so curious. It's so interesting.
It's just taking him, there it
He
goes.
finds it. Nice job even considering it, honestly. A lot of guys just snap fold that on the river, but Andrew just really good job finding chips there.
Yeah, that's, and it would have worked on the flop too, don't get me wrong. But being able to find that on the river when the board double pairs and your draw doesn't come in, you don't pick up the extra pair. It takes the
I need to get a few through
the
here.
fortitude to be able to make that bet on the river.
Yeah,
It is not easy to stick your chips in playing the board.
If I didn't have the ace that I had, I think I could have called.
What's that?
If I didn't have the ace that I had, I think I would have called.
Did you hear him there? He said if I didn't have the ace that he had, he would have made the call. He blocked the ace high flush draw.
Right. So there's going to be
I don't know if Porter, there's going to be too many suited aces. I guess in the middle range, the 6, 7, 8, 9. range that he'll have peeled there.
It's
But I
hard to
think-
peel back the onion that far, but yeah, he probably would have come to that conclusion that you're right, Andrew probably would have a lot of, if he's having suited aces there.
Yeah. That'll be a fun one to look back on for a lot of people, I think.
Sure.
That's one of those that
Anything good under here?
it's very, very difficult with that overcall too, right? So
Yes.
like if he's got
Yes.
8x, it's one of those that you like. I like the call on the flop because you don't necessarily want to run equity if you're against clubs. If you've got 8x with no club, you don't necessarily want to run the equity. And then when you bow it up on the turn, you're not looking to scare anyone out. You want someone else to try and do the betting for you. So that the narrative also makes sense for him to have had significant strength.
Sure.
You know, and it's very tough to weed out the differences there. Michael Connor in here with the straight, flop the top pair open end, turn the straight, and it looks like it's just going to get all the way through to him, and it does. He'll scoop up a nice little pot there, up back over 300,000, I believe. And we continue here. Dan has slipped down into just over 15 bigs, stepping into a small blind here. But still not in a true dangerous spot. He's got a lot of hands before the blinds come back to him. Pending what happens here, of course.
Sure.
But we're still not seeing anyone in a really, really dangerous chip stack size.
Action been a tidbit slow over these past few minutes here. Not too many hands that have clashed into each other, but it has been
some multi-way pots where boards haven't really connected, some pots that could have possibly gone crazy and have had things to slow them down. Not a whole lot of coolers, not a whole lot of big hand against big hand opportunities, with the exception of the three-way all-in with the A7, the 10, and queens. That was a little while back. We'll see here what looks to be limp call check, 3 to the pot, 3 to the flop. The limp from under the gun, 1 from Abraham with the ace-3 off. It's a very interesting spot to do this from. Has the best hand.
Yeah, I was going to say, he just goes ahead and flops the best hand.
I don't know if you're against the 2 blinds that you really actually feel that good about it, but
No, finds the bet, gets the fold. Nice
but
job,
if you end up
Abraham.
with the second pair there, I guess you gotta bet it. And he does, takes it in up to 220-some thousand chips.
Big blind over there.
I don't want to root for people to get booted off the final table, and it's as we're going through this is part of the what you were talking about earlier, the ability to stream some of these middle days and not just be final tables.
Yeah.
You'll see that when we had the first table, we had a good bit of action. We had a lot of chips flying. We had a good amount of big hands. We had a lot of play. We've got a lot of stacks here that have playability, but we haven't really had quite the same cards fall in. We haven't had.
Yeah.
We don't have someone Cash was very much driving the action earlier, and it was a lot of fun to watch. But we also had we had a lot of pairs. We had a lot of big hands. Kind of mixing it up earlier. We haven't had quite the same collisions here that we'd had there. And we certainly see a big hand here with the ace king. Abraham with a limp under the gun with the 8-7 off right after the limp from under the gun 1 with the ace-3. Getting a little loosey-goosey, trying to see a few more hands and I guess mix it up a little bit more. We haven't had quite the same, like I said, collisions here. And you get that a lot with some of these longer structured tournaments. When we've got these hour-long levels, and it's playing relatively deep, you're going to get these stretches in the tournament where, unless you're in a position to really put your foot on the gas, or you've got a table where you're in a position where you feel like you can take advantage of the people around you, your people on your left, when you have position on them. A lot of the time, these parts of the tournaments are the ones where you have to find those small pots, find the way to kind of like keep your chip stack afloat, keep your chip stacks hopefully slowly growing, And as the crunch starts to come in, make sure that you're ahead of the, oh crap, I need to jam soon, I need to double soon, and try to find the spots just to kind of slowly pick up those chips if you're not going to, if you're not going to be in this, in the situation where you're getting big hands. Sure. You're really getting the chance to grab them in chunks. And we've seen a lot of people kind of do that, and a lot of the chips have kind of been going in circles a little bit here, and but it's that part of the tournament where people have enough chips that they can not necessarily limp to the cash. I don't think too many people are looking to limp to the cash now, but you can do damage now or a little bit later, and you're trying not to shoot yourself in the foot.
We got an interesting one here. Michael went ahead and raised from under the gun with the 7-8 suited. Kane actually found a fold with Jack-9 of clubs in the small blind. Jeez, this is crazy. What a flop.
This is awful for Michael. This is terrible for Michael. This is going to be a full double for Abraham, depending on what the next couple cards are. We have the top two for Michael with the 8-7 of hearts, and we have the middle set for Abraham with the pocket sevens here. And we're going to get a C-bet and a call from Michael. Makes perfect sense. This card is really going to be what makes this hand either go very, very big or slow down. That is going to slow us down a little bit. Maybe not. Maybe not.
Is I watching live stream over there or what?
I was mistaken. Michael going to come out here and fire again for close to half pot, I believe. I believe that was going to be maybe, 37,000.
Man, everything's coming up Abraham right now.
Abraham sitting here, and he's not going anywhere. We're going to see just a call. It looks like calling chips in front of him. And the queen of spades on the river. Now that's a weird call. Yeah, okay. And he's just going to check through and a weird card, excuse me, for the rest of their hands.
Mike saved so much money on that by that run out happening the way that it did. Dude, if that just goes club heart blank blank, he just might lose.
I mean, that's all of it right there. It's gonna go. It's gonna go.
All my chips.
Like that was.
Thank God he didn't check raise.
You can say it for us. That's a tough one when you're that strong on the flop on a big blind hand like that. It's really tough to put that check raise in and blast somebody off of ace queen or something like that.
So as we look at the chip counts here, that is the first time in a little while that Michael has moved out of the chip lead after winning that big pot with the straight flush early on there. Abraham now moving into our chip lead, and it looks like Cash Corpening, who was on our feature table just a little bit ago, is now back in the mix.
Would you look at that?
And when he left us, he had right around 350K, and if I'm seeing that correctly, he actually has quite a bit more now. Because I believe he has piles of red chips there. I think there may have been a collision of some kind. Yeah, that's a lot of red he's got there. That's over 500. He may be sitting with 600 or 700K right there. We'll find out here shortly.
Welcome back, Cash.
But if he is, that's him sitting over double what the person in second place has, which would be Abraham. So it's going to be very interesting to see what that chip stack is. But yeah, if I'm seeing that correctly, he's got well over 600K.
When we took our break, we were on a delay from the actual play. I popped over to the group of the feature table. I wanted to needle Andrew. Don't get me wrong, Philly tax guy. Oh wow, and he sits into pocket queens in his very first hand with 685. Wow,
come on.
I popped over to that table just to say hi to Andrew, and then just to poke a few of the guys and just say, hey, it was a lot of fun. You guys played very well. Said hello to Drew, and we hadn't met in person before, but I've played against him a bunch online, and poked Cash and said it was a lot of fun watching him play, that there were a lot of people wishing him well. And here he is, he's back and with heaps and huge cards, and right off the bat, he 5x'd with queens.
Yeah. So if you remember, obviously, Paul Volpe had another was the one other real large stack at that table. So I don't know if maybe they collided potentially. I'm interested to find out on break. But
Yeah,
you know
we'll
what
see.
I could check? The lovely folks over at poker.org.
I was gonna say, who's got your job while you're here with me?
Yeah, my man Brett's out there in the field. But yeah, the lovely folks over at poker.org, my employers, and my good buddy Brett is over there doing some live reporting from outside the feature table. Seeing some hands here. I'm trying to find. He's got quite a few hands up on the feed. I see a hand from about an hour ago that is titled Corpening Takes Out Another. So that was during the 4K big blind level. He may have been chipping up quite a bit.
I love this. Look at this. We have little pair, little pair, little pair. A little king 10. George slides the king deuce away from him. We have 4 to the flop. And Andrew in the lead with the 6s. And wow, we have this 2 sets. We have Andrew and Abraham both flopping a set of 6s and 4s respectively.
Let's go.
Cash with a gut shot with his pocket 3s. I think Abraham has to bet this. And here it comes. Pretty solid bet. It looked to be at 1820. Yep, 18,000. About third of the pot. Cash with a gut shot might think he's in not might think he's not in a bad spot with a pair and unders against the last person.
I know there was a slow spot there for a minute, but guys, we got set over set. We already had a straight flush on the stream. Come on.
I with these flats and that lead, I don't think I want to slow play this if I'm Andrew.
Let me get some likes on this video for set over set, you guys. If you're in the chat, let me hear it.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to get him. Yeah, he's going to click this to 45, I think. 40. I think we're just going to get this going. I don't think this is going to get any more chips are going to need to go in after this flop. I think this is just going to get shipped here. Interesting.
That's
He's
just a
gonna
flat call. And I mean,
I
don't see any way we can be anything but all in on the turn, right?
A 5 will slow them down a little.
Fair enough. But Paint knew it.
Here it goes.
Come on.
He's got what, about 2/3 pot or so, give or take. He's gonna check it.
All right. And the set of 4s checks back. Oh my God. Andrew, no. Look, he still is going to find a bet.
He's going to fire
a
bet. He's going to get called and beat and win. If he bets turn, he gets it all. He gets the full double. That's understand the. Yeah.
He's gonna be so mad at himself when he realizes.
You saw that reaction. He's like, yeah,
I mean, in fairness,
I can't believe it didn't go on the flop.
Well, that's the thing. In fairness, he checked back. Abraham checked back turn too.
Yeah.
So it's like, in fairness, Andrew is thinking like, man, how did neither of us put it in? Like, I thought I was against a much weaker hand, but hey, it'd be like that sometimes. I can't believe we had set over set. We didn't see all the chips get in the middle.
With that turn, I can't believe. I'm amazed that didn't go in on the flop. It's crazy. And then with that turn not changing anything, I can't believe it didn't go in on the turn. There was a 2/3 pot on the turn there. And I don't know.
I figured as much. Yeah, I was like, I'm in deep shit here. Which one? Jackson?
I don't know.
Was it
But
Queens?
Andrew up to 264,000. And excuse me.
I figured it was Jackson.
Abraham down to just under 200 to 195,000. So still very, very healthy on about 39 bigs there. But Andrew, who was down to under 10 bigs, I believe, not too long ago, since the last break, is now very healthy on 50, almost 53 bigs here.
I had a draw. Yeah. You made the pot expensive at all the right times too, and I didn't listen to myself.
Abraham going to come along here with a very fun hand to play, the 10-9 suited. He's going to just flat the early position raise from Hyun.
It's usually the
Michael looks like
you
he's
allow
wanting to
yourself
come
is
in
the
on the
one
button
that
here, and I
you don't
believe.
right?
Ooh.
Like, you gotta allow yourself a mistake.
That looks like a squeeze right there.
My man's is going to put in the 3-bet.
I'm gonna chase this
Bump
guy
the
down.
price of poker up to 35,000. Goes about 3x. Get one fold. I don't know.
That should work on this one.
That's what I was thinking. I mean, Abraham might feel inclined to just see a flop with a hand that can flop a lot of equity, but I think Hyun's going to get out of the way. Pretty sure. You just dominated a lot of the time. And I mean, even in this situation where Michael's fairly light, he's still flipping. Yeah. Yeah. Abraham has been on the tighter side, but
he's been mixing up. He's been limping. He did the limp under the gun one and limp under the gun back to back. He's wanted to see some flops. I think he's going to come along here. Yeah, he's reaching for chips.
And he's not short by any means either.
No.
So very interesting.
Interesting.
Gets out of the way.
He looked like he really wanted to play that too.
I
mean,
agree.
He's shown that he's wanted to see flops. Very good aggression there from Michael. Very good aggression. He's seen Hyun raising a lot, and Abraham has flatted a lot, limped a good amount recently. Abraham has wanted to see some pots recently, so I like that a lot. Very, very solid play there to scoop up a nice pot. Michael Connor and back up to over 260,000. Definitely not going to be our table chip leader right now with Cash having sat down with, piles and piles and piles. But getting himself back into a very, very solid, still was already, but back up towards where he was just a little bit ago. Kane Callis mid-position with a 9-8 of diamonds. He's been relatively quiet, and we'll see what he chooses to do here. I expect we'll see an open. We certainly get that, and as we clear some of the hands in between, we see Cash in the small blind with the Queen 10. That feels like a cash hand. Here comes Cash. Cash does make the call, 7,000. Percy with the Ace 5 in the big blind as well, so we have 3 to the flop. And Cash hits his top pair. Kane with the second pair here.
Cash is going to go ahead and lead with top pair here. Percy right out of the way, and Kane may find a call here, but he has shown the propensity to be a little bit on the tighter side at this feature table thus far. But let's see if he comes along for the ride. I mean, he would be in second place if he came along here, but
see if he sniffs this out. I don't know how much history he'll have with Cash. I know both of them are frequent in the area, so it wouldn't surprise me if they have some history here. And we'll see if he can sniff out that he is behind. We're back to the split screen instead of the shot of just the back of Cash's head. Now we get the front of Cash's head, and hopefully a smile soon for him. Kane does get away from it. Cash takes down a nice little pot there. Up over 700,000 chips for Cash. But no smile. No smile, Cash. Come on, help us out. We are down to 76 people left in the Borgata Fall Poker Open Championship. 58 cash, so we're getting closer. We're 18 away from the money. We have, again, we're at the featured table here. We've got a number of other tables out on the floor. We should be approaching a break relatively soon. Hyun is going to pick up a big pair of the queens under the gun 1. We'll see some chips coming in from him. He's sitting on that 16 bigs. He's going to just put them all in the middle with the queens and is currently at risk if we have any action behind.
Down.
Cash with the hand I'm sure he would love to be playing, but unfortunately not for 16 bigs pre-flop. And it is just going to fold all the way through for Hyun to pick up a pot and chip up to just under 100,000, 19 bigs for him there.
So I'm not going to give out any spoilers yet, but I'm just putting this out there, guys. If you're watching right now and you would all like what you're watching, first off, make sure to give us a like and a subscribe. But the next feature table that's coming up has a few players on it that, let's just say, I think like to mix it up, we'll say. Get in the action, push the equities a little. So wait for this next feature table. Do not go away on this upcoming break because I promise you, yeah, there's some good players coming up here. But as we look at the payouts here, $204,000 for first place to the eventual winner, and those 2 nice trophies in the background there. But a cool 200K payday is never bad at the Borgata on a Tuesday when this thing finishes
out.
out.
To get through for that one. We are inching a little closer. It looks like we just dropped a couple from the outer tables, and we're down to 16 away from the money.
Yes, sir.
We see Abraham here with the ace-10 going to open. And the 3x with the ace-10. A little change of pace from what we've seen previously with a lot more of the min raises pre-flop. And he is not going to have any takers here. Dan begrudgingly shows the 8 deuce off out of his big blind, not able to defend that. Flips him
Tuesday
face
be
up.
all in so fast.
I guess we're gonna lose our break because we started like 10 minutes after them.
Oh yeah.
So we might
I don't think it was a full 10 minutes. I thought it was
maybe
like
8 minutes. We're gonna lose at least some of the break.
Yeah.
I thought it was like
3 minutes.
Unless
2
we're-
or 3.
unless
Yeah.
they're gonna keep
I
the
thought it,
table on like a constant delay or something, right? Like, I don't know. And it just
we
gets
have to start with that.
switching us
it
out.
just gets complicated. Yeah.
Maybe you're right. Maybe it wasn't that long. I don't remember exactly. It was a few minutes.
They
I think.
came
It was
over
10
and
minutes. It
said
was 5-10
they
minutes.
just started. We're going to give you guys a couple extra minutes.
yeah.
Maybe that meant 5 to 8, but I took it more literally.
Michael with a nice looking hand here in +2. I believe he's going to open that.
He's got them raising chips, and here it comes.
Bunch of junk comes up behind him.
Until we get to Hyun in the big blind, this is just going to go. There it goes.
There it is.
You're gonna count.
Yeah, Michael's in a raise. He's got such a fringy
18.
hand.
It's 18 bigs. It's going to be too. It should be too much for him here. 90,000 here. It should be a little bit too much. He's still got 16 bigs to call. He does put in the call. That I understand the suited ace, but it's not that's a lot for me to call with a weaker ace.
I really think that if he would have counted that out of his stack and just taken a look at him basically almost losing half his stack by doing that. Not half his stack, excuse me, but you know, just one of those barrels.
Queen.
Yeah, queen in the window.
There's the queen. So he's drawing a runner, running straight or running nines.
It's a good start.
That'll lock it up.
Yeah. But yeah, I think if he would have just taken a second and counted that out, he probably would have found the fold. But he called pretty quickly there. And I mean, look, you have a really nice hand, but it shrivels up a lot against a player who wants to be all in there.
I mean, he's we haven't seen people getting out of line. It would be one thing, like Hyun just ripped 16 bigs pre-flop, and we obviously saw that it was queens. They don't know that it was queens.
Right.
But we haven't seen Hyun getting out of line. We haven't seen really anyone getting way out of line.
I mean, in fairness, we did see Hyung jam over a raise and an open with King Jack off. So.
Yeah, yeah, no, you're right. And it was a good squeeze spot for that one, but this, you know, again, there's no one acting behind him, so I guess he's got a little bit more a perception of strength if he wants to try to use that. You know, if you think someone's going to do that with a wheel ace, you know, we saw that a good bit yesterday of people using the wheel ace in more of an ICM spot than that. But again, we're 15 or 16 away from the money. We're, you know, within a couple hands of our break here. You know, I think that Hyun is not going to be trying to take that spot lightly. I think that you're likely looking at either one over for, you know, like a pair of tens, pair of jacks, or you're looking at a situation where you're dominated. And unfortunately, you know, unfortunately for Michael, it was the situation where he was dominated there. Fortunately for Hyun, though, he's happy to see that. He's happy to take the chips and go from there. Looks like we're going to have some chips going in from cash this time. We'll see what the sizing he chooses here is going to be. 4x with the ace queen, or excuse me, ace jack of diamonds. Kane not going to defend as well. Cash will scoop in a small pot. Mitch Hecht asks, is it a men's tourney? It is not a men's tourney. There is actually a ladies event running right now upstairs at the Borgata as part of the Fall Poker Open. This is not a men's tourney. Just our feature table currently has no females at it.
But our last feature table did have a lady at it, and she was doing very, very well. But yeah, I saw plenty of ladies from the East Coast here in the mix yesterday and the day before. A few made day two. Yeah, and the big nine or 10 tables worth of ladies upstairs playing the ladies event. So awesome to see them make it out for the Borgata Fall Poker Open.
We had a question here. Is that Mike Postle? That is Michael Conneran.
Thank you.
Here is Kane in the big blind with kings. No, excuse me, on the button with kings. Abraham in the small blind with a hand. He's going to want to see a flop with 10-9, and I would expect to see Michael defend with the ace-6 as well. There it is. We'll go three-way to the flop. Kane Callis ahead with the Cowboys, but plenty of fun hands, plenty of things to happen here. The Queen Jack flop gives Abraham the open end. Kane's still ahead with the pair of kings. He also has the king of diamonds with 2 diamonds on the board. Michael drawing rather thin here. I don't think he's going to be too happy with that flop. We'll see what Kane elects to do here with the overpair and the paired board. He is going to bet it. Bets 8,000 to 35. We'll see Abraham come along here with his open end. Michael, I expect, to step out of the way here, and there he goes. As you can see, Abraham down to only 4 outs because a king, one of the remaining kings, would give Kane a full house. The king's full of jacks. So Abraham drawing a little bit thinner than he thought he may have been. The turn with the 3 of diamonds takes away even one more of those, considering Kane's holding the king of diamonds. And the 8 of diamonds would then give Kane the flush as well.
So that's not our clock, or it is?
We'll see what Kane chooses to do here. He's still ahead, has a lot of equity.
That might be the turn.
He's got the strongest hand now and a flush draw. So he is gonna keep betting. Looks like that was 15. That's 15,000. Quick fold from Abraham. Kane takes in a nice little pot here, right as we're getting near the end of our time here before the break. As you heard a little bit earlier, they were a little bit delayed getting going on our feature table, so it sounded like they were getting a few extra minutes to play here before they take their break. A little bit unfortunate for them since their break time will be cut a little bit short, but they are going to get their full time in the level. You see a chip count, chip distribution. Dan McCarthy is on 12 bigs at 61,000. And then we have a wide range. Kane Callis just chipped back up to almost 30 bigs and just shy of 140,000.
High definition.
Range all the way up to cash at his 700,000.
That's what she said.
And again, guys, if you're just joining us, welcome to the Borgata Fall Poker Open feature table coverage. If you look up there in the top right-hand corner of the screen, that is 73 remaining players out of the 464 who originally got into this event in one of the first 2 flights. We are just coming up here on break, as Matt mentioned, but do not go anywhere. I repeat, do not go anywhere, because after that short break, we are going to have a very fun feature table coming up after. I promise you want to come back for the feature table. A couple names that you know, a couple that you might not know, and maybe a character or 2 that we may see here on this feature table action. But
made them wait for us.
Please come back after break. But we got some more hands here. Until that happens, I figure we are still probably about maybe 5 stream minutes to 10 stream minutes away from when that actual break happens. So.
No, that's synced up, so we're good. Yeah, I think they just it's all good.
They told us they were just going to give us an extra couple minutes.
Yeah, they did. Maybe they meant the whole tournament. They paused for 2 minutes or whatever.
I thought they said they started and they were giving us an extra couple minutes.
It's synced now.
Doesn't matter.
That's what I think, but it doesn't make any sense.
If the clocks are synced, no, that wouldn't make sense.
As you can see them discussing the sync and the time to get settled and situated as you get all the audio and everyone settled for the feature table here coming off the last break. That's the conversation there. So, just all the little logistics to be able to put on the stream here. Sometimes throws the tournament clock off just a little bit. It shouldn't impact anything too much for them, though. Cash wakes up with the pocket pair in the big blind. We'll see if he gets any takers. George is going to limp his jack 5, and Cash is going to put out.
Thank you.
Just punishes immediately.
55,000.
Yeah, you limp.
Wow.
You limp. I'm going 11x.
Wow.
Wow. Much more action
So you
in
got
there.
any good stories about how you had all those pink chips?
Yeah, he got confused. He put the wrong one.
I want to hear.
Big pot, aces versus queens.
Which one?
That's one of them. That's
you have
probably
the
my
aces?
biggest pot. Yeah, aces, yeah.
And by raising 50,000.
He aces over queens to Adam Forshaw, Philly tax guy.
Ah, bummer.
Yeah. They each put in like 50
Hey,
or
you never
60
know.
bigs.
Flop could count out 2, 3, 3.
So I believe Dan is going to do something with these pocket sixes here. It's limp. Limp is the option, but Kane is going to say no limping around here with the red pocket aces. Let's see what type of adventure he wants to go on. I think it's going to be small 3-bet adventure. Waiting for the size. 3x 3-bet adventure.
Cash is going to come along with an ace-8 and defend his small blind.
So he's going to...
Very
Oh, I
interesting.
said 3-bet. I'm sorry. Dan didn't even open. My fault. Yeah, he just limped. But yeah, sorry. 3x open over the limp from Dan.
Dan gonna limp shove,
Woof.
and that's not gonna be good for him in the end.
Woof.
Kane very quickly asking for the count, but we'll see how quickly he decides to act. I don't think it's gonna matter because I don't think Cash is gonna put in another chip. But we'll see. We'll see Kane.
And this would be a just call situation from Kane, right? We don't hate going heads up with aces with Cash. I mean, do we want protection? You know,
I don't think you're going to need to worry about it too much
That's
here.
what I'm saying. I think we just flat,
It
right?
depends what you think of Cash, how you think Cash will respond. Obviously, in this situation, it's not going to matter. I think that there's going to be times where, with this much strength, I almost like the rip, because if he's flatting this, he's flatting for over half of his stack, right? Or for almost half of his stack, just shy of half of his stack. You're already committing yourself to almost all of this. He is just gonna flat, but I don't think it really matters, because if Cash has a hand that he's gonna play here, he's not likely going to fold it for that much more, and I can't see him wanting to call this. I don't know him, but that's...
Get away from it, Cash.
That's
Yep,
way
there
too
you go,
much.
buddy.
Way too
Just
much
get
for an
away from it.
ace-8.
Could be in trouble.
And when you just flat
bit.
that, a lot of people view
Little bit
that
of
as the strength that it
Right.
is, where the raise there sometimes looks like an ISO to kind of
Maybe.
protect yourself, and you might be able to get some more questionable hands
Could make it straight.
to make the call.
Maybe I'll make
You
it
might be able to get that pair in between to make the call if it was 9s, 10s, something like that.
Sure.
Oh,
Tough to win here.
Tough to win here.
needs running 6s, and that's not going to do it for
Good
Dan.
game, guys. Good luck.
GG Dan, you're going to fall to the best hand in poker. So top boat's going to take it down there for Kane. He's going to keep chipping up here. He's done well at this feature table so far. And we're going to lose Dan at a spot open there, but
We're not going to fill that before our break here. Yep, looks like one more hand before these players go on break. And as alluded to before, we'll be taking the break. When we come back from the break, we'll have a new feature table with some new names, some new characters, some new chip stacks, and hopefully quite a bit of action. Michael with the deuces and the hijack going to come in for the raise.
as one does.
cash with the Jack 10. I imagine we'll see cash in his hand.
I was going to say, he's definitely defending.
Gonna flat his button on Jack 10. I expect we'll see Andrew defend the Ace 9. He's deep enough. I don't know if he's probably too deep to do something like a rip, but he's 50 bigs deep. So yeah, we're not going to see a rip out of him. But I wonder if we'll see him 3-bet this.
42.
There he is.
42.
Nice find, Andrew. And this is the thing, man. This is why Andrew's been so successful. He's just super tricky to play against, finds really good spots to make squeezes, and gets folds.
Picks up some chips right there as we head to the break here. Andrew up to 276,000 as we're about to head on to a 20-minute break.
All right, guys, we'll see you back in 20.
Yeah.
Legendary. It's seeing your third Vegas sunrise in a row. Proving you're right, or giving it to your friend who's always wrong. Meeting your hero?
What's up, fellas?
Legendary. Or meeting someone else's hero. Hitting a jackpot from your subway seat. Or how about this? Front row seats. A story you'll tell for the rest of your lives. Or a secret spot that you'll tell everyone about tomorrow. Whatever makes it legendary for you, it can all happen here. BetMGM. Make it legendary. Legendary. It's seeing your third Vegas sunrise in a row. Proving you're right, or giving it to your friend who's always wrong. Meeting your hero?
What's up, fellas?
Legendary. Or meeting someone else's hero. Hitting a jackpot from your subway seat. Or how about this? Front row seats. A story you'll tell for the rest of your lives. Or a secret spot that you'll tell everyone about tomorrow. Whatever makes it legendary for you, it can all happen here. BetMGM. Make it legendary. Legendary. It's seeing your third Vegas sunrise in a row. Proving you're right, or giving it to your friend who's always wrong. Meeting your hero?
What's up, fellas?
Legendary. Or meeting someone else's hero. Hitting a jackpot from your subway seat. Or how about this? Front row seats. A story you'll tell for the rest of your lives. Or a secret spot that you'll tell everyone about tomorrow. Whatever makes it legendary for you, it can all happen here. BetMGM. Make it legendary. Legendary. It's seeing your third Vegas sunrise in a row. Proving you're right, or giving it to your friend who's always wrong. Meeting your hero?
What's up, fellas?
Legendary. Or meeting someone else's hero. Hitting a jackpot from your subway seat. Or how about this? Front row seats. A story you'll tell for the rest of your lives. Or a secret spot that you'll tell everyone about tomorrow. Whatever makes it legendary for you, it can all happen here. BetMGM. Make it legendary. Legendary. It's seeing your third Vegas sunrise in a row. Proving you're right, or giving it to your friend who's always wrong. Meeting your hero?
What's up, fellas?
Legendary. Or meeting someone else's hero. Hitting a jackpot from your subway seat. Or how about this? Front row seats. A story you'll tell for the rest of your lives. Or a secret spot that you'll tell everyone about tomorrow. Whatever makes it legendary for you, it can all happen here. BetMGM. Make it legendary. Legendary. It's seeing your third Vegas sunrise in a row. Proving you're right, or giving it to your friend who's always wrong. Meeting your hero?
What's up, fellas?
Legendary. Or meeting someone else's hero. Hitting a jackpot from your subway seat. Or how about this? Front row seats. A story you'll tell for the rest of your lives. Or a secret spot that you'll tell everyone about tomorrow. Whatever makes it legendary for you, it can all happen here. BetMGM. Make it legendary. Legendary. It's seeing your third Vegas sunrise in a row. Proving you're right, or giving it to your friend who's always wrong. Meeting your hero?
What's up, fellas?
Legendary. Or meeting someone else's hero. Hitting a jackpot from your subway seat. Or how about this? Front row seats. A story you'll tell for the rest of your lives. Or a secret spot that you'll tell everyone about tomorrow. Whatever makes it legendary for you, it can all happen here. BetMGM. Make it legendary. Legendary. It's seeing your third Vegas sunrise in a row. Proving you're right, or giving it to your friend who's always wrong. Meeting your hero?
What's up, fellas?
Legendary. Or meeting someone else's hero. Hitting a jackpot from your subway seat. Or how about this? Front row seats. A story you'll tell for the rest of your lives. Or a secret spot that you'll tell everyone about tomorrow. Whatever makes it legendary for you, it can all happen here. BetMGM. Make it legendary. third Vegas sunrise in a row. Proving you're right, or giving it to your friend who's always wrong. Meeting your hero?
What's up, fellas?
Legendary. Or meeting someone else's hero. Hitting a jackpot from your subway seat. Or how about this? Front row seats. A story you'll tell for the rest of your lives. Or a secret spot that you'll tell everyone about tomorrow. Whatever makes it legendary for you, it can all happen here. BetMGM. Make it legendary. Legendary. It's seeing your third Vegas sunrise in a row. Proving you're right, or giving it to your friend who's always wrong. Meeting your hero?
What's up, fellas?
Legendary. Or meeting someone else's hero. Hitting a jackpot from your subway seat. Or how about this? Front row seats. A story you'll tell for the rest of your lives. Or a secret spot that you'll tell everyone about tomorrow. Whatever makes it legendary for you, it can all happen here. BetMGM. Make it legendary.
Not in the middle.
And welcome back to the Borgata Fall Poker Open Championship Day 2 feature table coverage. My name is Jeremy Geis, joined in the booth by Matt McNeil. We are here on our third feature table of the day, and it is going to be our last feature table of the day when these guys go to dinner break. The stream will be coming to a close here, but we have an absolutely fantastic feature table here. You guys may not know every single player on this table, but you guys will certainly know a few by the time this is all said and done. I know a bunch of these players pretty well. Matt, you ever played or interacted with any of these fine folks here?
I mean, we had Ben on earlier today, I believe. Is that correct? In our, I think the table position, the chip stacks are a little bit off, but we had Ben on earlier today. Ben is one of the more recognizable names in the country, in the world for live poker recently. I mean, one of the most ridiculous live runs we've seen in the last half a decade.
2023 GPI and WPT Player of the Year right there. An absolute monster, and he will put on a show if given the opportunity. So we shall see how he plays here in these early goings leading up to the bubble. But we'll make our way around here as we go and mention a few things about these players. But yeah, Ben,
one of the true live crushers of our current generation.
Jack Kwan here, who with the ace-3 offsuit in the cutoff. He goes by Lucky Spewy online. He is also a former champion of one of the live streams. I believe he won the Mirror Mystery Bounty, or possibly just one of the first mystery bounties that we had since COVID and had live streamed when we were downstairs. But a very, very accomplished online player, Lucky Spewy, well known in that industry. Excuse me, in the East Coast poker scene. So he's going to go to a flop here. And defending his big blind is Jordy Sanchez. Jordy has been on a streak over the last few weeks here. I believe he final tabled the Lions of the Atlantic, which was the $600 event that happened just a few weeks ago. And then since and during this Borgata Fall Poker Open has come right back after that and final tabled multiple things here. Or he final tabled one. I think he made final 2 tables of the PKO then also. So yeah, man, he's just been really, really crushing and running really hot. So happy to see him in the mix. And both players gonna drill the chop on the river, but they probably think they hit a good card. Ooh,
Check,
Jordy
small
check.
What, small bet, call it, chop it up. Oh, we'll just check it
back. Yeah.
Yeah. Easy, slow start to the action here. I don't imagine it's going to stay that slow.
No.
One thing we do want to acknowledge here is we believe that the chip count is just a little bit off to start here. So the graphics that we're seeing now, we don't think are going to be completely accurate for the first stretch of the stream coming out of break. Just before we pop back on, again, as we are on a 30-minute delay. I know that they were getting updated numbers and they were working on correcting that, but I believe we had incorrect chip stacks coming in here. So what we see is not necessarily accurate. But what we are also doing is making our way closer to the bubble. I believe the 73 number also in the top corner. I think I saw other recent updates as well as they were going on the previous break that it was a little lower than that.
71 or
something. Something in that range. So we are very much nearing the bubble. We have 58 people that will cash. And so we're 15 away, and we're going to see probably a couple different decisions in terms of style of play as we approach that money bubble. We'll see some people potentially looking to put their foot on the gas and then really accumulate chips, and we may see some people just kind of playing a little bit more passively until they secure that bag and then reevaluating what they're going to do. We see the 10s raised from early position, and a few people with options coming up here.
So AG that opened the 10s there, guy that shows up for a ton of these Borgata series. I see him here very, 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 very often, and he is going to get action
from none other.
Thank you.
Yep. I don't think that. It looks like Bin may be listed as Ben, and those 2 seats may be flip-flopped, and obviously that was an accident.
I was about to say that looked like a bin, not a Ben.
That was a bin. But anywho, Bin always always willing to mix it up. I believe that Ben believes that he can win more pots out of the blinds than his opponent any day of the week, and he's always willing to defend.
I think Ben thinks he can win more pots in any position on the felt than his opponent.
He is a guy that, you know, I realize he just folded to a single bet, but he very rarely gives up in many pots, and he's just willing to put people in absolutely brutal spots. I hope I don't talk him up too much and he doesn't let me down here on this feature table, but yeah, still a few other players sitting here that I know also. We'll see if we have any of them get involved in the hand so I can talk about it a little bit here.
We have a couple characters here, and we have a recognizable character on the local scene here with some props in front of him as well. And, you know, an interesting personality, we'll say. I haven't been on the receiving side of some of the commentary, but we'll have an interesting stretch here if we keep the current cast of characters.
Remo going to go ahead and bump up the King-Queen offsuit here to 13,000. And Ben, not Ben.
With a little bit more than 173,000 behind him if we're looking at that stack of reds.
And here we go.
Ben
thank you for not letting me down, Ben, and actually doing what I said you were willing to do. But he goes ahead and 3-bets to 52,000.
So you're trying to outplay me now, right? Play to the death? So I made 13, you said 31, now you're making 52. You're trying to be like the guy in the second seat there, I don't know his name.
How many kind of today?
You're trying to squeeze me right now. I think I'm better than you. Yeah, it's yours. I'll get you next time.
You know you have a time.
He's going to talk all night.
All right, look. All right, look.
When it goes down to 0.
Just a little bit of history here. Yesterday, during the second flight of day 1, Remo and Ben were sat at the same table to start the day. Remo actually knocked out Ben, I believe, 3 times. Now, if you know Ben, you know that that's not a surprising thing as you see him.
That's not something that he shrugs at either.
As we just got finished with him 3-betting the 8-6-0 out of the small blind, but nonetheless, and now we move on to this feature table, and I thought there may be some chirping between the two of them, so it is going to be fun to watch for sure.
What is 6,000? I call.
I just don't really need time. Mostly make it in 30 seconds. It's usually pretty snappy. Yeah, usually.
By the way, worth mentioning, we have time chips in play now, so shot clocks are on the table, and as you just saw, the dealer hit right there. So shot clocks are in play.
We have a 30-second shot clock, and you see they have a stack of time chips that a lot of them have separate from their actual playing chips.
Yep.
So they do have time extensions available to them, but they'll be on a 30-second shot clock for each action.
Me and you? I'm out.
Jordy raises over the limp from bananas and takes down a pot. He backs off.
You couldn't wait to say that, right? You've been waiting your whole life to say that. You see it on the screen.
It just came to me.
I usually say it when I'm playing in games where there's no stream. You'll see it in 45 minutes.
Serenading us poorly with a rendition of who knows what.
Christopher there, Christopher Hill in the Yankees hat, is the one that hit quads against Porter.
Porter earlier?
Yeah,
Or
yesterday. Yeah,
yes. Oh, good to see that those chips have gone
Oh,
to
yeah.
good use. He's
Yeah.
certainly added into that stack.
For sure. Played well.
We have a little blind versus blind action here.
So, as I mentioned, AG plays these tournaments a ton, and Sung Woon is a young guy who is newer on the scene and has, again, just like Jordy, crushed since he has started playing poker. I believe he has multiple six-figure scores recently. He won, again, I think more than one tournament at MGM National Harbor. I believe he also final tabled the Lions of the Atlantic. Again, I'm trying to put pieces all together in my head. And then on top of it, just a super nice guy. Really, really, really good dude. You're going to see him smiling and joking a lot at this table. I'm sure he's a little nervous right now. I think this is his first time playing on stream, but nonetheless, really good spirited dude.
I want to file a complaint with the people that put these tables together. I've seen a lot of Yankees hats, and I'd like to see a little bit more Philadelphia representation here. We need to find the Philly hats and bring them onto the stream.
I agree.
I've seen enough of these. Oh, it's Mets. I'm sorry, I didn't. It was the.
Did I say Yankees, Mets, whatever? Nonetheless.
Well, there's certainly other Yankees hats on the table, but let's get a little Philly love instead of like the bad of the sister cities, the worst of the two sister cities. And that is a bin raised with the ace-5. Bin and Ben are flip-flopped here. Ben contemplating the king-7. Looks like we're going to get a defend out of the big blind from Ben Ramos to the raise from Bin Wang with the ace-5.
This is hilarious.
You know, in any normal situation, I might say that that's I don't necessarily even say that's a big blind flop. It's not a great flop for too many things. But I think any flop is a Bin Wang flop.
Which is what makes him so unbelievably difficult to play against. The guy, God, he just gets in the mix so much. And I mean, yeah, just top pair on 5-3 deuce is gold for Bin Wang.
Monster. Chips up, and we'll get the chip stacks updated soon enough. And Ben seemed to have, again, pretty good piles, something in the over $500,000 range. It looked like if I was trying to eyeball the red chips that he had.
Yeah.
It might be up there near cash in the 700 range.
As Bin does.
That could easily be done at 120 minutes and back up at 2.2 in 40 minutes.
Yep. It's the real beauty of it, honestly.
He is nothing but pure entertainment. I would put him on a stream table every single tournament he played, even day one. During late registration, however many day ones he plays, just throw them all on the stream and just watch the chaos ensue. We have the Queen Jack open here from Christopher.
Is it the same rule applies for the hand for hand?
We get
In terms of
no action.
It's over here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Scoop up a little chips there, a little pot.
64.
And a little joy in the misery of a Mets fan's life.
I got you.
Again, guys, just remember these chip counts are not correct right now. They are getting them updated as soon as possible, but these are inaccurate chip counts at the moment by quite a large margin. So just ignore these for the moment and just pay attention to the action going on right now.
We'll do our best to eyeball and ballpark what we think the people may have.
Thanks a lot.
You know, from, again, what we see, we don't see a huge number of really short stacks. It seems like most people have some plain chips, have a little bit of depth. Looks like Jordy going to be raising here with the ace-queen.
Where you from, sir?
Brooklyn, New York. Oh, I didn't know that. Where about you grew up? Bed-Stuy. Okay. I was in East New York and Canarsie. I went there too. Yeah. I'm in Jersey now.
Yeah, me too. Were you wearing the shades earlier, number 2?
Thanks a lot.
Were you wearing the shades earlier?
Is it here or here?
My button?
He's been switching.
What's his name? Oh, is
What's his name?
Sorry, sorry.
Professional. What's your name, sir? Number 2.
Jason. I'll go by Jason.
That's a professional name.
Jason?
His name is not Jason.
Yeah, whatever. You know, Asian thing. We have multiple names.
Me too.
You too.
What's your American name?
Jason.
Jason?
Yeah.
That is his American name.
I think that's why he went with Jason.
What's the blind?
6'6".
His other name is Sung Woon.
She goes, I'm Kim. Okay.
Raise 12,000 from C8. C9 folds.
Ben going to come in for the raise there with the queen jack off. AG just lets
Muff.
ace jack hit the muff.
That's the
Interesting.
bin wing effect right there.
Nah.
You also do have to remember we are approaching the money bubble here, so people are beginning to look at ICM value of stacks and how they want to play some of these hands. We see Bananas come along, defend the big blind with the ace deuce, bin with the queen jack in position, and the pre-flop aggression.
And
a little piece here for Remo with the deuce. We're going to see
6,000.
just the min bet. Bin with 2 overs and the gut shot.
Hey, how's it going?
Pop it up.
Can I get a Red Bull sugar?
He just snap calls with bottom pair.
With the ace deuce.
Yeah.
Innocuous 3 on the turn, and Remo just leads 6 again.
Can I get a word?
Just
too? Yeah.
after the raise, completely blank turn and just leads 6 again.
This guy's making me shit.
I'm getting 1 ready.
How does Ben respond?
10 seconds.
40, 70, yep, 48, 73, yep.
C8 bets 73,000.
Big stack, able to put a lot of pressure. He's got plenty of equity in this. He's got plenty that he can get and have the winning hand when we get to the river.
You guys are seeing the perfect example, and I'm so glad I didn't overblow it, of just how difficult it is to play against Bin Wang. He will just put you in miserable spots. Now, do I recommend donk leading turn on the double flush draw board? No. With bottom pair? No, because that is just opening you to getting, you know, binned. But just, you know, the point that he will not skip. Like, he will not skip on these spots. He will take these spots every single time, and it makes him an absolute nightmare to deal with. So, yeah, nice pickup by Ben there, finding the win with just queen high.
The semi-bluff there is certainly plenty of strength there to make these plays. You know, and I think we've seen some pretty sick things out of Bin over the years. A lot of people have Bin stories and have seen Bin hands. But that one a little bit more standard, you know, a little bit more by the book of, you know, you know, certainly Queen Jack is a raising hand. You've got the overs and the gut shot. You've got plenty to go with.
Raise 13,000. C1 raises to 13. C2 folds. C3 folds.
AG here with the early position raise with the Cowboys.
10 seconds.
Jack in the cutoff with an ace-10. We'll see what Jack elects to do here.
I was going to say the camera was on Chris.
Yep.
Lucky Spewy goes ahead.
We're going to 3-bet to 42,000 with the ace-10 in position. Don't think this is going to scare AG away.
How does he respond? I think it's just 4-bet 100% of the time. don't know what his actual chip stack is because these.
Jack looks to have about 120, 140 behind something. I can't see how many stacks of yellow he has. I think that's a full stack of 5,000s, a 20 stack of 5,000s, and I believe a 20 stack of yellows 1,000s behind it with a little on top. So I think he's sitting on about 135-ish.
All in.
Okay, he just moves it. Yeah, he's going to get rid of it here pretty quick. Ace-10 is really trash hand against a 4-bet jam, and we get out of the way. AG's going to bring that one in. Easy game.
Bud's right.
AG gonna certainly be happy to grab those chips, and that looks like that may have been a red, so I may have been shorting Jack's stack just a little bit. Again, we are kind of eyeballing this until we can get the chip counts updated. And there is a chance, so they have Ben listed as Ben now, and we know that that's transposed. We know that that's flipped, but they have the chip count up to 700 grand for him, 700,000. So there's a chance that we may have now hit the point where they have gotten the updated chip stacks, which would mean Jack has a stack of reds behind it I can't see.
He made it.
They have him listed at 600 here.
Yeah, I think AG was pushing up towards the 5s. He had a lot of chips. Been around 320, I believe is correct. Yeah, I think these may have been updated. Although, no, right off the bat, Remo on the button, it says he has 123.
And he's got a lot
he's got
more,
at least 200.
yeah,
So, yeah, stick with us, guys. Just having some trouble getting these chip counts updated, but we're going to get them updated as soon as we can.
They may be getting them slowly working their way updated.
Yeah.
10 seconds.
Because I don't think actual Ben has 700K either.
12,000.
Well, Ben would be Ben. Because they have Ben and Ben.
Oh, yeah, I don't think actual Ben has 700K.
I think
Does
he
he?
did. I think he did.
Okay.
Because they had him listed low earlier, and we saw his stacks, and he had the stack of reds. He had it look to be 500,000 in just the reds, or pinks, or whatever color they are.
You're right.
Of course I'm right.
I agree. How dare I?
I don't think there's a person who knows me that would ever expect me to be wrong, or would actually ever expect me to be right. I think is more accurate. Remo Bananas picks up the open end on his button here. We have two aces that whiffed their partner cards.
C4 checks. C6 checks.
We're going to get a free turn for everyone.
And he just picks up oodles more equity on the diamond 10 turn. Remo now open-ended, flush draw.
Ben picks up, both of them pick up gut shots, Ben and Jack. Remo open-ended with a flush draw and the worst hand currently, but as you can see, about 33% to win the hand as it stands.
And it's worth noting, Ben also just picked up the fake nut flush draw, which is just plenty of excuse for him to make a bet. So,
Banana gonna make the call behind.
if it's a blank river, diamond
flush for Remo. Flush for Bananas, and we'll see if Ben decides to continue here.
I think he's going to.
I mean, it's Ben, so odds are he's going
odds
to.
are he normally would put pressure on, but
10 seconds. Check.
oh, he's too good.
Just 15,000 bananas.
C6 bets 15,000.
13,000, sir.
13.
Yes, sir.
13,000. 1-3.
Don't get goofy, Ben. Don't get goofy, Ben. All right, he's just calling, I think. Or maybe not even. Okay, good.
He's gonna call.
Yeah,
Look him up.
pay it off.
Yep. Understandable. There's so many things that can brick. I can understand convincing himself to make the call there. There's a non-0% chance he's ahead there. You know, queen nines, king queens.
Hand for hand?
No, we gotta count.
Don't have an accurate chip count.
Ah, there we go. Okay, so this is the point in the stream when we get accurate chip counts.
Yeah, they got Ben close to his accurate, but even then they were shortchanging him. He was up over 7 there when we were looking at that.
535.
I'm sorry, excuse me.
535.
535 is correct. Thank you.
148.
Bear with us just a moment. We'll be able to get the graphics a little bit more accurate.
Let me get out of your way.
I had no idea what you had.
The whole fruit of the Lord.
Oh, yeah, no, I mean, but like when you bet, I was like, I never know.
You never know?
I never know.
You serious?
No, yeah, I'm still trying to.
Where you from?
North Jersey.
257. You think I'm worried about someone else?
Guys, if you're listening out there in the chat, give us a shout. Who are you rooting for on this table here? Who are the homies in the mix that you would like to see earn some chips after they do this quick color up here? I see a shout out to AG. AG getting some love in the chat. Guys, if you're looking at the screen here, again, up in the top right corner, 64 remaining players out of 464 total players that entered the Borgata Fall Poker Open Championship event. We are here with Day 2 feature table coverage. Again, my name is Jeremy Geist, and I'm joined here in the booth by Matt McNeil. 58 players going to be making the money in this one. So we are actually just 6 away from hand-for-hand play.
From the money bubble, we'll be hand-for-hand before we get 6
Excuse
out of
me,
here.
yeah. But regardless.
Hey, you got the feature table, not final table this time, so we're getting there. Do you know if we are doing hand-for-hand 1 or 2 shy of the bubble? Do you know?
It's a good question. I'm
Pretty
going to be honest with you.
Too. But I don't know.
I think it's going to be one off. Okay. Typically it is here. But we'll see. If there's aggressive stalling, but...
Yeah, I like it if there's like bad stalling. And obviously we're on a shot clock, which is actually a little bit of a disadvantage, a little unfair on the feature table. Here, if you're on a shot clock and nobody else is.
Yeah.
However, they get a little FaceTime. They get to, we see Ben with a little patch on right there. We get some other people repping some sports teams. And they get a little bit of FaceTime and tell their family, tell their friends they're going to be on stream. That is a really cool experience. So I'll trade a little bit of that bubble equity for the experience, if it's me. That is pretty close to accurate, with the exception that Bin and Ben are flopped on the flip-flopped on the graphics still. So Ben that you see in the small blind with 687,000 is Bin Wang. Bin that you see early position here, about to fold the Queen 4, is Ben Ramos with the 154,000.
C3 folds. C4 folds. C5 folds. C6 folds.
Jordy waking up on the button with a premium here. But he is just going to call, like where his head's at.
We were discussing that exact same thing. Early premiums on the button, in position.
Look like 12.
When you've got Bin behind you as well, you never know. You can get squeezes. And
someone fact checked me, but if I'm not mistaken, the ace queen hand that it happened with earlier, I believe they were suited, and I believe the hand that opened was ace 10. I think.
Between these two?
No. Just on that other feature table when we were talking about like flatting premiums in position.
We did have the king queen open and the ace queen.
It was a
suited.
king queen open. Yeah, it was king.
And the king on the flop.
Yeah, that's right.
But I think we definitely had the ace queen suited and ace 10 in different situations. Not quite the same with the button. We've seen the ace queen ace 10 a few times. Yeah. The one with the button flat was a king queen early position. The ace queen suited on the button.
So now
I think that was Drew O'Connell, if I remember correctly.
So now action's going to fold to Jordy on the button, and he's going to go ahead and take the betting lead here with...
it looks like...
Oh, AG did pick... I'm so sorry, he led. I apologize.
Like Jordy folded the grab. Again, I'm just a little bit behind here. Jordy folded, and Ting, with the pair of deuces, going to put in a check raise. put in a check raise with the pair of twos. Jordy, okay, Jordy flatted. Okay,
I was going to say, I thought I saw Jordy put chips in,
Yeah, yeah.
but regardless, he wasn't the raiser, not the...
Very, very good find here by Ting to get the raise in and scoop in a very nice pot.
Nice job.
We should be up to just shy of 400,000 here for Ting. Ben Ramon, I'm sorry I said Ramos earlier. Ben Ramon is actually Ben Wang on our chip count here. Ben Wang on our chip count is Ben Ramon. I would have paid a little closer attention if he did have the Phillies hat on instead of the Yankees hat, but yeah, I'm gonna stick on that theme. I would love to be able to read what AG's shirt says. The letters are just a little bit too big for me to actually be able to make that out.
CT folds.
I keep seeing it, and I've tried almost every single pan-out shot. I've tried to read the back of his shirt. And it's just that little bit too wide of a start for me to even get the first couple letters. This is interesting from Bananas. We've seen him do this. This is 2 or 3 times now we've seen him limp, and we've seen him limp these offsuit wheel aces.
Can I pay you in fruit?
We're gonna see a flop. And a diamond draw trips for Bananas with the ace-4. A diamond draw for AG in the big blind.
I bet 13,000 bananas.
13,000 bananas.
Remo obviously going to bet his trips here. AG, I don't think is going to be ready to let it go quite yet.
Raise 40,000.
He goes ahead and puts in the check raise, I would say.
I'm all in, sir.
There it is.
C6 is all in.
Could not get his chips in the middle quick enough.
And gets a little squeak of the Bananas. I heard that walking by outside, and I chuckled the first time. I think after the first time I see that, I'm like, okay,
That's
it's
how
your
you
thing.
play that hand. You don't think I have a set, the trips. I bet 13, I know he's going to raise, and then I'll get some more chips. I'll teach that class next time, Ben. Because I'm supposed to check that. But you know what? Bet it. Make it look like I'm trying to steal it. Have you read that in a book before? No, you're not talking now.
Isn't he just a peach, you guys?
Yeah,
I know that he's whatever Bananas, but he's just such a peach. I'll tell you what.
I didn't have no diamonds in
A
my
sweet East Coast fella, I tell you.
hand. Yeah, you tried to get him yesterday. You didn't get him.
They're eventually going to come home.
Eventually? Yeah, if you get lucky. I got the skill. You're lucky.
Could you imagine saying that to Ben Wang?
Oh,
like,
dude.
I'm crazy, but like I'm not dumb.
Oh, he was
I'm not gonna say that to Ben's face.
He was proclaiming to the poker room yesterday that he was better than Ben Wang.
Raise 12,000.
Here we have a nice little suited wheel ace, the ace-3 of spades. Looks like we're gonna get a raise from Christopher. Banana's gonna continue the flatting strategy that he's employed so far. Seems to be very comfortable playing with a lot of flats and not a lot of 3-bets. Gonna get the small blind defend here with the 8-7. And the big blind, Queen-8, that's connected enough for him to defend the big blind as well.
Reasonable.
So we have 4 to the flop. Little piece of it for the pre-flop raiser, and top pair for Bananas.
Christopher going to try and rep that king.
C5 bets. Call. 16,000.
The snap call from Bananas. I'm going to be heads up here going to the turn.
Heads up to the turn.
More serenading with something that I don't think anyone's going to recognize.
31,000 bananas.
31,000.
That's why I'm the best player in the world, because I don't play. I'll show guys, so that way you guys could get a read on me, all right?
Delusions of grandeur are real.
We can talk.
Remo, you got them so good, dude. You got them so good.
You can't keep showing the best hand and then talking after. You got to show like a bluff or something.
Yeah, showing the real hand doesn't really impress us. Show the bluff.
He did so once today. They all did. That's it. He's scared of it and he never done it again. Once a day.
One a day?
One bluff a day.
That's all right, guys. If I play like you guys all year round, you guys have really got to worry about me. I play 4 times a year, and I make you guys look bad.
From 2 times to 4 times?
Well, you got to understand. I only come here. I don't travel, you know what I mean? I worked 18 hours a day, you know what I mean? Poker's not my thing.
Bananas a week.
6 folds, 7 folds. He raises 12,000.
Even with a little bit of the banter and the jabs back and forth, they seem to be having a good time.
Oh yeah, these guys have been battling for the past couple days here. Quite a few of them have interacted on some of those day 1 tables. So yeah, they're getting quite comfortable. That's for sure.
Ben raises with the Queen Jack. Sungwoon, or Jason, if you will, decides to rip here with the pocket 9s. A little over 20 bigs, so a very sizable rip, and certainly something that's going to be a strong rip most of the time.
Yep.
And Ben certainly steps aside.
Boy, they give you a lot of respect.
Thank you.
Well, the self-proclaimed Jason, I mean, certainly ripping with a solid enough hand deserves the respect for that. And as we're looking now at our chip stacks, again, these should be accurate, with the exception of Ben Ramon and Bin Wang's names should be flip-flopped. So Bin Wang is on 672,000 chips with 112 big blinds. Ben Ramon, 142,000 with 24 bigs. The rest, we did get the very small break earlier to clean up the chip counts.
I'm a beginner, so I'm just learning.
We know
Right,
bananas.
I'm learning, right?
We're all learning.
Yeah, see?
Tying gonna have a pretty hand to open up from the hijack here.
12,000 is the bet.
Sungwoon has a hand he may want to find some adventures with.
About 25 bigs here. I think we're just going to see the flat. Yep.
That's fine. Ace-5 suited is such nice equity.
I see a lot of people, and I understand why people play ace-5 as a raise a lot, and people use that for aggression, because it does have, again, a good amount of that wheel equity coming back.
Great properties, yeah.
Yep, but it tends to get overplayed at the wrong time a lot. So having that amount of equity, you can see we've got the suited ace, the nut flush draw, and the wheel draw. You know, it's a great flat in position there. And wow, look at that flop. Yeah. Whew. That's a very solid flop for Sungwoon there.
Yeah, now it's too long.
And I'm sorry, is it ting or is it tying?
I'm not sure.
Well, we'll both say it opposite ways, and one of us will be right.
Perfect.
We get the c-bet from Ting, and as expected, the call from Sungwoon.
Pretty blank 9 of clubs here on the turn.
Doesn't change a whole lot for either of the two.
No.
It's not something that should really concern Sungwoon. If he was already behind, he'll still be behind. Sure, there's a 10-9, ace-9, whatever that may be in there, but I don't think he's going to be overly concerned about the 9.
Action goes check, check. Let's go ahead and see.
The queen of spades is a little bit interesting, because this is certainly something that Ting here could represent that hits him.
100%.
And we could see, especially given the bubble scenario, we could have seen a bet from him there. You know, goes check, check, and Sungwoon scoops another pot and continues to chip up. We've seen just a very, very short stretch going from about 120,000 or so to 197,000 in just a couple hands right here. So a very, very nice orbit for him.
So James is giving us some coaching in the chat here. He's saying it's pronounced Ting.
Ting.
I believe you're correct, and I was wrong.
Hey, look at that! I'm 2 for 2 recently. That's an amazing streak for me. It's shocking.
Cali Funk says that Banana Man, speaking about Remo, has to be from Philly. Can confirm he's from Brooklyn. He did just say it on stream,
I'm
out of his mouth, that he was from Brooklyn. So we're not us in Philadelphia are not taking credit for him.
Not even remotely surprised to hear New York.
Yeah.
13. Raise 13,000. 1, 3. 2 folds.
AG with the hijack raise and Ben Ramon here with the pocket 10s, about a little over 20 bigs. Looks like we're going to see a raise. Got 29, 30, 34. 29 or 34?
34,000.
There it is.
4 folds. 5 folds.
Certainly good enough for Ben. Scoops up some chips. Brings him up close to 170,000, and again, a very, very healthy stack, approaching 30 bigs.
Ooh, this is actually new information. So after saying to Callie that, yes, Bananas is not from Philadelphia, from Brooklyn, Daniel McGinnis, shout out Daniel, said in the chat, however, Bananas currently lives in the same town as Whitesmith, which tracks. So you can take responsibility for him. He's from your neck of the woods.
Zero responsibility. I do not live in any town. I live right outside Westchester, Pennsylvania.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Shout out Westchester.
Hey,
the homies.
Shout out Chester County, originally from a little closer to Phoenixville, right outside Phoenixville, Pennsylvania. Really cool town now. I believe you know a little something about that.
I do know Phoenixville pretty well, and I also lived in Chester County multiple times.
Yeah.
So just shout out Pennsylvania. I know we're in Jersey right now.
Yeah,
Shout out Jersey.
I prefer Pennsylvania to Jersey. That's just me. That's just me.
We're gonna sound like a couple of homers because we definitely are.
I am. What do you expect?
I know they got
that's part of the fun rivalry between PA and Jersey.
I know, they got
right?
a couple PA guys in the booth.
Yeah. That's their own fault for putting us
It's their
here.
own fault. I agree.
Ting with the Queen Jack open. I'm going to guess Bananas defending here. They're deep enough. I don't see him getting too crazy. Yep, and we'll see a flop.
Can you confirm that number? 64. It is. Thanks.
The ace for Bananas, and he's going to lead.
We always keep getting slow rolled on that third card. Did you notice that when they're putting flops out? The third card keeps getting stuck behind the other one. We keep getting slow rolled on the
We saw this earlier here when he was the donk lead for one big. We saw that a few times earlier with Ben, and we've seen him continue to do that here.
And if you didn't see, he donk led again before the card even came out.
And I think he's going to just get a fold here because I don't think Ting. There's not a lot that I think that he's going to try to push him off with his Queen Jack. He certainly could, but if he's trying to rep something significantly more, I wouldn't have been surprised to have seen him go for that on the flop.
15-20 minutes away.
Call. Raise 27,000.
Oh my God!
And we're getting the blind
Just
bet going to the river.
Beats him into the pot.
This is a blind. Oh wait, I'm sorry,
no,
it was a
no.
raised call. I'm sorry,
Yeah, that was
call.
raised to 27,000, and Remo just beat him into the pot. Literally, when he was cutting it out, Remo was already grabbing chips in his hand.
He's already
to
bet
in.
6,000.
Yeah, and now Ting just makes showdown value on the river. So even though he bluffed turn, he now just makes showdown value on the river, and Remo. Oh, Remo did lead again, though.
He led dark.
He donk led
dark.
again.
He led
Wow.
dark. He led dark.
What goes on here?
I think he's just gonna blast this. Here it comes.
Remo's acting like it, but dude, I don't know, man.
Yeah. But we have a
Dude, I might take this as a tell of I'm weak, because if you are strong, you don't want to be acting like this. God, if Ting can catch on to that and just ship massive chips into the middle. Yup. Let's go. Come on, man.
We are not required to be impartial in our commentating over here.
The thing with Remo doing what you guys just saw is just like, you just never have middle set or something like that because you are just licking your lips when he's getting ready to bet. You're never just going to snap call, right? And then when Ting bets, it's good find by Ting because when he bets really, really big here after Remo acts like that, it's like, hey, man, I am it's so polar, and he's going to get the fold from top pair.
Yeah, it's yours, sir. The best players don't fold, they say. You saw it, right?
You mean the best hand folded in ace-8, I believe, is the correct the correct way to dissect the end of that hand is the best hand folded the ace-8 and the best play took in the chips with the raise on the river. Ting putting in a very solid 106,000 chips on the river there, a full pot raise on the river, and takes it down.
That was sick. Nice find, Ting, by the way. Nice find. Real quick, too, did you see like the split screen with both of them on both sides? Shout out to Gorilla Gaming, man. That was the whole production looks fantastic right now. Guys, if you like what you're seeing on the screen, make sure you give a shout to Gorilla Gaming. This stream looks absolutely fantastic here at the Borgata and getting some day 2 feature table coverage. How lucky are we? And guys, if you're just joining us here, again, 58 players will be making the money, and we are sitting at roughly 64 right now, still remaining. So we are getting to sort of that soft bubble, little bit scary area for the short stacks, you know, kind of that danger zone.
You have another Yeah. They have flights running till like
December 2nd. Yeah, a bag full. It's pretty easy to bag that one. Yeah. You keep firing.
Christopher going to open up a really pretty hand here on the button. And Remo's just going to ship it in with pocket 8s. And Jordy wakes up with ace-jack offsuit.
This is for all of his chips right at the bubble. This is a really tough spot for the ace-jack. I don't think he's going to make the call.
I don't think he can or wants to.
I think you're going to try. I mean, he's on just shy of 30 bigs. He's on 28.5 bigs. And Jordy has had the success recently. He's got to feel confident in his own play.
Yep.
So there's going to be better spots for him to take.
100%.
You know, there's certainly a chance that Bananas could go nuts and rip a weaker ace, but you're not trying to bank your tournament life right there. 30 bigs on someone losing the plot.
Yep.
You're more likely flipping at best.
And Chris obviously got out of the way there too. Not that King 10 isn't a nice looking hand, but it's just doing really bad against that jam.
And again, that's really solid bubble play. As much as it has pained us to say nice things for players that
just push your equity there.
And you know, acknowledgement for people that it sometimes can get under your skin a little bit. It doesn't mean that everything is wrong or incorrect. That's absolutely a really, really solid rip from him there, especially considering where they're at with the bubble.
Vegas in the Mirage.
We get to see in the stream. So.
Yeah, you're right.
Ace King off in the mug.
Nah.
Ting says, "Get out of here, deuces."
The early position deuces in a bubble spot, an ICM spot is you're just asking for pain.
Yes, you are. AG with lots of chips going to open up here.
We saw a lot earlier in the day people raising those little pairs in early position.
I was going to say, we saw deuces open from early position multiple times earlier today because I specifically noticed it, actually.
Yep. And you know, there's a lot of different ways people will feel about that. I personally don't like those low pairs in early position too much. But that's just me and probably my own demons in the back.
He's going to get another one through unless somebody picks up some behind him, and they do not. AG's going to get right out of the way here.
Yeah.
No big deal, AG. That was a hand you wanted to open. And Remo had a hand that he wants to jam. Although I don't think Remo, am I wrong? Does Remo have 450? I don't think he does. Oh, maybe he does.
Yeah, we can see.
Yeah,
the
wow,
100
okay, I guess he
stacks there.
does.
Yeah.
That is a big, big jam. Big, big, big jam.
Thank you. I folded ace king. I'm putting my whole phone with a flip. Well played.
Yeah, as much as anyone may say, again, we're right at this bubble. I don't have a problem with some of these larger rips, and by showing, by doing it the hand before, you may get people to call off later. That's the kind of thing where if he does that once or twice, the third time, if he has that ace king, you might get that ace jack to call. You might get the ace 10, ace queen to call. When if it's the first time you're doing it, they're gonna fold and try and find the better spot. So as much as some people may or may not care for some of the antics, I don't mind those plays as much.
Yeah.
I fold.
It might have been a little steep. Oh, we got Ben. We got the graphics. This is now, in fact, on the correct Ben and Ben. Ben with the Cowboys versus Ting with a solid ace and blind versus blind.
I was gonna say
this
is pretty sick blind versus
this
blind.
This is not
actually
fair for someone with the aggression of Ben Wang to wake up with Cowboys in the blind, covering a monster stack that
versus
has
an
a
ace.
solid ace.
Yeah.
So he's just gonna 4x this, which is what you would love to see out of Ben. I mean, you've got to use that image. And I would expect Ting here is going to be, is going to be disciplined enough to just call and play in position.
Yeah, it feels slightly light to be just going to battle with ace-9, but you certainly want to see a flop.
Oh, absolutely.
Good player. High five.
And, a little backdoor draw for Ting, backdoor clubs with the overpair for Ben. I don't see this going a whole lot further. I mean, I think unless Ben decides to get cheeky and check here, which I don't expect from him, because considering his image, I think we're just going to get a bet fold.
It's tough because Ting has just enough chips that he may sometimes be inclined to call with just ace high, but you know you're going to face more aggression. Against a normal player, you may continue with just ace high. But
if he's got a club, then for sure.
Yeah,
if he's got a club, then absolutely.
But yep, just gets out of the way.
Yeah. Again, there's different times of a tournament where you absolutely want to take that spot with Ben, but you know you're going to get the aggression. You know you're going to get the bullet on the turn is going to be significantly larger.
Yeah.
And you don't have quite enough equity to really want to float that too often, as we're this close to the bubble. And he's very deep. He's very set for later on with 65 some bigs.
Mr. Hill waking up with pocket queens here. He may have a customer in Remo. He lets it go. Jordy in the cutoff with a raggedy. Oh, look at this. I mean, it's not going to be anything actually interesting, but it looks interesting. But yeah, Chris wakes up with pocket queens, and Ben Wang, a guy who's going to raise with quite a few hands, also has pocket queens. And of course, he's going to bump up the price of poker here. And let's see how Chris responds, because there are paths to queens not chopping this pot. It's some time, depending. All right, so if Chris decides to just call, if he decides to not 4-bet, he could see a path to losing this pot, potentially, but we will see.
Dealer.
30. 23, 34. Oh, let me see. $95.
Nah, I'm good, thanks.
Grace Bananas as a supermarket.
You just the whole fruit of the looms over there, huh, bro?
Want some bricks?
Great.
My hands are clean.
I appreciate it. All in.
Oh.
It's crazy. I had a queen.
Yeah, you pretty much nailed it. Not really a whole lot for us to say on this one.
Yeah.
You gotta worry about these guys.
Move your money back. Pull your money back.
Well, no, we gotta see if it's a flush.
No, I know, but
Yeah, I will.
I laid down King Jack, guys.
Heart?
I think I heard some unnecessary discussion.
All right, good.
There's the chop.
No sweat. The 7 of heart on the turn would be. Yeah.
Just flip the 7 to the 7 and give us the sweat.
That's why I said we haven't gotten a ton of sweaty, like all-in flows. They've been pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
It's my day.
It's nice when our job is to sit back and like it just plays itself. There's not a single thing that anyone needs to hear, anyone needs to say. I'm sure there's plenty of people that will agree that they've heard me talk way too much over the last 2 days.
Yo, you just fucking queens all the time.
Only play 2 games.
Only the nuts.
I had 8 on a small blind. I check on that.
I'm waiting for you two to get it in. Queen, ace, queens, ace, king.
Queen, small blind, king, blind.
Can't eat during the live stream.
Why?
You have to share with everybody.
I asked you if you want some.
Nah, I didn't hear it. It's okay. I was kidding.
This year with the big hand, every time he just goes up and jam, up and jam, up and jam, up and jam. That's how you get all the chips.
Ah, no.
You get all the good hand to fold every time.
Jack with the ace-10 on 20 bigs early position. I like that fold. Asking for trouble to open there. Again, in a much different situation later or earlier in the tournament. But right now, 20 bigs opening an ace-10 off under the gun 1. You're going to get put in a bad spot, especially with some of the stacks. And when you've got someone like Bin behind you who's going to pile chips. And here we go. We get a limp from Bananas. Bin 3x. AG in the small blind with a pocket pair. Wouldn't be surprised to see with his depth. Yep, we're going to see him come along and set mine. Interesting Sung Woon with a little suited connector. We'll see how he chooses to play this, because this, if he was closing the action, I could certainly see him maybe wanting to come along.
I think he would have probably.
He's a little short on again to try to go too far multi-way with this, but considering 2 of the 3 that are already in the pot are very likely to have a very, very wide range, I wouldn't have hated to see him come along. I think he's very happy with his decision, though, as we see this flop. Bananas picks up second pair.
Bin with a gut shot to Broadway, but nothing else. He would have loved for there to be hearts out there instead of diamonds to go along with this, but
if you just close your eyes enough, you can pretend that those hearts are diamonds and bet them like they're diamonds.
That's true. And Bin decides to do just that.
27.
I call.
Remo joins us. Little side eye from Ben. to a diamond gives a king 10 a diamond is a nut flush if you close your eyes and wish hard enough.
Certainly does. Check, check. Let's see a river here.
6,000.
In the dark, 6,000. 8 of hearts on the river doesn't improve bin at all. They have it listed as check. I thought I heard him say 6,000.
I got 2 pair.
Bin called the 6,000 with king high.
Yep.
Thank you, sir. You're a gentleman.
That makes one of them.
Oh, shit.
Bin takes a small hit, but as we can see, not too much of a worry for him. Still sitting at close to 650,000, almost 110 bigs. Position he's very, very comfortable and familiar with.
62.
We are 4 away from our money bubble. No one in incredibly close danger, short of getting coolered or blasting off a little bit here.
First hour is free. Second hour is $99.
99? That's
But
a
if you don't want after 1 hour,
Can I pay you in bananas?
you're good.
You don't pay.
You don't pay. $99, second hour.
Can I pay you in fruit?
Fruit half off.
You guys don't even know if I'm coming or going. You understand that?
I don't think anyone understood that one.
Remo with a mystery hand here says, I'm just going to call.
We've seen that. That's the 3rd, 4th time with the offsuit real ace. Ben punishing the limp. Sungwoon. Sorry, I missed AG on the button before we get to Sungwoon with a solid suited ace.
AG's at least going to call, but might have other devious intentions here. No,
He's
he
gonna
just
lay
gets
it
out of the
down.
way. Okay.
Again, we're 4 off the money.
Yeah, you're right.
We're 4 off the money, and we've got a lot of unpredictability. Now, he's in position, so I would understand it. Good for him to get out of the way ahead of this, because I think Sunwoon, there we go. 3-bet, excuse me, yeah, 3-bet in here.
Wow.
75, so just, what, 40% of his stack, give or take?
Yeah, I'm interested to see what Bin does, because these, again...
Let me think about it for a second.
Sure.
You know, the skills, you know what I mean?
These, again, are spots where you'll see Bin do interesting things. I mean, I think he's just going to fold, but it's so unpredictable. Bananas, what are you doing, man? Come on, you have ace-3 offsuit that you limped. Come on. Yep.
A difficult decision. Very, very difficult.
Yeah, Bin snap folds it, but...
I just want you to know I had an ace, all right? You can see it whenever you want to see it. All right? I couldn't show it to you because you still had.
I had an ace too.
Ace-3 I had.
I had ace deuce.
I believe you. I had ace-3 offsuit, all right? You'll see it.
Why think then? Call you. I'm never calling you.
I don't need a lot. When you got skills, you don't need a lot.
I gotta lie because I don't have skills.
Well, you guys are good at that. You guys are very good.
Queen that
Me, I was raised to be honest. Go ahead, sir.
You know, I will say, you can feel like you're honest if you believe what you're saying. When he says he's the best player in the world, if he truly believes it,
he thinks he's being honest.
Then he's not. Then he doesn't think that he's lying. He doesn't think that he's completely off base. But
he's going to flat call in middle position here, early position with a pair of 8s.
Bin with the pocket pair here.
You have something in hand, or I gotta rewind it?
Sungwoon on his button, going to defend the button with a king-jack. Unfortunately for him, we can see both blinds going to fold out a king.
Oh, okay. No problem.
Wait, whoa, excuse me, what?
No problem.
Okay.
That was interesting.
You know, we might have a little bit of time management coming on here. But
Wow,
that would have been fun, because that would have probably worked too. That's scary. That would probably would have worked.
Also too Asian, so be careful.
No, I said too professional. I don't want to be rude.
Yeah, why start now?
It's not rude to call them Asian. They're Asian.
Ace, 6,
Well, yeah, that
9
should've been
flop.
said.
Nobody gets a piece of it.
That's a bin wang flop
go
right there.
first?
It is.
I'll check to you, sir.
Nah, I get it.
He's gonna check his flop.
But it doesn't matter. They're not at the table.
Sung Woon hits the jack. He didn't have many outs. He didn't have much left in the deck for him, but he hits the 4-outer to take the lead for now. We lost an 8 earlier as well, so Remo only has 1 coming towards him. Let's see if Bin decides to barrel here. Checks through again.
Just 6,000 better on this.
And on the board pairing river, ooh,
The lead from Remo.
yeah.
It's pretty standard for the way he's been playing. I don't hate it with no action before him. It's very reasonable that you could be ahead. I don't think he's gonna get a whole lot of. Yep, and we're gonna get 2 calls, and Sung Woon's gonna take it down.
No, he called. They both called.
Oh, he called. I'm good. I got 2 pair. Oh, you son of a gun. You had the jack? I had him crushed over there.
You did.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you.
And again, he gets Bin to pay it off with just a pair of 3s.
Except Sun Woon called.
And Sung Woon
Sun Woon called as well.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
know.
and Sun Woon took it down.
Yeah, no, I know
that
Sun
was a
Woon
banana.
took
That was
it
a
down,
bananas
but
bet.
The 6, no, I know, but the 6K bet, he's gotten that
Bin.
river bet out of Bin like 3 times
Yeah.
now.
Even a squirrel farts him out once in a while with his.
That was.
So if our graphic up in the right-hand corner there is correct, 62 players remaining, 58 paid. I had a feeling that it was going to get pretty grindy when we got around that 5 players remaining till they get paid mark.
Man, you guys are really smart.
Yeah,
these days.
so we are in level 16 right now. I assume the blinds will be going up fairly soon here, so I think it's going to get to be the danger zone for quite a few players here soon. Bin getting after it as he does. King Deuce suited. He's going to raise it up off the big stack at the table. AG in position with King Queen O.
Who's it on?
He has been on the tighter side in a few of these spots as we've watched this final table. We saw him get out of the way with Ace Jack earlier, but now
Pulling out some raising chips there.
yeah, now he does the opposite.
45.
I used it already? I was telling you the blinds was on. Now you got it. He was the raise. 10 seconds of that was.
Yeah, so I think Ben knows he's going to be folding, but just taking a little extra time here.
We do have the shot clock, so everyone here is going to be kept within reason. We're not going to get some of the serial tanking that you'll see at times. So you're going to see people take their time. I don't think Ben Ramon right there is ever going to stick any chips in, but he's already on a clock.
Real quick though, Bin has not folded yet.
I asked right after he folded.
And this is a hand. King Little, the bad boy corner of the chart, is a hand that players find to get out of line with sometimes. And here we go, putting in the cold 4 or the warm 4 bet with the King Deuce offsuit, or King Deuce suited, excuse me.
He hasn't went all in on me. He went all in every fucking hand. That's binding, no? If you
How
squeeze
sick
it,
is
that's
AG?
binding. 115? 1,000% binding. Floor.
And Bin gets it through. Oh, sick find, man.
Bin Wang doing Bin Wang things. Chipping back up near in 700,000.
I'm different, I guess. What is it now?
480.
Yeah, I'm gonna put the 8 in the front so you can do a check. Okay, that's all right. That's all right. That's fine. So you got room.
And right after a pretty sick 4-bet bluff there from Bin, I believe he has a hand that he's going to want to open again, and he does. He's going to bring it in for the min raise to 16K here.
Ben Ramon with the same ace-9. Gonna take his time, and again we have the shot clock here. So again, everything is going to be kept in check, and taking his time and laying it down. And I think it's very important, at least for me. I like to distinguish between taking your time and not rushing to a decision at this point versus intentionally bad tanking. And it's tough when you have a 30-second shot clock to have intentionally bad tanking. But there's absolutely nothing wrong from an etiquette, from a good juju, from like a poker rules, or just kind of like the way you would want to see poker played, to take the time that Ben is taking like this. If we're talking about this and he's, and he has time chips, so again, they're a little bit restricted here, but on normal tables.
First action was 20. After the first decision, then it go back to you with 30.
So you guys don't have it against me. All right. You want me to give it to him?
Yeah, it's a rule.
Because that time I opened facing the 3-bet, so I had to.
Sorry, they wanted to pause and give them a second to chat.
During the hands, like it's because of time. Don't really talk. I don't want you to lose your hand.
But they'll take a little bit more time here, and there's a big difference between taking just a little bit more time, 5 or 10 seconds or so, versus sitting there 30, 45 seconds tanking on every single clear and obvious decision.
Make an announcement in like 5 seconds.
Okay.
Some tournament they don't.
No big deal.
This one must be.
Not it.
Be careful. I don't know. You see how I laid it down? I don't want to play it. I see. Go ahead, my friend.
Hold on here. So you're going to 3-bet me after you said I had 7 deuce.
No, I'm just going to call, sir. I'm not a donkey, all right?
I saw you was all in ace-2 against so the ace of diamond, and I saw the deuce put up under it. I saw for you put it, I saw the call.
And that's the exact example of what I'm saying there. 5 seconds there is perfectly reasonable. He's not sitting there taking, trying to take 2 or 3 minutes for a very clear and obvious decision. You're going to get a little bit of that, and I think the easiest way to find oh, I'm going to pause real quick as Christopher wakes up with kings on the button, and Bananas has a hand that we might see him mix it up with here, come over the top.
He's at least going to call.
I think we're gonna see Banana rip this on trying to put pressure on in an ICM spot here.
Call.
Interesting.
Oh no, Jordy.
Jordy squeezes
buddy.
this.
And it's a perfect configuration. It's button with a small blind call. It's just brutal spot. I know you wanted to see it flop bananas. I know, buddy.
I'm actually a little, well, I guess for the way he plays, not really, because he does play a lot of the flats to try to take a flop. But
you're never calling. Just stop wasting our time. Take one of his time chips.
I'll lay down.
Jordy live. Let's see if he can find the miracle ace.
Jordy Sanchez at risk, just shy of the bubble here.
Put in the hands. I had king, queen, king, queen.
I don't know if I saw any other aces folded, so.
I did not see any. He should have all three, I believe.
Oh, he's getting slow
sticky
rolls.
cards.
Open and straight, I got.
Oh, he picked up some backdoor options.
Had Jordy not jammed, I think that Bananas put some more chips in on this flop, too, because he would have had king, queen on jack 10-10, but. Got one pull at it, and it's there!
Wow.
Jordy drills the ace on the river,
wow.
Cracks Chris's kings, and that's a big pot, actually.
Really unfortunate for Christopher.
Twice now.
Oh my gosh, Chris is down to 30K.
Down to 4 bigs.
Yep, 4 bigs on the bubble. Just absolutely brutal for him.
If he just calls and I got an open
Oh my gosh.
And Bananas would have hit it.
I get it all.
I thought Bananas was gonna squeeze rip that. Like king queen right there is a perfect bubble squeeze rip right there.
If you don't go all in,
And
maybe just flat there, but
yeah, Bananas.
Wow.
You in there.
That was like a great squeeze spot. You know, use the stack and blast it.
Yeah, when you called.
Wow.
Chris, just rough one, man. You see kings on the button, a flat and a jam, and you just get to rip. And
absolute dream scenario. Live poker's rigged, I tell you.
It is, man.
That's 125.
That ace was always coming.
This is in 15s.
No, well, why did you do that? You have to make it 100.
Sorry, that was on
Yeah.
perfect.
That's a 75.
There we go. That's
100.
Yeah.
And kind of 59.
150.
150.
9,000. Pull back those oranges.
I didn't think I was going to get there, Jason.
Nice hand.
Tilt them, please. 4, 4, 4.
I've been sucking out too much recently.
Yeah, don't go.
Everybody say 4, 4, 4.
Nice hand.
You talked about it. I hope I don't.
Yeah.
I can't believe you shut
4 in the window.
You're supposed to be out right now. You're supposed to be out.
I know I am.
Huh?
I know I am.
Back door.
At least if you got ace 10, it's okay.
Banana at least acknowledging that he played it bad.
Sir, you want me to teach you that?
You want me to teach you that?
Everybody here.
Do you realize you got lucky?
No, what's the difference between ace
Okay, if you don't shove all in, I win. I'm not both them out. I'll be the chip leader.
No,
and you'll be looking at me all
That's every poker player's rebuttal. You want to play me heads up in
with
cash?
ace 9, you need 4 cards. You want me to teach you that? Ace king, queen, jack, you get it straight.
Ace 9 can make straight too.
You can
King,
rebuy
jack,
it.
and 10 on the
How you
flip.
going to set it up?
Yo, he needs to read my book, for real.
Ben certainly having some fun here.
Yep.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. It's worth noting. Ben is an absolute killer out there in the on the felt, but just like the sweetest guy.
Happy-go-lucky.
Dude, the
He's just
sweetest
laughing
guy.
and
He's
chuckling.
such a nice guy. Always having a good time at the table, regardless of the fact that he plays a pretty high variance style and is normally kind of in and out. He is always having a good time and a good ambassador for the game.
And
Can't say enough about Ben.
We see how he handles, you know, and Bananas doesn't seem like he's been way out of line today.
Bananas isn't aggressive, but he's certainly getting after it. He's certainly definitely needling and whatnot.
Yeah.
Ben's
He's
always
having
finding
some
fun.
with that. And Ben is definitely giving it and you know mixing it up a little bit, but they look to still be having some fun with it.
Ben's the man.
Yeah.
Always have a pleasure saying hi to him when I see him out on the felt on the East Coast. Ooh, we got some good stuff going on here.
This could be juicy right here.
Fair and square. Fuck the main cast.
Yeah, fuck
Wow,
that.
Ben just defends his big blind here. And this is, once again, just one more reason why Ben is so tough to play with, because he will just show up with these really under-repped hands. And he flops he flops the best pair right away, but unfortunately he's against Fortunately or unfortunately, he's against some hands that are probably not going to see too much action from him.
I'll check.
Drills
Interesting turn.
pair.
I don't think anyone's going to really like to put in a whole lot of chips. Ben's not going anywhere here.
No.
But I don't think anyone's really going to like putting in too many chips. You know, I don't quite think that an under the gun raise is going to check back too many things in this spot where he's going to have the jack.
So Remo gets out of the way, and AG, after AG, just bets 15K with the pocket fives, turning his hand into a bluff, and I just, I
don't think Ben's getting out of the way.
There's no way. Yes, he just called 8 on the river, and let's see if AG gets really out of line here, but I just don't see him doing anything but checking back. I think Ben checked already, if I'm not mistaken.
I think we saw that.
Oh, wow. AG
35.
bets 35. I don't think that's going to be enough.
No, Ben's has not seemed to be. I was wondering if he might consider this. Ben doesn't seem to just be. I know he's obviously got a strong enough hand that he beats.
Oh, wow. He had the chips counted out, and now he just put them back.
No.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay, he puts it. He puts it.
Yeah, he grabbed it too.
AG just mucks.
See,
Yeah.
what I don't like with AG's play there is there's not going to be too many jacks that he's going to open with that aren't going to want to continue. There's a big blind defend, and you know ace queen's not going to fold, but like a queen 5 suited is going to step out of the way if you've got pocket jacks, and you've got plenty of the equity there. Of
course.
So I don't think that the story makes a lot of sense for him to have the jack there too often. Ace jack suited, sure. Ace jack maybe.
Sorry, go ahead.
But I really don't think the ace jack suited. Again, like you said on the sizing, it's not going to be enough on the river there.
Yeah.
It's really tough to sell that he has the jack with the sizing and the weight of the action.
I remember them telling me.
You're always going to get called
I remember
by solid hands. You should always get called by basically every 2 pair there.
I don't know. I remember someone telling me.
So if you guys check the top right corner of the screen, there's 60 players remaining, and we are paying 58 spots. So we are essentially on the bubble here. Hand-for-hand play has not begun.
I believe you were right earlier by saying it'll begin with 1 left.
Typically at the Borgie, that's how they get down. Occasionally you'll see some aggressive stalling happening, and they'll do it 2 off the money. But for the most part, they wait till that 1 player remaining just to avoid those really grindy bubbles. But
and Ben Ramon taking his 5 to 8 seconds before mucking. And when you talk there about aggressive stalling, we see the stalling a little bit from Ben Ramon here. But this is not aggressive. This is not egregious stalling. This is, and I get very frustrated. There's, a little bit in the online streets. There's a few known serial tankers that will max time bank every single action in tournaments. And some of that stuff is it's infuriating from a gamesmanship standpoint.
Sure.
We see a little bit here for Christopher. And again, we are in a spot where they have specific time shifts. They're only allowed to use so many of them.
They're muting this, right? I go
You're getting like 200 big blinds in?
Oh, yes, sir.
I'm going to shut up. They're talking about how they're muting my mic.
Oh.
So I'm just going to let it go.
Jordy going to open after those newfound chips make its way into his stack after cracking kings a few hands ago, and Ting going to defend his big blind here with a really pretty suited ace.
Thanks a lot.
Wow, top 2 for Jordy.
Backdoor hearts for Ting. Let's see what we get here.
$25-ish
the
percent
queens, the 2 queens.
pot, 20-25% pot, something in that range.
With all that backdoor equity, Ting's going to get in there. none comes in. He is now drawing stone dead. Jordy is going to get a check mark with his top two, so going to be tough to extract any more value out of this. If he finds a nice little check back here, it would be nice. It'd be
The problem with the check back here is there are too many cards that come in that are a problem.
We're on the bubble. We just want to keep.
We don't. We have enough that we want to make people pay for their draws, and we don't want to give away a cheapie where if let's say Ting has like a queen 8 and smacks a 9, and then donk leads. You don't want to be stuck trying to call a pot-sized bet on the river there.
Very true.
You got a degree in what?
Jordy does fire out a large bet. I believe it was about 75% pot, if I saw that right, and does take it down as expected.
I never trust everybody had anything good.
That's me too. I don't like believing people either.
Yo,
I had 2 over with the open ender.
I had 2 pair, man. Jack 3.
Suited?
That's 2 pair. That's 2 pair.
I was like, you gotta play the suited. Come on.
Did I say your name right?
For as grating as he can be at times, and we've certainly had a number of people make comments around that. Bananas doesn't seem to take a whole lot of things to heart as well. He doesn't. Things seem to roll off his back. And
I got 1. I got 2.
You know, people can chirp. People have been chirping back at him the whole time, and he doesn't seem to take it a whole lot. Personally.
Did you see ace?
Oh, they had a misdeal. Okay, sorry, I was wondering what was going on.
Misdeal.
Yeah.
A king of diamonds, ace of diamonds, king of spades.
You got that queens?
Yeah, but it was all messed up with the. You'll never know. The 2 cards in front of me were queens.
Very likely one of us is going to be a very good hand. He had a king of spades, I had ace diamond, I had ace spade for the first part. We didn't see the second one. Very likely one of us is going to wake up with a pretty good hand there. Right? Any king, any queen, any ace.
Yeah. Start 4 betting.
It's gonna be all king, ace. We chopping his stack.
I'll take that.
I think that too.
This is what Ben Ramon is. I don't want to say dreading because he's obviously got a very strong hand here, but this is just at that weird stack depth and the weird stack strength. We've got to figure out how you want to play this. He's got 19 bigs. He's going to open this as you're going to open your jacks here. But it's one of those spots in the tournament. You want it to be 2 people later or 10 people earlier.
Oh, yeah.
You know, Christopher in the.
I can't believe I'm playing with all the
Again, he's going to potentially, have it come back to him a little bit later if he has to use these time chips now and he needs them later going into the bubble. But we do at least have a cap on the amount of stalling. This is a little bit more towards the stalling that I don't like, because there's no need. There's really no need for this, in my opinion.
Sure.
You know, of course, it's within his right. He has the time chips, and there is an absolute limit without anyone having to step in. So it's not going to be indefinite. But I just don't think it's necessary to sit there and use a time card on a 9-6-0.
Good luck, Nashville.
If there's ever a situation you're going to do that, it's when you're on 4 bigs and 2 people shy of the money.
Sure.
But he's got a couple times around the table. You know, I go like that.
We would have been at 58.
Ooh.
I thought Ting was going to get in there, but again, it is on the bubble. Let's not get out of line. And yeah, we see 59 there up at the top of the screen.
We haven't seen Ben play a hand yet. I don't picture AG. Yeah, I was gonna say I don't picture AG wanting to put him to the test early. Yeah, we're just gonna see the defense.
Oh, I'm talking about you. If you don't catch the ace, I was out. You know what I mean?
No, you made a straight on.
Oh no.
You made the straight. Not straight on the
Jack, the pair of jacks for Ben, the nut flush draw for AG.
Oh.
We're gonna get a 10K C bet.
You would have called?
Yes.
Of course. I already called.
So he's either way cooked. He's losing either way.
Yeah. He tried to call it with a king high.
I thought you wanted to keep me in.
AJ is certainly going nowhere, just deciding how he wants to play this.
Only because he called. If he didn't call, you would have.
I didn't open it straight.
Is going to put in a raise.
No, you're gonna.
It's about 30. Yep, raises to 30.
Before the clock?
Yeah.
No.
Ben with 150 behind, so he doesn't have to let this go.
That's why I called to him over there. When you went all in, I pulled it.
This is really uncomfortable, though, for Jacks on a queen-high board on the bubble.
Yep, which is a little bit what we were saying going in. There's not a whole lot of spots, a whole lot of things that can happen where you're going to feel comfortable in this spot.
Yeah, on Jack 10.
Yeah,
I'm out.
He's not going to see the river.
Oh, 59.
Yeah, we're hand for hand.
Yeah, hand for hand.
Thanks, Jason.
Always.
As you heard, hand for hand, he does lay down the jack.
Yep, really good find from AG. I mean, I realized he had a ton of equity with the nut flush draw there, but just a really good find finding that raise on the bubble and putting in really good pressure.
Using that bubble to apply the pressure. Sure. And I think if we're not on the bubble, Jason's going to peel one there.
Yep. And as we look at what the payouts are here, coming up on hand for hand play probably pretty soon here. I'm just going by the graphics up there, but $204,000 will go to the winner of the Borgata Fall Poker Open, but we are not quite there yet. We are still on day 2 feature table coverage here, and we are going to be just sneaking into the money here soon.
9 out of 10 times you would have won.
Actually, 7 out of 10.
Nice earrings, man.
We hear the laughter as we're waiting to hear the results of the hand for hand around the room.
Excuse me, sir. When I was playing, everybody else gets 30 seconds. I only get 20. There's some kind of discrimination against Italian people here.
Did he say discommunication against Italian people?
I'm sure he said something along those lines.
He's got 30 seconds. I get 20.
He's compared his first action to player's second action.
Player knows I'm beat. I don't play that much.
But wait, did you get clear what's going on? Why is it?
No, can you explain it to me? No, seriously, I don't know.
Some tournaments actually don't give you 15 seconds.
Guys, if you're just joining us, we are here on the bubble of the Borgata Fall Poker Open Championship event. These players are just sitting there waiting for either hand-for-hand play to start or the first hand of hand-for-hand play to end. I'm not sure which it is.
We were paused in the middle of the hand, so technically a hand-for-hand play has not started.
Got it.
We're in the last hand as everyone else is finishing up before we will begin hand-for-hand, should no additional knockouts occur.
Yeah.
So if you're a donk...
Let's say you got raised.
Right.
Let's say you re-raised.
Right.
And goes the other guy, he's going to get 30 seconds.
Because he already at once. At the second hand.
That's your second decision.
Why do you guys do that? Just keep it all the same.
He asked Jordy, why do you do that? And Jordy's like, what? I don't have anything to do with that. I don't have any say in this.
Some tournament even do 15 second pre-flop. I mean, the first decision and then 30 after that.
That's good.
I don't know.
It is what it is.
It's just gonna have like I think we speed up the game a lot. You know, a lot of players that do fake stalling a lot, and they sit there.
Oh yeah.
They don't want to be.
Well, they're trying to make the bubble. Right.
They try to let other table play more hands until they sit there and start. If you don't have action,
I seen that.
They can start 40 seconds, a minute every single hand.
That's something that hand, or I gotta rewind it.
That's trying to help make sure every
That's something.
Every table.
You got a charge on you or not, right?
Like similar amount of time.
And you like that, right?
I'm not opposed to Michael Hayes. Exactly. I just think that helps the game a lot.
I think just make it 20 seconds every time.
I never saw you.
The stream is going on?
Oh, okay.
No, I don't
You
know.
just-
Okay. All right. Thank you.
When I tank elite, I either call or fold or I'm
It looks like they are alerting the players on the table that they're not allowed to watch the active stream that we're on from the table bubble
Gotcha.
while they're at the
Oh,
table.
we've only been using our phone for an hour and a half.
Yeah, I was wondering why
They
they were
told us
using
it wasn't in the hand.
Oh, is that Mrs. Bananas?
Look at it.
Mrs. Bananas.
Why is it every time?
Under the same rules.
That's bullshit.
What's the saying? Bless her heart.
I only pick it up, look at the time. I didn't play on it.
Alright.
Well, yeah, that should have been said
You're not,
because
yeah.
watching the stream while we were in
I was watching too. Yeah.
Hey guys,
Okay.
hi. Hey guys, while we're waiting, we appreciate you guys tuning in. Would have loved to have had you guys chirping us and letting us know how we're doing here. If you have any juicy tidbits, then yeah, we'll be happy to include them as well.
Does he get to sit out in orbit all the way around? He had the fun the whole time.
I'm just saying it's not fair to us.
How about this?
Like if they get to watch the stream, you know what I mean? And then they use it for
It's
later.
random, yeah.
So it appears out on the floor. You guys can't see it, but essentially, you know, the wall right behind that Borgata Poker Open branding is on the other side of that wall is pretty much where all the rest of the tournament tables are happening. Same floor, just kind of right around the bend there. And I think they are just getting a full count on all the tables out there, making sure that they have everything in check and just seeing where they're at, whether they're on the stone bubble or not. And they may have another hand going on out there that they're waiting to finish, so we shall see in a moment here.
We did hear at the beginning of our last hand that they were pausing the dealers.
Oh, there you go. We
Yep.
just heard it. Okay, so they are officially in the money, no hand-for-hand play.
You were really close to bubbling, man.
There you go. Congratulations, fellas. You are in the money and officially in the running for $204,000.
Yeah, so we're gonna wait to hear a little bit of detail on that, but it looks like we had a pair of knockouts at the same time. Well, ballpark the same time, the same hand as we were heading in. Technically, since we didn't start a hand, if you want to be annoying about it, we didn't actually get to hand for hand.
Sure.
But we were at the point of hand for hand where they paused everyone and waited. And as you can see, the graphic is updated. We're at 58 left in the money. Hearing that we had one all-in that looks to have been pocket tens knocking out an ace-2. And then we had a second all-in. A well-known name, Dan Buzzgon, was the 59th place. Went out ace-queen against pocket tens on another all-in.
Buzzgon a beast. But if you guys are looking for any of that information that Matt was just talking about, make sure to hop over to the poker.org live stream, or excuse me, instant live feed. That is where all of the updates are coming from my man Brett Slezak over there. So make sure we go check out poker.org. And now that we are in the money,
it's going to move a little bit quicker.
Yes, it is. We're going to see some hands
12,
now, boys.
12 bigs from Jack going all in.
Bin Wang probably feels robbed right now that he didn't get any bubble action with Big Stack.
Oh, he would have loved his. I mean, he got some. He's up at almost 800K.
Oh, yeah. But had we actually seen stone bubble action from him, you guys would have got to see some fun stuff.
Another 3 hours, something like that.
90, that's good. It's under 3. I'm out.
But we are at about, I believe, 30 minutes left in this level. 30 to 35 minutes left in this level, which will be the dinner break and the wrap of the live coverage for today. The stream will certainly pick back up tomorrow during day 3 and the final table day 4 as the Borgata Ball Poker Open Championship continues. We see Sung Woon here with the pocket pair contemplating, deciding not to take and hope for a flip.
And Mr. Lucky Spewy gets it through.
Yeah, and we haven't had a chance to see him live up to his name. He just hasn't had the chip hasn't been in a position to really live up to the name.
He's been on medium-low stack the whole time, so.
You'll see it on TV.
So yeah, he hasn't had a chance, but he's already putting his chips to work right after the bubble has burst. So, yeah, exciting to see.
Whatever he says. He's going to trick us, right?
We got a banana without an all-in. What was that? We just got a squeak without the all-in.
Yeah,
Just a squeak?
Yeah, bananas just squeaked the banana, but he wasn't all-in. There it is.
Got another one. Feels like we're getting robbed of an all-in moment. The squeaky banana all-in moment.
It's funny how much the attitude changes when that bubble breaks too. Just how, I mean, we've had a talkative table,
but it was more tense than it is now. 100%. Already, I can feel that the weight is lifted. These fellas all have, what is it, right around $7 grand locked up in their pocket. They don't have to be so mad.
In that neighborhood.
Yeah, and I happen to know.
You've seen a lot of smiles on there, and AG getting as close to a smile as we've seen from him all day too.
Yep. I happen to know that my man Sung Woon right there, I believe, was just in for 1 bullet, so he is happy to have already got some profit on this trip here. And
He's a poker player.
AG.
Yeah, 6,700 locked up currently.
Nice. All right, so Sung Woon gonna flop open-ended. AG gonna flop the nut flush draw, but it is on that monotone board, so let's see where this goes. I don't think Sung Woon's gonna get out of the way yet. I could be wrong. He's on an awkward stack as far as with AG, but I don't think he's gonna get out of the way yet. Nope, he's gonna go ahead for the ride.
James Zaragoza in the chat here says, Bananas is my good friend, very nice person.
Okay.
And
my wife, I'm sorry.
You know, one of the things that I think that I've tried to say here is we've seen him be cordial, not take things to heart, not take things personally.
Sure.
I know there's a few people in the poker world that have had less than ideal experiences with him over the years, and that he can be a little aggressive with his commentary.
Sure.
And I think that, you know, it's a little bit of the New York stereotype, right? You know, and it's a pretty good fit for some of the New York stereotypes there. But I think as we've seen a little bit, you know, he's having fun with it, and it seems like the people we have here are having fun with it, and they're playing back and forth. So it does seem to be in good fun, and that's what you would hope. And, you know, a little bit of an aggressive personality is never a bad thing if it stays within good fun.
100%.
And poker sometimes brings out the worst in people on those bad days, on some of those long days. You add in a little bit of alcohol sometimes, or whatever may come in. And at least today has seemed well within the bounds of fun kind of chirp. We've had a very fun table here.
Real quick, while we're looking at these chip counts, shout out Chris Hill for getting his kings cracked and then still making the money with just 3.9 big blinds. And he went through at least 1 full orbit and stayed on that stack there. I know it's not fun to get your kings cracked, but good on you for
I don't know
still
that he hit
sneaking
the
in that
blinds
money.
again, 'cause
Maybe
he was in the
right.
button when he went down to that. He should be in the blinds here in just at that. Yeah, he's under the gun now.
Gotcha,
so I don't think we got through that orbit. That was where some of that tanking came in with his stack. You know,
Nonetheless,
he's going to be
shout-out.
forced as close to all in the next hand as can be.
I'm the biggest fish.
I was being honest. You didn't like that.
I didn't disagree. I didn't disagree.
I was giving a compliment. You guys are better than me any day of the year.
You take the previous player.
That's a change of tune for him.
Everyone world-class player. Now you're down to good players.
Jordy, after cracking those kings that I was just talking about, is going to open up ace-queen suited with his newfound chips here. And
No, Chad said I was
not going to have too many customers on the way behind, but
Only you.
Yeah, only me, world-class poker player.
Okay.
unless there's something in the big blind here, there is not. I think we're just going to see some folds.
Yo, Jason, you know Chad? You know Chad, the director.
Yeah.
He came by when we were over there.
And we'll move on to the next one. Jordy going to take down some easy chips here.
You are. Thank you.
World-class trollers. You're making a lot of jokes on the table.
You're right. Keep forgetting about it.
When Ben calls you a world-class troller, and again he's laughing as he's saying that. You know, it's again playful, and I think fortunately we've stayed playful today.
No, once again, Ben is the man.
Yeah.
And he's got to be nice when he's bluffing as much as he is, because
otherwise everyone wants to hate him.
Oh,
It's tough.
yeah,
You can't hate him.
it's tough to
but-
hate the guy. He's just
Yeah.
kind of like a big teddy bear. He's a really nice dude.
We got the
I call.
pocket fours. He's back to his limping.
Yes, he is.
Jordy with the ace deuce of spades here under the gun. A really kind of weird spot. Looks like we're going to see some chips going in.
Call. C7 calls.
Just a limp.
Okay.
C8 calls.
I don't hate it.
My daughter works at Vanguard. You know Vanguard?
The investment firm, right?
Yeah, it's in Grave Valley Corporate Center. She's a big boss there.
Wow.
Not only I made beautiful kids, I made smart kids.
Jack gonna wake up with 10s here, and I believe he's just gonna. Ooh, and Chris behind him with ace queen. So we're gonna see some chips go in the middle here.
Chris has in the big blind. You can't ask for anything better.
Oh,
than
he's
ace queen
stoked.
there.
He's stoked to put it in. Thank you. Yep, we will put that in. I think Remo, I'm pretty sure, is going to get out of the way, but he only has to call off 100K.
Yeah, I was going to say
Jordy's definitely getting out of the way.
It's not that much for the fours to go for this if he so chooses.
You went all in, sir?
Yep, all in.
I think he'll get away from that. I think he'll get away from this.
I want to let me think about it.
Yeah, one of the other things I brought up earlier that we just heard from Bananas too is talking up his family and being proud of his daughter and her accomplishments. So I also want to shout out the positives there. Love to see that. Love to see people being proud of their family's achievements.
Oh yeah.
We had Hyun on a little bit earlier, and I love to see Hyun and Porter both mentioning their families in their little blurbs. Love
their
to see
bio
that.
sheet, yeah. Oh, ooh, ooh.
A little pump fake. Ooh, a little pump fake.
Bananas.
Tell him I said what's up.
Tell him I said I want to win this tournament while you're at it. I'm the best player in the world, but I got to feel it when I play. I got the skills, you guys get lucky on me. I'm not cocky. I know how I am.
Contradiction right there.
Yeah, of course. Gotta worry about this guy here with ace 9 all the time. How you doing, sir? You need one more? Sorry, I don't need these.
I mean, apparently you do, Remo. You're using them as we speak.
Nah, it's fine. This feels, this is what? It's like 12.5 bigs with pocket fours. We're going to limp call off 12 bigs pocket fours.
All right, he gets out of the way. Let's see this flip. You're not calling Jordy. Yeah, get out of the way.
Yeah, no, that's how it should be. Jordy knows he's not calling.
Yeah,
He didn't take any time grandstanding. I hope it goes 4-4 right here. Yeah, 4-4. Just.
Everybody say 4.
Once again, I love this split screen. Get to see both cards, the full board, and both players. I'm a fan of this shot.
Jack.
Oh, slow rolling that card.
Backdoor diamond for Chris.
Oh my God! Don't do it.
Ooh.
Ooh, backdoor diamond option picks up.
He has lots of outs now.
Put the 4 in there, please.
Does
not get it. Very well done from Chris, though, to get back in and make the money there after unfortunately having the kings crack.
Sir, you want to play one-on-one cash? I'll teach you. Every poker player is rebuttal. You want to play me heads up in cash? It's bigger than tournaments. Tournaments and cash are totally different. I promise you'll lose one-on-one. You can rebound. How you gonna set it up?
Yeah, I'm gonna bet on him too.
I'm gonna tell you, I never lost when I made the final table. That's a God's truth. I swear right now.
How many final tables have you made? 0. How many final tables do you have?
You see how they're laughing? They think I'm.
He won the nightly. 10 small.
What's the answer?
Yo, he's gonna win the main event and he's going to Bahamas in December. He's gonna fire 50Ks.
No, I went to the World Series Poker Harris.
Yeah.
And I played the last day because I was busy. I finished fourth, $19,000.
You just said every final table. You just said every final table you've won, and now you just told us.
No, when I get down to 101. 101.
Key detail.
You're the big one.
8.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah. I didn't want to do it.
Yeah, once we get down to 1-1, 2 players, I've never lost yet. That's the truth.
Sungwoon with the suited ace king.
You raising me? That's a mistake. Oh my God.
You're dead. Jason, you're dead.
Bananas
What's
defends the king
Remo's
9.
last name? Got on that sheet there? What's Remo's last name? You got it on that
I
sheet there?
checked to you, sir.
I bet to you, sir.
Well, put the chips in. What are you waiting for?
I'm just saying.
All
What
right.
I'm gonna do.
If the king would have came out, I would have beat you.
Lupo.
Oh, he had a king 8. He knows it's king.
Sungun scoops up the pot up to 267,000.
Open call him.
Yeah.
Keep Jimmy king 8 diamond.
Yeah.
About
Is that good play?
just
or
shy of
okay play, or
35
it's
bigs.
Bad, it's bad play. What do you think? Kept no comment, huh?
What am I, small blind?
Yeah, you're small blind right now.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Or maybe good bluff.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
King 5 shooters. King 6 at best.
C2 folds. C3 folds.
That's what he does.
Me and you, boss.
They talking about my pocket five, boy.
C6 calls.
All right, you got it.
You got it.
I'm dead.
I'll check.
Check. C6 checks.
Wow.
Oh my God.
Someone said you're dead right there, and he got flopped to as close to dead as can
Oh
be.
no! Oh
He's
no! Jordy turned two
longer
pair.
dead.
Oh
No
no!
longer dead. He's drawing to 4 outs.
Oh no!
Remo
Oh
flopped to
Remo!
Broadway. Checked it twice, and Jordy is gonna bet his 2 pair.
Oh no!
Checking these bets? Wow. Where'd you learn how to play?
On YouTube.
Okay. 31,000 bananas.
Let's go.
31. Raised 31,000.
I thought we had a gentleman's agreement.
I was checking it. He bet. What kind of bullshit is that?
And he can't fold yet. He has 2 pairs.
He's got bottom too.
Right? Come on, man. Oh, this is brutal.
See, you tried to short too. Heads up.
And the deuce on the river is a complete blank. How big do you go, Remo? Don't go tiny. No, do more than 20. Yes, thank you.
40-ish, 35, 40. That's 32.
I bet 31,000 bananas.
31.
31,000.
I got a straight. I flopped it. That's why I'm the best player in the world.
Hey, you got paid, right? Checked it twice. You got
Yeah,
paid.
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
checking. You check. I check and you bet. Save your freaking money. I'm the best player in the world.
I'm the best player in the world.
You should give me almost 100,000 chips. You guys are learning anything?
That you're the best.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you say it again, please?
I thought he had 3-4. I was like, wow, what a sick player. I thought you had 3-4.
Tia, they're trying to guess what I got. I'm like a roller coaster. Tom, I'm a roller coaster. Very good. Thank you, young lady. You learning anything, sir?
Oh yeah. Every second.
Yeah. He learned something a long time ago. Don't say your name wrong. Oh, no, not him.
What are you doing? I was checking. And you bet.
I couldn't check anymore.
You bet $8,000. Now I gotta.
I gave you a discount. I'm in that.
You from the top set.
Top set.
If you go on, he's gonna snap you off. I'm not joking. You may ask him the minimum. What's your time? You got 11.
Jordy, yeah, top set.
Yeah, I
I'm
go.
top set. I should have jammed all in.
You said it. You said it. You're dead. You're dead like before the flop.
I should have jammed all in pre-flop.
He's not folding.
Jordy did kind of call it right before the hand happened.
so someone did. Someone said you're dead as it was going.
Yeah.
Well, you can have all of them, sir. I don't need them.
I don't need him.
The guy that used the most of them. I don't need them.
See, Remo says he doesn't need them, but he's running dangerously low on time chips. They will mean something at
We don't
some
have
point
that
in
much time left on our future table, though. They won't need them once they.
Hey
once they
man,
age
there's
here.
plenty. There could be a spot next hand where he needs more than one time chip. He's got one time chip.
He took a time chip or two to fold a queen deuce.
If he had said he jammed in, and I would have took it all. No pair on the board. Were you thinking about going all in?
No. Why are you looking at me? Definitely had
Yep. Bin not going down without a fight. 9-3. Top of range, bottom of range in this instance, and he's not giving up. So gets those chips from Jordy, who had a pretty raggedy hand there.
Make a little slice of bread. With the sliced bread, you make a loaf. All right, don't get greedy in life. Whoever gets greedy, God punishes.
That's true. You probably ain't get nothing if you get greedy.
You know what they call me in Italy? The philosopher.
Is that where you got your degree in Italy? You said you had a degree in psychology and all that, right?
I went to university over here. So.
Oh, over here.
Yeah,
Let's make clear. We need to get clear how to make him be quiet, not talking. We need to stack him really hard. You gotta be quiet for a little bit.
You see, they can't outplay me, but they want to talk to me to rattle me. I know what they're doing. I got a degree in that.
In that too?
Huh?
You got a degree in what?
Criminal law.
Make sure you pay attention to you.
Criminal law. I have a minor in philosophy and psychology.
Are you telling me bars? Are you telling me bananas past the bar? Are you telling me right now that bananas past the bar? I want proof of this.
You know,
he says he has a
having
criminal
degree
law
does
degree.
not necessarily mean passing the
Can
bar.
someone
but it wouldn't
please
surprise me.
tell me in the chat, has bananas passed the bar? Because if he has, look, man, I just want to know. All right.
That's blind versus blind. Bin with only some backdoor options here. He's going to check. Ting has the top pair. Weak kicker. A bet fold.
I didn't think you had the nuts.
Yep, pretty quick right there. Get through that. Ting takes a small pot. And is going to chip up a little bit, up over 350,000 chips.
I was checking it all the way.
Where you learned this?
Where I learned it? In prison. I learned that in prison. I spent 10 years in prison.
Really? Which prison?
What do you mean, which one?
In New York?
What do you mean, New York? I'm not from New York. I'm from Italy.
Oh, where do you live?
He said Brooklyn earlier. He absolutely said he was from Brooklyn earlier.
Chester County, PA. I spent 10 years in prison.
Now I know why you got kicked off from a pretty line, because you never bet your nuts. You pop a nuts and check. Turn, check. You're not allowed to do that. You should bet your nuts. Bet your best hand.
No, I got disrespected live, that's why.
I know, I'm just looking at you. I don't make you pop the nuts. Check 3 times. Look, I'm so mad.
Jack early position with the king 10. Lets it go.
Steven, you having fun?
I actually saw that video, I forgot, on YouTube. A guy was fighting the other guy, was Asian. He's so mad because he called for over, he tried to stop him, don't be a fight. He said, this guy, he fucking nuts, he just checked me. He's so pissed. I'm not joking. And people on the table recorded that and then posted on the YouTube.
No, this was
Just a limped pot, blind versus blind. We get top pair versus an open end. Ting with the king 10, AG with the jack 8 here.
Sorry, I was sitting there listening to Ben in the background. My bad. Yes,
No,
we get a really
was,
solid pop.
I was too, and I was trying to follow, see if I could guess the movie he was talking about.
Right.
The light cup one?
Yeah.
I played like a few times, several times.
You see me there?
I played like a twice already.
Yeah. You knocked me out.
I know. That's
Action killing turn in a sense of that clubs come in, but Ting does make 2 pair, checks it, of course.
See how aggressive AG gets to, chooses to be here.
I survived 2 days.
Feels like in position he can rep clubs sometimes, but he checks back.
No, you're getting a lot of chips from me.
The ace comes in on the river, not going to help either player. I don't know if Ting wants to try and eke out a little bit of value from another 10 or something like that.
Yeah.
He's going to go for it, but probably just not get any action from AG.
Yeah, I don't mind going for this. I also don't think you're going to see a whole lot of people that are going to think he's going to have an ace. So if AG had a piece of this before, AG might think that he's still ahead. But as we see, he just has the jack 8.
I don't know. You bet something crazy.
Unless he's going to do something. Here we go.
There was 100,000 there, almost 100,000.
What is he? Is he trying to rep the clubs? Because the ace doesn't make any sense for him. So we get a raise. We get a raise out of AG. It looked to be about like 90,000-ish. It was tough to see.
I think it was less than that, actually. I think it was like 65. I think
was
he
it?
sort of
I might have missed. I might have added in one more.
Yeah, 67.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, he just kind of like clicked it almost.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to be enough. I think Ting's too strong here to not throw in these extra chips. I thought I saw the extra pink there.
It's a slightly nutted line, but he does call, yeah.
He gets double check raise on flop and turn. Then min bets the river.
He asked me.
Honestly,
if I fold, will you show it to me?
I think it was a good try to try and get Ting off some equity there, but unfortunately he just had two pair, a little bit too strong. And
What I don't like, if I'm looking at that though, is if he has a suited ace of clubs, right, the nut flush, then it's probably not going to get checked back pre-flop. And if he's turned a weak flush, he's going to be putting money in. So it's kind of a tough sell to say that that was really going to have hit him that hard. And I think the ace similarly.
I just need to write 1 out of 20 times. I don't need to write every time.
Lonnie with like 9 high.
Welcome to the best tape.
Once again, these guys just chopping it up.
No, it's not funny
Yeah.
people. It's funny pair on your left.
Yeah,
Greg Nurnberg is going to get moved into that 5 seat there. Guy's got some decent results on his handed mob there. East Coast player that we see show up to the Borgata here pretty often.
So you don't have the time now anymore. Oh, you do.
Time is money. He's got money right there. 100 and 3/4.
Good luck, sir. He raises 16,000.
Been never seen a cutoff open he didn't want to take.
Yep.
Getting after with the 10-9-0.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
That's money. I'm waiting for that dinner break. Hour 15, yeah.
Seat 1 folds.
Sungwon going to defend big with 5-4-0. And we're going to go to war here. Let's see if we can get a flop that maybe cooperates a little bit. Not quite.
And that's got to be enough for Ben to keep firing right there. He's got a piece.
100%.
Solid piece, too.
Just unfortunately, Sungwon's hand doesn't have a ton to fight back with.
We are for sure not going to be on the feature table after dinner, yeah? 100%. Okay, cool. So I can write them online.
In 9 minutes, we're taking the mics off.
Last couple hours when I clicked on the live stream, everyone was.
I think I might have just heard in the background 9 minutes till you're taking your mics off, so may just be just under 10 minutes, yeah, till break here. And again, guys, that will be dinner break.
And the end of the stream for today.
Yes.
But action will continue through 4 more levels after dinner break. As they play down to through the end of the 10th level of the day. I come back tomorrow for, I believe, 10 more levels or final table. Right. Part of final table. Final 6 was it, or final table for Tuesday?
Yeah, Grizzly Bear with no key.
Grizzly Bear on you.
Oh.
16, 15.
What do you call Grizzly Bear with no key?
Hold on a second. I have a.
Oh, yeah, you can't.
No, I have a card in.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I apologize.
No, you raises 17,000.
27.
I don't know.
Gummy Bear. Get it? Gummy.
What do you call it?
We are in the
Bear?
dad joke portion of the stream, and yeah, I don't hate it. I don't. That's not the worst dad joke you'll ever hear.
Like that?
Not the worst.
Are you a dad, Matt?
No.
Not yet?
No, I just got married a couple months ago, and shout out to my wife. She actually let me come down here and do this, and
sick.
We had a lot going on recently, so it was nice to come down here and chop it up for a few days.
Happy to have you, bud.
Yeah, loving being here, enjoying this a lot. No kids.
So we got a whole bunch of aces here.
Probably hate the fact that I even brought up the fact that she exists, but she doesn't like me talking about her on stream too much.
I just called you earlier with a garbage.
And AG going to get the 3-bet through here with the ace-5, the worst of the 3 aces, despite being suited. But that's the power of the old cat jammer there.
Yeah, made the comment a little bit earlier with the ace-5 on the button and how people can overplay it. And there's a big difference right there before the bubble and after the bubble.
Oh, yeah.
And that's one of those that, you know, before the bubble, people find themselves in a spot that makes them they inflict pain on themselves sometimes. After the bubble, you see the ability to be aggressive with a hand like an ace-5 suited and the scooping of a pot that you might not otherwise have taken.
You know what guy called me one time?
Like check raise 3,800. Flush.
Mr. All In.
It hits a flush and checks back. I check, he checks back.
Oh, Bananas early position aces.
What time is it? So like 7?
See what he chooses to do.
What is it, 8th house?
Well, you left, right?
We're gonna get our
I just
aces
called.
limp.
I just called.
We get our aces limp from Bananas.
wasn't getting in. I said, that's it. Done
Oh, that
playing.
guy in C9?
Yeah, man, he was official.
Just anxiously waiting for the cards to pop up.
Yeah,
Sungwoon got
Sungwoon
some.
gets some little ace.
It's
little
not the
Broadway
most
ace.
beautiful thing in the world, but it is enough that I believe he's going to at least make a raise here.
We played till 9.
Yeah.
Did 22?
Put it like 5:30.
Music to Remo's
27.
ears. Remo, he is going to. Let's see what he does.
28.
I'm all in.
There it is.
Binding.
Easy
significant
fold.
blast.
Aces.
Yeah.
I checked it. That's why I want your chips, all right? You're not going to see 2 pair or whatever. Come to my school once in a while, all right? I knew you were going to race.
I should.
Did you learn anything yet?
I'm learning.
You're learning, huh?
That's how
People
I
looking at the phone. The phone isn't going to help you.
Yesterday, in an hour. I get in Queens, Jack. I
Been here for 3 days and I haven't looked at
I
aces
couldn't
once.
fold it and I call every time. He
I
had
haven't looked
every
at kings
time.
either once.
You got those aces.
Sir, is the phone helping you, sir?
That's why I say ace
Jess, is
seven,
the phone helping you?
Right.
People look at the phone. Maybe you'll learn something
I wasn't
out of
forward
it.
against him.
Phones.
Probably
No, oh.
In the
Premium
bin every
to
time.
Yeah.
In the
Been here
bin.
3 days.
Not doing that with the carpets. Either heads to beat, either heads. A lot of equity with it.
Thank you, sir. I like the way you deal, sir.
How does it feel, like getting those aces?
Yesterday, I didn't get pocket ace once. Not one.
You only got them 7
Took a day
times.
off? Today, only twice.
They were busy yesterday, though.
They were busy yesterday.
I'll just call.
With ace. Or ace king.
I guess I just.
So, I mean, what do you have?
Oh, I don't know.
Amount.
A couple thousand.
I'm not asking what do you have.
Couple thousand.
Thought he was going to bet more.
Vibes are still high after a
Oh,
couple
yeah.
long days here.
Come on, don't be greedy.
These guys have been getting after it, mixing it up with each other for past few days, and probably all very happy to finally be in the
That's
money.
very true.
Yeah, the little 6-5 suited in the small blind here. We'll see a little call here from Jack, from Lucky Spewy. And the 8 deuce is not going to go too crazy here.
I'm gonna crack your ace.
3-way to a flop.
You said aces.
Aces.
Top steady.
Spaghetti.
No pair for anyone. Remo does pick up the gut shot.
I just want to bet 8,000, that's all.
Should be enough.
Yep, he's going to bet his gut shot and get it through.
Yeah.
Oh, the ace queen. King queen. King queen. King queen.
He showed?
You don't have
Monk your hand. Let's go.
You have 7-3 suited. We know you.
We need to
We,
call.
we want to put. Yeah.
King queen.
Time for. How long is the middle play?
5-6 diamonds.
An hour and 15.
Hour and 15.
That's the 4 hands I see so far. He didn't know the
I saw sevens too. I saw sevens.
You got it, sir. Thank you for
He
2
mixes
hands.
it up.
8,000?
Oh, easy, easy.
Or 31,000.
31 bananas. That's his favorite bet.
Yo, I got him talking over there. Is there a mental hospital in Lang City?
Poker hospital. I need to go to poker hospital right now.
Where? Oh, White Horse Pike, sir. If you need a little bit of help, a little bit of medicine.
No, I don't. I just need all your chips.
Not just need all your chips.
How much you playing right
It's unique.
now?
It's unique.
Huh?
No, how much chips you have?
Sungwoo with a hand he's going to want to open here out of the hijack. Ben in the cutoff has not had a ton to play. He may think that this is worthy. Oh, no. He just
Said 5 bigs and lays down.
Yeah, I was thinking the same.
A little surprising, but...
Greg,
I'm
our-
sorry, 10 bigs.
Yeah, Greg, our newest player to the table here.
Is going to go all in.
Yeah,
over
he
the
is
open.
not going to be shy out of the small blind with the ace-10 against Sungwoo's
25
jam.
bigs right there.
Tia, am I an amateur?
Quickly gets a fold. Sungwoo having a tough go at it here. He's opened a couple hands and got jammed on twice now.
Yep.
But he's finding the folds. He's not imploded yet.
Not getting frustrated and making a call that you really will regret after the fact.
Yeah.
So why you have all the chips if you're not explaining?
I got him in the bathroom, you know, the toilet behind. You remember the movie The Godfather? When they had the gun behind the toilet? That's where I put him at. You ever see The Godfather movie? He kills the cop.
I'm too young for that.
Oh, you're too young?
Make time.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone here is too young to have watched The Godfather.
I think Jordy's like 23, 24.
Doesn't
right?
matter.
Dude, I mean,
Last 10, right?
kids aren't watching movies the way they used to, man.
Fair
TikToks
enough.
are the new movies.
Yeah, you need the shorts, the clips.
No, we go to other tape.
That sound,
not
those sound like
watching
in the last hand as we head in towards our dinner break. We see Ting with the pocket nines, AG with the king
Yeah,
jack.
but the button is going to be on me here. It's the last hand. Okay. Thank you, sir.
But you guys will miss us, right?
And he's going to get quite a few folds from some players who are going to want to be...
Does this go to table 4? When we come
Yeah,
back,
even
everything will be
queen
there?
jacks out of there. Yeah, across the board
Oh, yeah, what
just
are we doing with
folds.
this?
These
So this
players
comes
want to
over
get to dinner break.
Yeah.
But not Jordy, a professional.
Will
says, I'm defending with the 10-7. Oh, I don't care. We got a 75-minute dinner break coming up.
As the rest of the table clears out,
Yeah.
all of the background noise goes with them.
Suddenly.
It's amazing how that works. There's the 9 in the window. Jordy picks up a gut shot. Ting with the bottom set.
Don't let
That's
that jack roll off.
That is a tough board to check a set. I expect we should get a pretty good bet out of Ting here.
And we're going.
Yep, we're going to get the check. We're going to get the fold. Or excuse me, the bet and the fold.
I said, I'm not going to play the last stand. I don't care what I got. All right. 500, 525.
And these players are getting their chips racked up, and they're going to get moved to one of the outer tables as we head off to dinner break as well. Matt, it's been a pleasure being in the booth with you, my man. This has been some good action and some awesome day 2 feature table coverage, so I appreciate you being with me, man.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a blast. I have really enjoyed the personalities and the banter from both days that we've had here. Pretty much all of the tables that we had today, all 3 of them, people seem to be happy, having fun. We saw a lot of different styles of poker.
Sure.
Some, a little bit of mixing it up, a little bit of, a little bit calmer passive play. Obviously, we're now in the money, so we got to see some bubble play. Got to see a little bit of, again, like you were saying earlier, that middle part of a poker tournament that doesn't always get highlighted as much.
Yeah.
So a lot of fun. Got a chance to see a lot of action, a lot of different personalities. There's a lot more to come from the Borgata poker or fall poker open here in the championship over the rest of day 2. The stream will pick back up tomorrow, day 3. And then again on Tuesday, day 4 for the final table. Jeremy, any last thoughts as we're wrapping up here?
Just that, guys, there is still action to be had down here at the Borgata Fall Poker Open. If you haven't made it down yet, there is still the 6 max going on tonight and the Purple Chip Bounty tomorrow. That is all I'm going to say. Otherwise, it has been fantastic, and I really appreciate both Matt and the guys who tuned in. Have a great rest. rest of your nights. Bye-bye.
Cheers.